Yeah.
then they could just, if they come across those, then they could just hop on. I think people might be confused if we tell them to go to the YouTube and then they don't go to the specific link, right? And then they go, I don't see it on the channel. So it's another registration. Okay, should we test out Spotify sound?
Yeah, can you share your sound? I don't have.
Yes. Give me 1 second. I'll open up Spotify. Hi, Intra. I didn't see you before, sorry.
Hi.
Okay.
Do you see the public Zoom now? The YouTube live now?
Give me 1 sec. I'm trying to find the Spotify link. Yes, it says it is public now.
Yeah, should be good then. Yeah, so try sharing your sound for Spotify.
My dad was like, here's food to eat. Okay, Spotify. Oh, I gotta go to my app. Okay. There are some explicit songs on here, so I have an idea of which they are, and I can skip past them because I think it's pretty visible, but I also think they should be PG-13.
Okay.
Why do I not see it on here? Open in desktop app, okay. All right, now I'm gonna, oh, can you give Indra and I host permissions, please?
Yeah.
I can still share my sound though, I think. Okay, share sound. Oh, I'm screen sharing, whoops. Oh, music or computer sound only. Share. Okay, now let's test it out. Can you guys hear this? Or should I turn it up? Okay. And can you still hear my voice volume okay?
To keep my hands on myself.
All right, I'll pause it for now, but.
Yeah, you can turn it on at like 8:50.
Arvind, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. Okay.
So it says that so Zoom says that starting share screen on my screen will stop your sound share. So
Wait, it says that?
Do you want to share your screen for the opening slides?
How about we do one thing? You share your screen and I'll just unmute myself and play the volume and let's see if that works.
Okay, yeah, try that.
Okay.
Okay, so you see my screen now, right?
Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna turn my music on now and give me a thumbs up when you hear it.
It's very faint.
Kind of muted, yeah.
It's like going in and out.
Okay, this will stop other screen sharing. Is there an option where it says multiple participants can screen share at one time? Multiple participants can screen share. So I just turned that option on. So.
Okay, now.
Let me try sound now. You cannot share your computer sound while other participants are screen sharing. Okay, well.
Share your screen then for the slides.
Yeah. This is just the Canva, right? Opening ceremony slides. And then Keynote speaker. So for this first keynote speaker, we're only going to use these slides, and then for Dr. Firestein and onwards, then we can switch to the other. We should be good for Dr. Pauling good though.
For timing, we should probably finish the opening slides in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think we should be relative.
Oh yeah. Should I do the whole opening slides, or do you want to do some?
I can kick off the welcome to, and then I'll say welcome to Simply Neurocon. Give like I can do the about our organization. I'll like give the icebreakers to the room, and then now I'm gonna shift it over to Arvin to talk about sponsors and supporters.
So yeah, you can do until slide 5 then, 1 to 5.
Yeah, I'll do slide 1 to 5 until icebreaker time, and then Arvin, why don't you take sponsors and what is Simply Neurocon, do event schedule. Intro, did you want?
Intro, which slides do you want to do? Maybe like 11 and 12, 10.
And like
Okay.
Zoom.
I don't think I've seen the slides, but I saw what you put on the doc, and that was basically Zoom logistics, right?
So I'll go until slide 12, then and you can talk about the Zoom logistics after that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
To make it easy for ourselves in case we lose track of number as well, let's just do transitions from one another. Like, so right before I go, I'll just introduce myself, I'm so-and-so, and then at the end, I'll be like, now I'm gonna pass it on to Arvin, then Arvin can introduce himself, do his slides, and then I'll say, now I'll pass it on to Intro. So it's like we have a name cue.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I feel surprisingly awake. Not really gonna be this awake. Okay, what else do?
For the organizing,
Sasha's in the waiting room. Let me admit her.
For the organizing team, I think each of us should introduce ourselves, those that are here.
Yeah. Maybe.
And just go in order of the slide.
Yeah, or like, I guess there's that one slide with all of the organizers, right? Maybe if they are all in the room, they could pop in order.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So I'll just put out a call then, and then all of us can hop in on there. Let's see, who is on that slide? Got, yeah, me, Arvin, Skylar, Sasha, Jed, Shaima, and Siddhi. So I don't think Jed is going to be alive at this moment, but we'll just go in that order. Let's see if I can see Sasha in the chat. Do not see Sasha in the chat. Got quite a few Neurocon inquiries as well. I think Ishika's handling those. Oh, bless her, she is. Okay, what else? Oh, I should try sharing my screen on Canva. Is there anything else? After we hand it off to Dr. Alvin, I'm gonna go back on the registration form and keep an eye open for any new ones that are rolling in, and I'll go do that periodically throughout the day. And what other things do we have? I guess for movie night, we'll figure it out. I guess like Amazon Prime had some of the movies, or Disney Plus. So worst case scenario, I guess we just hold up our phone or iPad for the screen, and that's about it. Okay. I am going to, let's see, share. Well, not share. Present.
Should I admit the participants now?
Invite people in. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna share my slides and just make sure that I can still access other parts, and then, okay. Send, standard. It's getting full screen, which is kind of annoying. Okay. Share, computer sound, and ceremony slides. So you can see the Canva right now, but it's not full screen, right?
Yeah, click on the arrows at the bottom right.
Arrow, bottom right. Oh, I should probably turn Spotify on. Okay, I'll just, oh shoot, I might get ads though.
That's fine, I guess.
Oh, yeah. I guess I shall go on YouTube and queue up some songs.
Yeah, you can just get a non-copyrighted soundtrack, I guess.
Are we going for non-copyrighted?
Because
If we live stream on YouTube, do we get yelled at?
maybe. Yeah, so just do a non-copyrighted soundtrack.
Okay, non-copyrighted music.
Medical office or something, I don't know. But it's not, yeah, that's what we use for IYBS.
It says best non-copyrighted music.
Search for medical corporate music.
Oh, what, sorry?
Medical corporate music.
Oh, appropriate music?
Medical corporate music. Like
Medical corporate music.
that's the playlist we used for IYBS.
Got you. Medical corporate music. That's like 3 minutes.
It was part of a playlist.
Got you. I'm gonna open up a couple others. I'm just gonna queue things up so I don't get ads, basically. Well, 2 songs should be enough. Let's try this again. Share screen. Oh, wait, I forgot in Zoom, if I share only one tab, then you won't notice if I go to another one. That ought to be good. What if I just download the Canva? Use the PDF. Maybe try. Opening ceremony slides. You. Okay, how about now?
Yeah,
Is this okay?
It's still showing like the menu bar at the top.
Yeah, let's see, view, full screen mode. The thing is though, if I'm on full screen mode, then I can't go from song to song on YouTube.
Can you do, you can make a playlist, right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's not continuous, let's see. Infraction, this should sound okay. We don't need more than 5-ish minutes, right? It should be okay. It's gonna go on to like epic copyright dramatic music in the middle, but
I'm gonna
I
admit,
also need a way to stop the music though. So how about for first few minutes, you can see, you know, the PDF with the menu, right?
yeah, and then after
after I quit music, I'll go full screen.
at 9 o'clock, we can stop the music and go full screen.
Yes, okay. So I'm going to,
I'm gonna admit the participants now.
yes, and then I will go ahead and keep playing music.
Things that do more than just one thing are really valuable things.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. We are incredibly excited to have you here today at the Simply Neurocon. And we're gonna kick this opening ceremony off by telling you a little bit about our mission, what the Simply Neurocon is about, what it's going to involve, and then introduce our wonderful keynote speaker. So just as a heads up, please do keep your microphone muted for the entire time. And if you are comfortable being recorded, you are absolutely welcome to keep your video turned on. This will be live streamed on the YouTube. Hello to all the YouTube folks out there. So a brief overview of the Simply Neurocon. This is hosted by Simply Neuroscience, a fiscally sponsored international student-led organization, which we'll be telling you more about today. And here is a short snapshot of our core organizing team. And let's go around in order and introduce ourselves, those of us that are present here today. My name is Chinmay. I am the founder and chief executive officer of Simply Neuroscience. I'm a second-year undergraduate student at Columbia University and founded this organization in May of 2019. And now I'll pass it over to Arvind to introduce himself.
My name is Arvind. I'm the president and chairman of the board of directors of Simply Neuroscience. I'm a rising senior in high school from New Jersey, and I'm excited to host this exciting conference for all of you. Next, I'll pass it on to Sasha, since Skylar is not here.
Hi everyone, I'm Sasha. I'm a rising senior in San Antonio, Texas, and I'm the co-director of Outreach and Research. And I'm super excited to see you guys here, and I'm really excited for this conference.
Next, we'll pass it on to Inchira.
Hi everyone, I'm Intira. I'm a high school senior from Mysore, India, and it's really nice to be a part of this conference. Really happy to see you all.
Awesome, thank you everyone. So here's a brief overview of what Simply Neuroscience is about. As I mentioned, we are a student-led international organization, and our work is mainly focused on interdisciplinary neuroscience. We work to empower students to get involved, students of all ages, to get involved in neuroscience and psychology through our framework of education, outreach, and awareness. So our icebreaker time is here. We know that our audience comes from a staggering number of countries spread around the world. I believe the number is 67 countries, and we have over 1,000 registered attendees. And so with that being said, we would love to know what state or country you are tuning into the opening ceremony from. So type it in the chat, Zoom folks, and the YouTube live stream folks as well. Wonderful. We got Canada represented, India, the United States, Ukraine. Wonderful. Turkey, Philippines, Uruguay, Israel, Egypt, UAE, Indonesia. Wonderful. Let's keep those coming in the chat. Would love to get to know where you guys are from, and hopefully also get to know you guys throughout the span of the conference. If you haven't joined our Slack community already, be sure to do so. Now with that, I'm going to pass it over to Arvind.
Thank you, Chinmay, for that excellent introduction. So the entire Simply Neurocon conference wouldn't have been possible first without our sponsors and supporters. Before we continue on, I would like to thank all of our sponsors for the support, both monetary and advice, that they've given throughout this entire process. In fact, we started playing this conference last December, so it's been quite some time. And some of these include the STEM Advocacy Institute, Hack Club, Sticker Mule, the Art of Problem Solving, and Beam, and we're thankful to all of them. So what is Simply Neurocon? Simply Neurocon is our first international interdisciplinary conference for neuroscience and psychology. We have over 50 of the world's most prominent scientists, professors, and entrepreneurs and activists in the field. And we are sure that you will be excited, inspired, and fostered in your interest of neuroscience with this event. We have over 1,000 registered attendees from 67 countries, so we are sure that this event will make a global impact. You can visit these links if you would like to see the schedule of the event and more information, which one of our moderators will send in the chat as well. So I'm very pleased to announce our keynote speaker, Dr. J. Balavenkata from India. Some of his excellent accolades include his position as a senior consultant and academic director in Coimbatore, India, the president of the Asian Oceanic Society of Regional Anesthesia, member of the Educational Committee of the World Federation of Society of Anesthesiologists, and member of the Scientific Core Committee of World Congress of Anesthesia, and several other accomplishments. He's a prominent anesthesiologist and medical professional around the world, and we are excited to have him as our keynote speaker. So as I mentioned in some of the emails, we have prizes. If you filled out the pre-conference survey already, and you fill out the mid-conference survey and post-conference survey, as well as fill out some other information, you will be eligible to receive these prizes, which include some stickers from our sponsors and ourselves, a handwritten letter, and merchandise from our store, as well as other problem-solving coupons and a balsamic promo code. If you have any questions, always feel free to type them in the chat, and one of our moderators will get back to you as soon as they can. So I am pleased to introduce you to Simply Neurocon and our keynote speaker. Thank you all for attending the opening ceremony. And we now turn it over to Dr. Balavenkat Subramanian, and for a weekend of inspiration, enrichment, inspiration, and innovation in neuroscience. We can't wait to introduce you to all the workshops, speaker sessions, and more in our event. So I'll turn it over to our keynote speaker now.
Greetings from India. I deem it a great pleasure and privilege to deliver the keynote address of a conference which is organized by the vibrant and young minds who think brain is more important and mind is more important, and mental health is extremely important. I take the pleasure of delivering this keynote address and immensely thank Simply Neuroscience, this organization which has been formed to help global enrichment in neurosciences. Thanks to the founder, Chinmayi, and the three important people whom I've seen today, Arvind Krishna, Inchara, and Sasha, and all the members of the organizing committee of the Simply Neurocon. In the next few minutes, I will share my thoughts on essential ingredients to achieve professional excellence. I'm a doctor by profession and an anesthesiologist by my specialization. And I think it is very pertinent and important in whichever field you choose to become a specialist. It becomes very, very crucial for you to achieve professional excellence. And I will take you through the journey of what I feel is probably very important, which the young minds have to perceive to holistically develop into an excellent professional. And I'm really happy to see the mission of you and where you empower students to get involved in interdisciplinary neurosciences and psychology through your several programs. And I fail in my duty to deliver the keynote address if I don't speak a word about this invisible challenge that we have due to the COVID virus, which has affected and afflicted every single country. And it is because of this virus that it becomes pertinent that mental health has to be preserved across the globe, because it has affected the economy and the psychology of several human beings across the globe. But you will all understand that the brilliance of the human mind will soon win over this COVID virus. And also we know that we can solve this extraordinary challenge posed by the virus by doing ordinary things with extraordinary discipline, which would include wearing the face mask, the physical distancing, and the hand hygiene. If you all close your eyes and think, what has been the best gift that you have achieved or acquired so far? And then you will realize that it is your life itself. There are several creations in this world, but the supreme creation is that of being a human being. And we thank the Almighty for making us that supreme creation, being a human being. And also because of the fact our life is a gift, because from what we see, when you become a supreme creation, as a human being, not everyone is bestowed with the gift of having all the senses intact. But most of us here today have all the senses intact, where you can see, where you can hear, where you can make an individual decision, when millions of people in this world are not able to do all that we do normally. Hence, we are indeed really gifted. And I think every day is a gift to us. And it becomes very pertinent and important that you make this gift to utmost use. And it's important as young individuals, you should drive away the boredom and lethargy on a day-to-day basis. Every minute has to be used so potentially to make you a powerful person in whatever field that you choose. When you want to be a person of tremendous professional excellence, it is because you develop and assimilate several factors along the journey as you grow. So you are built brick by brick by your teachers and by the place where you work. This is the place I work. It's a 500-bedded tertiary care referral trauma center and orthopedic center in the South Indian city of Coimbatore. I learn a lot from my institution, and when I evolve, I've gathered so much and I've assimilated from my school teachers, from my college teachers, from the place I work, from my father and mother, my in-laws, my father-in-law, mother-in-law, my family, and every person whom you meet, with every conversation that you make, you will understand that if you open up and keep your eyes and ears open, you start picking up good qualities that is extremely important to make you an iconic person. An iconic person who is one who leaves behind a permanent position in this world, even long after physically you have disappeared from this world. I would want each one of you who are part of this deliberation to set your goal that you become iconic in the profession that you chose, and you become a power to reckon in your chosen field. And how is that you will become a power to reckon, and how will that you will become iconic? It starts from self-discipline. Every successful person, the most essential ingredient is to have an excellent self-discipline. Where do I start? I would start from this particular statement of one of the biggest educator of United States, Stephen Covey, who said, begin with the end in mind. In whatever you choose, you first have to fix the destination. You should have the end in mind so that your journey towards the destination becomes superb. How do you do this? Number one is you need to know this principle of all things are created twice. And the first creation is the mental creation, and the second creation is the physical creation. What do you mean by this? When you decide to build a house, the first thing that you want to do is you dream of a house, bring it into a blueprint. And the second creation is you make it happen by using the brick and mortar. So that is how you start everything that you do. You dream of it, create it mentally, and then make it physically happen. If you see some of the icons of our country who have been champions of champion in their chosen field, the one on the left is Vishwanath Anand. He's a peak performer. He's a world champion in chess several times. And if you ask him, what is that made him to excel in his profession, you will understand the fact that if he's going to play the world championship tomorrow morning, the previous few days, he has played his opponent mentally several times. Several times he has played against his opponent, and he knows for every move that he made, he has mentally made a move, a counter move. And this makes him win all the championships. So if you want to be a peak performer, you mentally start doing things much before you do it physically. So the peak performers, they live it, feel it, and experience it. And I would want every young, vibrant mind here to be peak performers. Please do it mentally, and then you do it physically. And as you're dealing with neurosciences, and if you see, one of the most important thing that is a part of a success or an excellence is the sleep. I'm sure each one of you would have read a lot about sleep, but all the successful people have a good night's sleep. This is the time when the neurons get rest and it's willing to take the challenges of the next day. So as the adults, all of you need a minimum of 7 hours of extremely good and sound sleep, where physically and mentally you get relaxed, and the next day morning you're willing to take all the challenges of the life. So one of the most important thing of professional excellence is to have a sound sleep. Next one is beat the alarm. Getting up early in the morning. If you ask all the successful people in the world, they would say one thing in common, and that is when the whole world was sleeping, they were up. They were up and ready, and they had strategic planning done. So this is what is most successful people attribute their success to the first 1 hour of the day. What do they do differently from all the others who are mediocre? These people, when they get up early, 30 minutes is for their physical well-being, where they make exercises or yoga or gym. So it is for their physical well-being. And the next 30 minutes is for their mental well-being. And the mental well-being comes from reading very positive things, reading positive attributes and codes of most successful people. And the next 5 minutes after this 1 hour is to plan your day so that every minute of your day becomes so successful. And once you have a good sleep, and once you have got up much earlier than others and spent 1 hour to regenerate yourself physically and mentally, you're ready to go. Along with this, I would wanted all of you to develop certain personal traits which makes you an accomplished person. What are those personal traits of great significance? Number 1 is humility. All those who have become successful in life, all those who have been winners, also have a tremendous amount of humility. So I want you to have this personal trait as a part of you. Second thing is the enterprise in you. All those who have been winners have got the enterprise to think differently, and they are extremely successful. Along with this, if you have integrity, what does this word integrity mean? It is doing the right thing even when no one is watching you. This is something which I would wanted to emphasize. You should have tremendous integrity in every walk of life and everything that you do. And if this is part of you, you become a true role model because you walk the talk. And I would say again, you have to use this concept of being humble throughout your journey. And this is a beautiful statement. Humility is the mother of giants. One sees great things from the valley, only small things when they watch it from the peak. What a beautiful statement it is. So I just wanted all of you to have this giant inculcated inside you. So it's integrity, humility, along with that appropriate judgment, excellent competence, persistence in what you do with a visionary zeal, you will achieve professional excellence. This is an excellent statement made by Jim Collins, who said, if you want to go and become great, you may be good. Most of us are good. But how do you become great? You become great by the following beautiful statement. Leaders display a paradoxical combination of personal humility and professional will, channeling their energy, drive, creativity, and discipline into something larger and more enduring than themselves. I think this is something which all of you should imbibe. And it becomes important if you want to be a person of excellent accomplishment, you have to be a leader in your chosen profession. You need not be the CEO, but whatever position you are in an organization, you should have leadership qualities which will propel you to achieve professional excellence. So what are the 7 steps? I'm just going to enumerate the 7 steps for you to achieve exceptional position in your chosen field. Number 1 is confidence. Number 2 is passion to the profession. Number 3 is the mastery plus passion together, which will result in you earning respect. And 4th is communication. The leaders are the ones who communicate extraordinarily well, and you should take additional responsibilities apart from your responsible position, taking extra work. And number 6, you have to transfer the legacy. And 7th and the most important one is, as you grow up the ladder, you need to enrich your inner self. I'm just going to enumerate few aspects of this. If you want to grow, as I said, you need to be extremely confident. And this happens when you have complete belief in your own self. This is what I think is extremely crucial for all the young minds here. You should have a belief that you will be able to achieve and accomplish. And you should exceed your expectations all the time. How do you exceed your expectations? I will give you the formula which I found to be most useful in my career and in my life. These are the 4 pillars where you can exceed your expectations. Number 1 is the extraordinary skill in your chosen profession. Number 2 is a wide knowledge about the profession that you chose. When the skill combines with knowledge, you become an entity by yourself. But then to become iconic, along with that, you have to have the trait of integrity and honesty. And with that, the most important thing is humility. If all these 4 join together, you are going to be a success story, because every time you do something, you will exceed your own expectations. And this will result in you having a positive attitude towards your life always, like this young man who was so deprived physically, but one of the most strongest mentally. I would just wanted all of you to face the world with extraordinary positive attitude. And if you do that, you will have excellence as a part of your life. This is a beautiful statement. Masters make everything look so simple. The most brilliant of the best do their craft with effortless ease and exceptional grace, or at least make it look that the way to you and me. And I would wanted all of you to make excellence as a part of your work. Everything that you do and anything that you do should be excellent. And excellence is always, you know, that is never an accident. So once you're extremely confident, you're extremely skillful, knowledgeable, had the right personal trait, you have built the first step towards your leadership. And the second one is, with all these ingredients inside you, next thing you should have the extreme passion to perform. I would again like to quote from United States, the Wright brothers, who gave us the aircraft. It was their brilliance. Though they lived in a rural part of United States, they did not have much money with them. But what the universities could not do, they did because of their passion to perform. I would wanted all of you to read the history of how Wright brothers worked hard to get the aircraft on space, and they've completely changed the world into a global village because of their creation and innovation. So I would wanted all of you to have the passion to perform in your chosen field. So if you have the mastery plus the passion to perform, slowly everyone around you starts respecting you. This is very important, and this will allow you to take the steps towards the growth and prosperity. Having accomplished all this, now what difference it makes between people who are known and people who are not known? You have to communicate. It's not enough to be brilliant. It is not enough to have tremendous wisdom. It is not enough to be passionate at your work, but you should have the ability to communicate all the concepts and messages that you have inside your mind to everyone who matter. Here lies the wisdom of communication. If you see, I would quote from United States, some of the brilliant communicators and orators who changed the destiny of United States of America. Martin Luther King, phenomenal. If you have not watched him deliver talks, I would ask all the young minds to go and listen to his brilliant talks, Martin Luther King. And for India, the father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi, was a great communicator and a great orator who made people believe in his statement. And I would want each one of you to be excellent communicators. I also would like to tell and quote the modern day hero, Barack Obama. I have seen him deliver his talks with such brilliance and commitments. And I would want each one of you to develop the quality of being an excellent communicator. As a doctor, I should know what I should communicate to my patient, to my colleagues, to my administration, and to my society. And similarly, you have to make sure that you develop the skills and the same content when you convey to different people, you need to have different communication skills. And I would want all of you to become an expert in this important way that you will communicate yourself to the entire world. And the next thing is you need to take additional responsibility. You need to come out of your comfort zones. If there is an assignment that has been given to you, you do that, but you do few things extra, which your organization and institution will allow you to do. So please take additional responsibility throughout your life. Go that extra mile, go that extra bit to make sure that you do things which others don't do. So please take on additional responsibilities. And always I would want to quote, the person who achieves professional excellence does not take money into consideration in every step. If this becomes the norm, then you're curtailing yourself of being one of the best. So I would want you to, the take-home message that I would want to give the young minds is, please do not equate your acts to the money. If you think that money has to be given for every act that you perform, then you are belittled and your growth is hampered. I want you to take this deep into your mind. I want you to introspect on this particular point. And you should have very strong work ethics. And every time that you have a free time, you have to venture into learning and updates, including journals, visiting centers of excellence, and being a part of international meet. I'm extremely happy that all of you who are involved in this Simply Neuroscience and Neurocon have gone this extra mile. You not only want to get enriched, but you want to enrich the entire world community of students in the chosen field of brain, neurosciences, and mental health. So I think you're in the right path. You're in the right direction. And I'm extremely delighted and happy that these young minds, all of you have come forward to spread this message. And next important is, as you grow up the ladder, when you become an iconic figure, it is important that you create a legacy. And how do you do that? You should pass on all that you have learned to the youngsters who are following you. You will be a true role model to all of them. Kindly pass on the legacy. All the rich experience and expertise that you accomplished and achieved should go on to the youngsters and the juniors, so that you create a huge impact in the society. And as you know, shared leadership is the answer for growth and progress. And you know, you need to build a team. Team building and teamwork is vital. Again, I see it in Simply Neurocon, because you perform as a team, because each of the leader knows interdependence is a higher value than independence. So I think you're interdependent on each, and together you will accomplish a lot. And I would want all the young minds to think that alone you will accomplish very little, but as a team, you will move towards excellence. And now coming to the most important aspect is, as you grow, you need to become strong internally. You need to become strong physically. And how do you do this? And I will wanted to give you one solution for this, the time-tested solution. Number one is to be happy always internally, extremely peaceful inside you, a calmness inside you all the time. And then you need to manage your time and you have to balance your activities. And most importantly, when you're back home, you should create a very, very happy home. And you need to spend absolute quality time with your family. I think you need to make sure that the mobile phones and the computers are left at the work desk and never brought it into the family time. I'm afraid the young minds of today spend a lot of time with the machines and than the man. I would want you to reconsider this. And when you decide on a family time, I think you should leave away all the gadgets and spend truthfully and trustfully that few minutes that you spend with your father, with your mother, with your sister or a brother. I just wanted you to have a happy home. And to do that, you should have absolute good quality time with your family. Because if you see, those who grow and those who accomplish, who are happy inside, who keep their happy home are the ones who are extremely successful. If you keep a very happy home, they will be a part of your success. And when you win prizes, accomplishments and accolades, there are people to come and pat you and say, excellent. And I would want that to be a part of each one's life. So you need to be careful to build a beautiful home and an excellent relationship inside the family. And this is a good formula given for life leadership. So you should think that of the 24 hours, this is a formula that has been given by some of the most successful people on earth. They said 1 hour is for physical wellness, 1 hour is for reading and contemplation, 1 hour with family for emotional needs, 1 hour for futuristic growth, and 1 hour for spiritual needs. If you're not able to accomplish it and on a day-to-day basis, they say that 35 hours out of 168 hours in a week should go into this 5 different categories, which will make you one of the best holistic person who has grown in all aspects of life and a great entrepreneur and an enterprising person. So I just want all the young minds to think about this formula and incorporate and see if it works well for them. If you do all this, you really will emerge as a leader. So if you see, this is a beautiful anecdote. If you see the chess coin, a soldier becomes a king by the attributes that he does, and he propels himself to leadership. This is the picture of the father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi, who was a very simple person, but he's the one who achieved excellence professionally as a freedom fighter by driving away the mighty British Empire by non-violence. And he always said, be the change. So I would want each one of you to be the change that you want to see around you. And I have great regards to Warren Buffett. And I'm sure each one of you know a lot about him. But this particular statement was so very good that I wanted to share with all of you. There will never be a better you than you. There will never be a better me than me. We should exert more of our hidden potential. We should liberate more of our natural creativity. There will never be a better day to be the best than today. I think what a promising message by one of the tallest thinker and leader of United States. I bow to Warren Buffett for this beautiful statement. And you need to introspect, and you need to change, and you need to rise like a phoenix, and you need to respond to every challenge in life with might. And sometimes you are challenged. Everyone who is causing you to struggle the challenge. For example, your friends would have said, I will accomplish this task for you. And then at the end of it, when 1 hour is left, he suddenly says that, oh my God, I didn't have time to do that. Consider this as an opportunity to learn to do a thing within 1 hour. So everyone who is causing you struggle and challenge, or in a way helping you to become a better person, a stronger person, and more accomplished person. So success is all about being in the process of joyfully creating a life that reflects your highest values, your deepest beliefs, and your greatest dreams. I would want each one of you to dream very big. Small aim is a crime. The former Prime Minister of India, the most respected leader of our nation, Sri APJ Abdul Kalam, used to say, small aim is a crime. And he said, dream big all the time. I would want all of you to have the greatest dreams. We are what we repeatedly do, and excellence then is not an act, but a habit, said Aristotle. And this is another beautiful statement which I would wanted to share with you. The happiest people do not have the best of everything. They just make the best of everything. And I would want all of you to make the best of everything. When anyone speaks about each one of you who is attending this meeting as you grow in life, they have to say, if someone asks, how is Chinmayi? How is Arvind? How is Inchara? How is Sasha? To one of your teachers, they have to tell, oh, they are world class. They are unique. They are very innovative. And this should be the goal of each one of you here. You know which is the biggest crime? To be mediocre. So you should have a theme inside mind every time when you get up in the morning that today I will do everything that is possible to push me forward to the next step. And you will have to have a crusade against mediocrity. You are the leaders of the 21st century. The leaders of the 21st century are preparing themselves not for the comfortable predictability of yesterday, but the realities of today and the unknown possibilities of tomorrow. You have several challenges up on the sleeves, but I think you need to prepare yourself to confront these challenges and to emerge extremely successful. This is another statement from one of the most vibrant minds that US has ever produced. He died at the age of 79 in 2012, but he left behind a legacy. I'm not too sure how many of you have gone through his writing, his books, his videos. If not, I would strongly advocate you go through his preachings for you to become eminent in your profession. And Stephen Covey said, between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response, and in our response lies our growth. What a brilliant statement. Today, many of you are listening to this talk. This is a stimulus. But how many of you respond to the stimulus? How many of you respond to the stimulus with the magnitude that will push you forward? Only few will do it. But here, I request all the young minds here to push themselves forward. Whatever I spoke so far has been a conglomeration of ingredients which I thought is essential for young minds to think, introspect, and make it a part of their life. I want each one of you to be a role model. I want you to walk the talk. I would wanted to quote from a Japanese proverb. There are 3 persons inside you. It's a nice proverb. There are 3 persons inside you. Do you know who they are? Number 1 is the person that you only know. You only know your thoughts. Even your mother and father do not know what you think. So that is the first person inside you. The second person inside you is the person that is known to your closed circle, your close friends, your father, mother, sister, brother. And the third person inside you is the person that you present yourself to the entire world. When you go to the office, when you go to the school. So that is the third person inside you. So there are 3 persons living inside you. But who is the most successful person? The most successful person is when the difference between the first person inside you, that is the person you yourself, for yourself, and the person to the society, if the difference between these two persons inside you is hardly any, if there is no difference, that means you're truthful all the way. Whatever you think, whatever you speak is also what you do when you go out to the community. So when the difference between the first person inside you and the third person inside you is not high, if the difference is very less, take it from me, you're going to be an accomplished leader and you will be a role model and you will be a person whom will leave back a legacy. And this is what I would expect from each one of you. And if you do that, you create permanent memories in those with whom you have met. And you have made a professional impact, a legendary life. And I'm sure that each one of you here who are part of these deliberations will make sure the beautiful life that you have got as a gift should be converted into a legendary life and a legacy. You could have been born to an illiterate parents, but you cannot die illiterate. You could have been born to a very poor mother and father, but it is your own fault if you die poor. You have got all the abilities and capabilities to become the richest man on earth. And I would want you to unleash your internal, creative, innovative nature to become the best. And if you do that, you will be honored in the Hall of Fame. And I wish that each one of the young minds here get honored for their accomplishments in their professional life. And I will be extremely delighted and happy to know the growth of your organization and the accomplishments that you will make. And I would be very happy. You're just 1 year old. And when it is 10 years old, a decade later, I would like to see each one of you in Hall of Fame getting several accomplishments across the globe. And if you do all this, your life will be a history for several young minds to follow up. And you have done tremendous proud to your parents and to your country. And I take this opportunity to thank each one of you for patiently hearing to me. And I am happy to have conveyed my thoughts to all of you. And I look forward for brighter days for the entire world to live in amity and peace and grow together in a very, very positive atmosphere. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to deliver the keynote address of this very important conference. And I'm sure the deliberations here, which is going to happen for the 4 days, will embark on a new journey for excellent mental health for the global citizens. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Balvenkat. We really enjoyed hearing your insights and inspirational presentation. All attendees, if you have any questions, feel free to type them in the Zoom chat or on YouTube Live. You can type them in the YouTube Live chat, and one of our moderators will convey them to the speaker.
Hello, thank you so much for your talk. We have one question here. Somebody wants to know how you've personally dealt with failures throughout your life.
Yeah, so I think whenever you want to do a task, there are two possibilities. One is success and the other is failure. If it is success, then you are at your best. So you move on to get into the next act again to become successful. But if you become a failure, it's the time to introspect, to find out what happened and what was the reason that you failed. And this introspection is so important and crucial, and you will find the answer. All the time you will find the answer. You will know where you went wrong. And next time you would make sure that all those small flip shot that you had, the small loopholes that you had, you're going to cement it and you're going to come back with greater vigor and power. So all that I would want to tell is failure do happen, but you need to face the failures after introspection, come back with greater vigor and power, and success is always yours. It may be just a question of time, but it can be accomplished.
And our next question is from Aaron Vinson, and they're asking if you have any tips on transferring into a growth mindset.
Transferring into?
Transferring into a growth mindset. If you have any tips for kind of like getting into that mindset where you're not focused so much on failure, but you're focused on growing and rising from a failure.
Yeah. So this is a very important question. And what I personally feel is you need to make yourself pretty strong internally. And as I said, contemplation, yoga, and physical and mental well-being, and everything that you face, if you're going to analyze it neutrally and not emotionally, you will always see that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. So all that I would request you is, whenever you're confronted with a tough situation, rather than becoming angry and emotional, you just have to become quiet and calm and start meditating on your problem. And I am 100% sure that you will get a solution. Anything that is done with calmness always gives you the best solution.
So our next question for you has to deal with imposter syndrome. So we have a student who wants to know how you think you should approach imposter syndrome, especially if you're in pre-med.
I will just wanted to, you asked about a question as, you would like to be considered as a fraud? I mean, he meant something like that. May I know exactly what is in the mind when he posed this question?
Yeah, so I think what he was probably talking about is sometimes when you enter like for example, for pre-med, you might feel out of place, you might not feel adequate compared to your peers. So do you have any tips for if you don't feel like you're good enough to be?
Oh, yeah. So I think when the creations are made, every creation is the same. There are no better neurons in one individual and not in the other. Neurons are the same. I'm sure you agree. The chemicals produced by all the nerves are the same. So it's just not the brain. It's just the mind which you have to win over. And you need to tell yourself that I'm one of the best creations. And if someone else can do it, why not me? And again, all these answers is by introspection on how to gain confidence and how to make sure that you don't have self-pity on yourself. And with a strong mind, extremely confident that you will accomplish, I am sure that you will face the world in a better way. At no point of time you give time for negative thinking. Don't think negative. Even if you have it, you need to tell yourself, no, I'm born to lead. I know I can accomplish. I know that I have the essential ingredients to become good. So I would request the person who asked the question to invest time on books which give a lot of positivity, and invest time on listening to the success stories, most of them have been whatever situation that you face when you enter into a new zone, which is not a comfort zone, you will face these questions. But you have to make the alien atmosphere to align to you to become better, and it's possible.
Absolutely. And so for our next question, somebody wants to know if you have any advice for standing out specifically in the pre-med field.
In the what's that? Oh, for preparing for the exams.
Yeah, I just think overall, maybe preparing for the exams and just being proficient in the fields.
Yeah, can you come again on it? What are the?
Yeah, for sure. The question was if you had any suggestions or any tips to make yourself stand out in the pre-med fields or in like the medical fields in general.
Okay, so as I said, the formula which I spoke, the exceeding the expectations works on two things, skill and knowledge. And it directly proportional, your accomplishments are directly proportional to the time investment into what you consider as important. And knowledge is power. I think the one who is well read and the most read is the one who is going to accomplish. And if it needs the task of certain skill sets, the skill sets include the memory power, the ability to communicate, the ability to write. I think these are the soft skills that one has to develop to accomplish any task, and also in pre-med and in medicine.
Got it. And we're getting a lot of questions. So we're getting a lot of questions about the current situation in the pandemic and how it's very easy to slip into this negative mindset. And so a question that we're getting a lot is how you suggest struggling, maintaining balance between daily activities and how to confront loneliness and depression during such a difficult time.
It's a brilliant question. I think this is the question which is going on in the mind of every human individual on this earth. Number one is the possibility of you contracting the disease. Number two, the possibility of having your close ones in the hospital. Number three is the inability to do what you have been doing. Number four, getting confined to a closed space for hours together, which we are not used to. Definitely produces a phenomenal challenge. In life, there are few things where you can change, but few things where you cannot change. So this pandemic is a situation is beyond you. It is beyond human thinking. I'm sure an end will come to this by the vaccine which will be produced, and we look forward for it. But until then, maybe the next few weeks to months are something very crucial and challenging. But I have seen those who have converted this challenge into an opportunity, or those who utilized this time to build their skills. For example, learning a new language, learning a new art, learning a new skill, and online everything is available. And if you have not been a good communicator, use this as an opportunity to communicate. How do you communicate? How do you become a good communicator? Number one is you have to listen to the TED Talks. How many of you, I'm not sure, listen to the TED Talks? Do you listen? Do you listen? Yeah, that's great. So the TED Talk, I would want you to invest time in listening to TED Talk, and you will start thinking on how you are going to deliver a talk. So you can register your communication skill by choosing a topic, you deliver a talk, record it, and then you analyze it again. If it's a video audio, you just see how you did it, see your body language, see the vocabulary that you used, and you see the content of your talk, and then you try to modify it and become better. I'm just giving you an example of how to be a good speaker, a orator, and a communicator. So there are so many things that could be accomplished when you're alone. So with the advent of the e-platforms, the world is with you inside your room. It's up to you to see how much of the things that you grab and how you become enriched in the few months. Because once you're busy, you never have time to do all these things. Think it very positively as an opportunity to learn several things and make you a very enriched person. Does it answer your question?
Yes, that was great. I completely agree with everything you just said. And I love listening to TED Talks. So that's a fun way to spend your time as well. And then our next question for you is somebody wants to know how you recommend dealing with regret specifically.
Yeah. Sometimes you're really challenged. Yeah. And all the time. It's not it is all the time. It is not bouquets. Sometimes you have the brickbats coming in and a lot of regrets happening. It's a part of human society. It happens to every individual. But all that you need to do is you need to think whether you were a component of the situation and whether you could have been better in that situation. And if you think that you also contributed for that situation or scenario to occur, you have learned from that and you would prefer to be not doing it again so that these situations will never arise. It is always that in a scenario, it is not the opponent is always wrong. You could also be the cause of that. And so that acceptance and flexibility, if it's there with you, and I'm sure every regrets could be converted into happiness later.
Absolutely. And so for our next question for you, and this will probably be our last one, but somebody wanted to ask if you could give some tips on how to prioritize goals and also where you can find new opportunities and where to search for those.
Oh, this is a brilliant question. The most successful people know what to prioritize. They know how to prioritize their life. For example, if you are at home, you cannot do things which you would do in the playground. But once in the playground, you cannot do what is there in you do in the house. So if we have the distinction between how to plan your day, each day has to be planned. You need to strategize every hour of a day. And if you do that, if that planning comes in, if that prioritization comes in, I'm sure that you know how to prioritize all that comes on your way in life. And that's number one. And number two, you should have short-term and long-term goals. What will I be after 5 years? What will I be after 10 years? And if you know the destination, and if you know what should be the path, if you are able to demarcate and decide for that, I'm sure that you will know what to prioritize. You have 1 hour in hand, you will know whether you have to go for the bar or whether you want to invest in reading something new. And here lies the prioritization of which will propel you forward. And opportunities come to everyone. It is the ability to perceive the opportunity to take the right decision. So people achieve not because of the environment, they achieve because of the decisions that they made. And I'm sure the most powerful decision results in powerful destination. And you will be always guided by an inner instinct to do the right thing. Cling on to that. You will be a success.
Thank you so much. Thank you for talking with us today, and thank you for answering all the questions.
And thank you so much.
It was my pleasure, and I wish you all the very best.
And thank you, Dr. Balvinka. It was very nice having you as the keynote speaker. You definitely inspired us with all of your tips of how to gain success and emulate all the success that you've already gained in your career and your field. So thank you so much, and we really enjoyed your presentation.
Thanks, Arvind, and thanks to the entire team. Pleasure seeing all of you. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay. So to everyone, our next keynote speaker will be at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So until then, we have about a 1-minute break in which I can show their introduction slide and introduce them. Our next speaker today will be Dr. Bonnie Firestein, who will be presenting about her love affair with the brain. Dr. Bonnie Firestein is a professor of cell biology at Rutgers University. She earned her PhD in neuroscience from the University of California, San Diego, and worked as a postdoctoral associate at the University of California, San Francisco. Her laboratory's work focuses on developmental processes that shape brain function and how aberrations in these processes result in neurocognitive disorders, such as schizophrenia and autism. She has won a number of awards for her research on the normal and dysfunctional brain, including an NARSA Tolman Independent Investigator a NARSA Distinguished Marion G. Nicholson Investigator Award, and several other awards for her work. In 2013, she was awarded a Rutgers University Board of Trustees Award for her excellence in research. 17 graduate students have earned their PhD degrees under Dr. Firestein's mentorship, and 6 of her graduate students are currently pursuing her PhD under her guidance. Dr. Firestein also trained over 50 undergraduate students at Rutgers University and 15 postdoctoral associates. Lastly, Dr. Firestein gives back to the community by hosting neuroscience days for local students, and has most recently produced a video series to excite young children about neuroscience. I would now like to turn it over to Dr. Firestein to present about her work.
Okay, just want to make sure, can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, great, okay. So I want to thank Arvin and the entire board of organizers for inviting me to speak today. I'm actually very excited. And I'm also excited to follow that great motivational talk. I'm going to tell you today a little bit about my love affair with the brain as a neuroscientist. I'm going to tell you about some of the challenges I've had with being a neuroscientist and who has shaped my research and my way of thinking as a scientist. And lastly, I'll tell you a little bit about the work that we do in our lab. So first, I wanted to tell you that I come from a family of non-scientists. I was born in Brooklyn. I don't know why they keep speaking. I was born in Brooklyn, New York, and my dad owned a business. My mom was a stay-at-home mother, and a lot of my joy in learning came from my mother sitting with me and reading with me and teaching me how to read as a young child. And those are some of my fondest memories. A little bit later in life, I was in about 3rd grade. We moved to Huntington, Long Island, where I had a lot of teachers who also excited me about science. And ultimately, we moved to Florida, where I went to high school. So I've always loved STEAM and STEM. I have always been interested in science and math and love to understand how things work. So I think most of you, it sounds like from the questions, are interested in medical school. And I have to let you know, I was never interested in medical school, but I was interested in just basic science. And what I like to tell my undergraduate students who are in my lab, many of whom want to go to medical school, think about combining an MD with a PhD, because some of these programs will teach you not only to think about how to diagnose different disorders or diseases or syndromes, but they'll also give you the background in how to think outside the box. So just an aside, not that I'm against medical school, I think medical school is great, but I try to get people to think a little bit outside the box. And when I was in grades kindergarten through 12 up through high school, there was really no gender bias. So keep in mind, my experiences are going to be shaped by the fact that I'm female. So some of the things that I'll tell you and some of the adversities that I've faced are because I'm female, but others are just general that you face in science. I was involved in a number of clubs, U Alpha Theta, which is the Math Honor Society, Math League, Debate Team, and National Honor Society. And I'm sure many of you are involved in some of your own different types of activities. And I urge you to take a leadership role. So I was president of the debate team. I was treasurer of Mu Alpha Theta, and really get involved in some of your clubs at this level, because that's really what fuels your desire to become a scientist or a medical doctor. So how did I know that I was always interested in scientific research? I'm quite a bit older than you, so I have to think back to, what are some of the early signs? And I remember when we were moving from New York to Florida, I was in, I believe, 9th grade. I came home and my parents said to me, we just sold our house to a scientist. And it turns out that the scientist that they sold our house to was actually quite a famous scientist. He had moved from Russia to other countries and then finally settled in the United States. And his name was Yakov Gluzman. And Dr. Yakov Gluzman invented these cell lines called the COS cell lines. So these cell lines are from monkeys, they're monkey cells. And they're these cells that almost every biochemist and cell biologist uses to produce lots and lots of proteins or to study just basic properties. And so when I found out this fantastic scientist, I was over the moon. This is really amazing. And when we moved to Florida, I was even more excited, thinking, okay, now I can kind of start my scientific career in high school, knowing a little more about these COS cells and Yakov Gluzman. So going into high school, I took computer science classes, which for you guys is no big deal, right? There's lots and lots of programming. Keep in mind, again, that I'm a lot older than you, and personal computers were basically pretty new. So I had this amazing, amazing math and science, computer science teacher. And we had these little, they weren't even called Macs at that time. They were called Apple. So little Apple computers. And Mr. Rosen taught us how to program in BASIC, Apple Machine Language, and Fortran, which at that time was just unheard of. And this man really shaped my interest, even more so in science and math. He would give us exams, mathematical exams, that were even more difficult than I ever had in college. He really made us think. And this is a picture of him now. I had him many years ago, but to this day, I always think of Mr. Rosen and how he made us think and how he taught us cutting edge computer science, which again, today is no big deal, but back then it was really a big deal. And just to give you an idea, when I went to college, I took a Pascal programming course, and we actually had to bring the punch cards and wait until we had printouts, and it would take hours for us on these mainframes to run programs. You know, nowadays, everybody has their own laptop. So when I went off to college, I went to University of Michigan as an out-of-state student, and I went to University of Michigan because Mr. Rosen had actually gone there, and he graduated as salutatorian of his engineering class. And I thought, if the University of Michigan graduated this amazing man, and he used to talk about how great University of Michigan was, I'm going to go to University of Michigan. So off I went to University of Michigan. I was part of the honors program. University of Michigan is huge, but the honors program is relatively small. And I took honors math, where we were learning to prove theorems. And I thought, I want to get my PhD in math. So this is a picture of a Google search that I did recently. Keep in mind, I went to college from 1984 to 1988. So this picture is much more diverse than the picture that I would have found, we didn't really have online, but searching back then. And what you can notice from this picture is that although there's a lot more ethnic diversity than there was when I went to school, there were very few women, maybe at the bottom here. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but the bottom second panel. So back in 1984, 1985, I thought, is there really a place for me? And this is one of the points that I think I was looking to find where my niche was. So we talk about resilience. I thought, you know, at this point, I might really have to have a lot of resilience. I might be the only woman in my, graduate class, but let's see what else there is that would spark my interest, right? You're in college, you're taking different classes. And the University of Michigan at that time, you needed to take classes in hard science, social science, and the humanities. So the hard sciences were covered. I was taking physics and chemistry, and that stuff I loved. The humanities, we took, intro to literature and whatever the basic core components were. But social sciences, it was a little more difficult. And I took a sociology class, and then a very new field came about called psychobiology, which is now neuroscience. So I took a psychobiology class. And this is a picture of Dr. Kent Berridge. He doesn't know who I am because I was in this huge class, but this man really inspired me. It was the first time that I saw a merging of biology and the brain. And he was a brand new assistant professor. In fact, I think I was in the first class that he ever taught. And it just fascinated me. I thought, this is amazing. As much as I love math, I love psychobiology or neuroscience just as much. And then I was struggling, should I get a PhD in neuroscience? Should I get a PhD in math? Well, luckily, it turns out that nowadays it's very common, but again, back at the University of Michigan, you had to do an honors thesis. And so it was a relatively new concept. And because I took this class and Dr. Berridge was new, he really didn't have his lab set up yet. So I looked for my honors thesis mentor, and I found Dr. Jill Becker. And Dr. Jill Becker looks at sex differences, or used to, at least at that time, used to look at sex differences on the effects of hormones on the striatum, which is a region of the brain that's involved in Parkinson's disease, but it's also involved in other types of processes. And so I worked with Jill, and I remember Jill was an amazing mentor to me because Jill sat me down knowing that I wanted to go to graduate school. And she said, graduate school is tough. You need to be really resilient. And this was a woman who was at that time an assistant professor being promoted to associate professor. I saw her writing grants, which at the time, the funding rate was a lot higher than it is now. So I don't know how many of you know how this system works in the States, but when you're running a lab, You write to the government, you also write to private foundations, and you basically fund your own research. So you pay your graduate students, you pay your postdocs, sometimes you pay your undergrads, depending on what they're doing in the lab, and you basically run a small business. There's a lot of pressure on you. And nowadays, just to give you an idea, when you apply for a grant from the federal government, the chance of getting that grant every time you submit it is 10%. So there's a lot of stress. But Jill was under a lot of stress, but Jill was really resilient. And she was quite a role model, because when I went to graduate school, I felt prepared and ready for whatever was going to come my way, watching her write these grants. So Jill had suggested to me to look at the University of California, San Diego, because so I graduated in 1988. Back in 1988, this was the top graduate program in the United States for neuroscience. And so taking her advice, I interviewed at different schools, and I loved it at the University of California, San Diego, short for UCSD. So you do rotations, just like you do in every other graduate school. They have you do these short stints of about 8 to 10 weeks in 3 different labs. And then you choose the lab that you're most interested in. And hopefully you have a fit with the advisor. So I did that. And I started my graduate work with Dr. Paul Plotsky. Wonderful, wonderful man. We were also looking at sex differences in it's called the hypothalamic pituitary axis. So it's a hormonal axis. And I was with him. He was at the Salk Institute, which is an institute that's associated with UC San Diego. It's beautiful, overlooks the beach. We were doing great work. And suddenly, this is in 1991, Paul Plotsky couldn't get his funding. And this was very common. It's no reflection on how great his work is. It was just, again, like 8 percentile, 8% people getting their grants. So the Salk Institute is what we call a soft money institution. So your salary is not paid by the institution. You have to raise it through grants. And Paul then moved to Emory University, where he got grants and had a phenomenal career. I believe now he's retired. He's a wonderful man. But in the meantime, because he moved, and since the Salk Institute wasn't really per se, it was associated with UCSD, but didn't really have a way to fund the students, I needed to find a new advisor. So here I am at the end of my 3rd year of graduate school. I wanted to get my PhD in 4 years. I had to start all over. So talk about resilience. So you can imagine what's going through my mind. I've got this wonderful advisor doing great work. He's not getting funded. Now I'm at the end of my 3rd year. There's no way I'm going to graduate in 4 years. And graduate school is not like medical school. You don't have a set time that you graduate. So you could graduate anywhere from 4 years to hopefully not 10 years. Now I think they've kind of limited it. Back in my day, people stayed till 10 years. So a lot of, many thoughts went through my mind. Should I go to law school? Should I take a master's and go work? What should I do? And when I really, really looked at the situation, I thought, well, I have an opportunity here. I can actually explore a different area of neuroscience. And I really, really, really want to do scientific research. Nothing is going to stop me. So again, many people didn't have grant funding. I went to at least 10 to 15 different professors and said, I don't really care what the topic is. I want to do research. I want to learn from you. Do you have a spot in your lab for a graduate student? And Dr. Paul Insel, who actually is an MD, he is also a phenomenal man. So I would say I went from one amazing Paul to another amazing Paul. And I did my thesis work in Paul's lab. Paul is not by nature a neuroscientist. He actually studies kidney cells. But what's really interesting is that the way chemicals signal in kidney cells is very similar to how they signal in the brain. So I'm not telling you that kidney cells are exactly the same as neurons, but there are some similarities. And so I worked with Paul, and I had a very, very productive career with Paul, graduate career with Paul, and finished in the middle of my 6th year. So it wasn't too bad. But this, again, is another point at which you learn about resilience. So I know people were asking the previous speaker about what do you do when you look back, or how do you stay resilient? You really have to look within yourself and say, if this is something I want, nothing is going to stop me. And that's how I felt. I was like, nothing was going to stop me. And because I had that attitude, I actually applied for fellowships when I was going to Paul's lab. And these are national fellowships. And I got 2 fellowships that supported me through my entire career with Paul. So both of these men really shaped me and helped me maintain resilience. Then I went off to UCSF, University of California, San Francisco, as a postdoc. So if you are going to stay in academia, you need to do something called a postdoc. And back in the day when I was doing a postdoc, most postdocs you did maybe one, and they were about 5 years long. Some people did 2. Nowadays, people are doing either longer postdocs or multiple postdocs. But at that time, I went to UCSF. Now, UCSF is one of the most amazing atmospheres to be in when you're doing scientific research. It's very high paced. It's very cutting edge. The work is just really exciting. Sometimes that comes at the expense of your self-esteem. So again, people were asking about imposter syndrome and really facing challenges. So when I started at UCSF, I started in a laboratory that I didn't know had personnel issues. And in this laboratory, many graduate students and postdocs had left. So when I was at this laboratory, I was quite productive, but it was a very, very difficult atmosphere to be in. And after 4 months, even though I had data and was doing well and had applied for a fellowship, I made the decision that I was going to switch to another lab. I've had many, many people talk to me about that transition point because at UCSF, as well as other universities, it doesn't just have to be UCSF, often when people go to do a postdoc, sometimes the fit with the advisor is not a good one, or a fit with the research is not a good one. And being a postdoc is one of the most important steps if you are going to get your own position as an assistant professor, because this is the time that shapes the research that you are going to take with you and begin your lab with. So I switched labs. And once again, when I switched labs, I actually went from a person named David to a person named David. I applied for fellowships and funded my own research again, and really had an amazing scientific experience in the second lab. Now, there was a lot of pressure because, again, you're expected in this high pressure atmosphere to publish really top-notch papers. And this is where, when someone asked about imposter syndrome, that comes into play. So I would say that everybody that I interacted with was really amazing. Everybody was interested in science. Everybody was working hard, but it's a little bit scary when everybody is at that level. So one of the ways to keep in check imposter syndrome is to tell yourself, look, am I doing what I think is excellent work? Do I think that my ideas are strong? And the answer is usually yes. So you're not an imposter. You're really doing the best work you can do. So as the previous speaker said, just be the best you can be. You don't need to be the best David or the best Paul. I have to be the best Bonnie. And so that's what kept me going through UCSF and actually got me the job that I really wanted, was starting my own lab at Rutgers University. And so I can tell you right now that I've been at Rutgers. I just celebrated my 20th year at Rutgers. And one of my goals was to establish a lab where everybody did great science, but really enjoyed being there. So they want to be in the lab. I don't tell people these are how many hours you have to work. You have to be here at a certain time. I want people to want to be there. And I want people to make lifelong friendships and connections. And so what I'm showing you here are just 4 pictures from 4 random times in my lab. You'll see a much more recent picture at the end. But if you notice, so we have 2 pictures where we're dressed in red, not only for Rutgers University, but for American Heart Association Go Red Day, because we were funded early on by American Heart Association. And then on the right, you see us having fun. So I take my lab out to eat often. We make silly faces. And this is the way I wanted to live my life. And I want people to know that science is fun. And in fact, we have so much fun that we had an MD PhD student in the center, Chris Langhammer, who was the funniest, most amazing guy. And he used to leave his sweatshirt, his book bag, and his hat in the lab. And, I'm in my office, so I don't quite always know what's going on. And when it came time for him to defend his thesis, my lab presented me with this picture, actually dragged me in. So you can see me on the left-hand side over here, dragged me in and said, put on this sweatshirt, put on this book bag, and put this hat on. We got to get a picture of you and make this face. And they put together this picture, I call it the Brady Bunch picture, of Chris and us being Chris, so that when he defended his thesis, everybody could have a good laugh. And so this is the way I run my lab, right? Everybody has a lot of respect for each other. There's a lot of collaboration. I have people from all over the world. I have all sorts of people, and we really have a great time. And this is not just, oh, here's a one-off. We really do have a great time. And I keep in touch with all of my past students through LinkedIn or Facebook or whatever. Okay, so So now for the serious part. So what do we do in my lab and what do we study? And it turns out I have a relatively large lab. I have 6 PhD students and 7 undergraduate students. And because of COVID, I'm trying not to grow my lab. It's very difficult to take high school students now, but often I have high school students in the lab. It's become really, really difficult, even before COVID. But what's shown on the right is a picture of my three of my 6 PhD students and me when we went to the Biomedical Engineering Society meeting last year. And again, we were having a great time. They're not just smiling because I told them to. We actually had a great time. And we were presenting our work on traumatic brain injury and spinal cord injury. But our lab really has 4 foci. The first focus, which I'll talk to you about today, is understanding schizophrenia. The second is understanding how we can develop drugs, therapeutics to help those who have suffered a traumatic brain injury. The third is very similar. How do we develop therapeutics to help someone who has been injured by a spinal cord injury? And the last is just basic neurodevelopment, which is what I was trained in 20 years ago. So what I want to tell you is that I'm in a state that really pushes research for curing traumatic brain injury and spinal cord injury. And we're extremely lucky. $1 from every speeding ticket goes into a fund that then you can apply for money to run your lab and try to study traumatic brain injury and spinal cord injury. So I'm very thankful to be in New Jersey and thankful to be at Rutgers. So what do we look at? And this is just a very basic picture since we have people from the age of 13 all the way up to their 20s. This is a basic picture of a neuron. And what you can see is that there's a cell body with a nucleus here in purple and little branches that come out of the cell body. These branches are called dendrites, and these are the input centers for the neuron. There's a longer branch, or I call it, it looks like a piece of spaghetti, called the axon. And this is where the output comes. So the axon at the end will branch. And at the end of the axon, there are swellings called boutons. These swellings have little vesicles full of neurotransmitter. So what happens is, oops, sorry about that. What happens is neurotransmitter is released from these swellings, and they then bind to proteins called receptors on the dendrites. And these proteins called receptors will then transduce signal so that the dendrites can then tell the neuron, you just got a signal, basically. And what's also shown here is a wrapping around the axon. These cells are called oligodendrocytes, and they have this fatty substance that wraps around the axon that slows down the conduction. So neurons are electrically active, and you don't want the currents, right? So they're just ions. Currents are just ions to leak out. So this axon is insulated by myelin. So we are very, very interested in how neurons get their shape and how they talk to each other, they communicate, and what goes wrong when you have a situation such as schizophrenia. This is just to show you that when I talk about neurons and the shape of neurons, neurons can look very, very different depending where they are in the brain and even within the same region of the brain. So what's shown here are stellate neurons, and they look short and bushy. Pyramidal neurons, which are the ones that we mostly study, often they're turned 90 degrees counterclockwise because there are short, stubby basal dendrites and then a really long apical dendrite that branches off, and then a bunch of other neurons. And what I want to really point out here, I shouldn't say just a whole bunch of other neurons, but other neurons that have different shapes. The granule neuron shown here has very, very few branches. And one of the regions of the brain that we're interested in is the hippocampus. So we're interested in both the cortex and the hippocampus. And in the hippocampus, there are both pyramidal neurons and granule neurons. So it's very interesting because if you have damage to one region where the granule neurons are, you don't want to try to regrow your dendrites to make them look like pyramidal neurons, because then they're going to function differently. So it turns out if you think about a bush or a tree, think about your arms. If you have your arms extended and someone pinches you out on your hand, that's going to feel very different. And it's going to take a different amount of time to get to your actually spinal cord or your brain if you pinch in the middle of your arm. So it's the same thing with the pyramidal versus the granule neurons. Their shapes are different. So when neurotransmitter binds to receptors on their dendrites, they're going to process the information differently. So when you have a neurological disorder or a neurocognitive disorder, or you have an injury, if you're trying to regrow your dendrites, you need to be very careful that you understand how these dendrites formed in the first place so that you don't make the neuron turn into a different kind of neuron. And it turns out that learning increases your dendrites. So this is a study that was done by multiple groups. It was originally done by Bill Greeno in Illinois. And he took rats and either put them in a control environment, which for the sake of animal research is just put in a cage, a nice cage with bedding and food, or he put them in an enriched environment. So what's an enriched environment for a rat? Balls of different colors, wheels that they can run on. So basically like human beings, right? We like to exercise. We like to see pictures of different colors. We like to fidget with Rubik's cubes or, different things, play computer games. So this is enriched environment to them. And what Bill and other groups have done is they looked at the dendrite branching patterns of either pyramidal neurons that are in the hippocampus, which looks like a jelly roll and is involved in learning and memory, those granule neurons that I told you about that have a little bit less dendrites, cortical neurons in the layer 5, which is also involved in learning and memory, and the striatum, which has nothing to do with novelty or learning and memory. And what hopefully you can appreciate from this picture is that the regions of the brain that are involved in novelty and learning and memory ended up with more dendrites. But the region that's not involved had no change. And what's even more important is as these neurons added dendrites, they still look like they're the same shape. So you don't flip the type of neuron. You have the same kind of structure. So you can tell that this is still a pyramidal neuron, this is still a granule neuron, and this is still layer 5 pyramidal neuron. So what happens when you have a brain disorder or a neurocognitive disorder? This is just a schematic written by a former postdoc in my lab, and just to show you, for example, schizophrenia. So the dendrites in patients with schizophrenia, there are less of them than in a normal neuron. And this is often in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, which I'll talk to you about in a minute. In Alzheimer's disease, there are less dendrites, as well as other disorders. I just want, just for sake of understanding, these dendrites are not always smooth like your arm. They have little mushrooms that stick out, and these little mushrooms are called dendritic spines, and this is where information is received. So even in schizophrenia, even with the lower number of dendrites, you also have a lower number of these little spines, meaning that less information overall is coming into that neuron. And this is just to show you that in models of schizophrenia or a model of Rett syndrome, that when it's modeled in an animal, you see a lower number of dendrites, just like you do in humans. So shown on the left here is the visual cortex of a mouse that is normal and a mouse that has a mutation that you've seen in Rett syndrome. If you look at the dendrites that have the arrows, so these are pyramidal neurons in the cortex, you see this apical dendrite that then branches off, and there are lots of other dendrites. Whereas in this animal that replicates Rett syndrome, you see the apical dendrite, but very little dendrite branching. In a mouse model that's similar to schizophrenia, you also can see that if you count these dendrites and look at these little, I would say little nubs that are dendritic spines, that there are a lot less of them in this mouse model. So we're able to replicate what happens in the disease or neurocognitive disorder state. Okay. So why are we interested in schizophrenia? And I should tell you that my graduate student, Kristen Crosta, has done a lot of this work and is currently working on this project. Because we're talking about resilience in science, I just want to point out that she has shown a lot of resilience because we're in the midst of COVID. And Kristen is really interested in working with humans. I'll talk a little bit about later. Humans in schizophrenia, trying to find biomarkers. And in the advent of COVID in the middle of this pandemic, it's very difficult to work with humans. So she is doing some research in cell lines and doing some research waiting for the humans and human research to start. So again, this is one thing I want to point out. If you're in graduate school or medical school, you really have to think about, how do I deal with adversity? And in this situation, so that Kristen is not in graduate school for 10 years, because most of my students graduate within their 5th year, sometimes 6th year, but she is really looking at alternative ways to ask questions about our understanding of schizophrenia. So why are she and I interested in schizophrenia? It's a serious psychiatric disorder, which many of you probably know, and it actually affects 1% of the population. That's pretty high. There are genetic studies that own that there's a genetic component. So schizophrenia is not completely genetic. It's also not simple. Schizophrenia is a polygenetic disorder, polygenomic disorder. There are different genes that contribute to schizophrenia. And if I have schizophrenia or you have schizophrenia, the mutations in our genes might be different, but the outcome is similar. This makes it very, very difficult to treat patients with schizophrenia because the reason they have schizophrenia, the underlying genetic reason could be different. But what I want to show you here is that if you look at identical twins and the risk of developing schizophrenia, it's 48%. It's pretty high. As you decrease the degree of genetic association, for example, fraternal twins versus non-fraternal twins and siblings, you start seeing a decrease. So the general population is 1%. By the time you get to first degree cousins, it's 2%. But if you're identical twins, it's 48%, or fraternal twins, 17%. So there's definitely a genetic component. Schizophrenia, again, isn't simple. Why should we study simple? We want to understand how really complex things work. And there are 3 different types of symptoms that patients with schizophrenia show. There are positive, negative, and cognitive symptoms. So positive symptoms are the ones that you normally think of. They have delusions and have visual hallucinations. They hear sounds, they hear people talking, and their speech and thoughts are very disorganized. There are also negative symptoms that often you don't really think about. We generally, in movies, when we watch movies, they show the positive symptoms, but patients with schizophrenia have flat affect. So what does that mean? So as you see me talking, because I'm from New York originally, right? And I live in New Jersey now, my hands go all over. If you were to tell me something funny, I would laugh. If you tell me something sad, I would cry. Flat affect means that they don't show any response to stimuli. So if you tell them something sad, they don't get sad. If you tell them something happy, they don't get excited. They also don't speak as often, so there's decreased speech. They're socially withdrawn. They don't make attachments to other people. They also have a loss of motivation and a loss of enjoyment. So for example, I love chocolate. Chocolate is my favorite thing in the world. Maybe somebody who suddenly has an onset of schizophrenia who loves chocolate the way I do doesn't really enjoy chocolate anymore, or doesn't enjoy their favorite TV show, or doesn't enjoy many of their favorite things to do. Then, most importantly, there are cognitive problems. So executive function and their working memory. So if you have them try to memorize something, they don't work very well. They have very large problems with attention, and that feeds into decision-making. They can't make decisions. So we're really interested in understanding how we can treat patients or find biomarkers for patients so that we can help with these 3 different domains. This is just to show you a picture of the brain. We're really interested here in the prefrontal cortex. This is what has been implicated in schizophrenia. We also sometimes look at the hippocampus, which in this picture is kind of odd looking, but it looks like a jelly roll right underneath the cortex. So a lot of the work that we're doing is looking at the cortex and looking at the hippocampus. They actually have it drawn kind of oddly in here, but it looks like a jelly roll. Okay. So my laboratory, up till now, our research is focused on a protein that we know is expressed at higher levels in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex in patients with schizophrenia versus those without. Now, I have to tell you that we can't go into living human beings and show that, but what we can do is, which I'll show you in a minute, is get postmortem brain samples from brain banks of patients with schizophrenia and those who don't have schizophrenia and look at their brains and look at the protein expression. So this is just a little bit of a busy slide, but I wanted to tell you that we study a protein called NOS1AP. There is too much NOS1AP in patients with schizophrenia. I'll show you in a minute. And why is NOS1AP really important? So NOS1AP itself regulates neuronal communication at the synapse. The synapse is where that axon comes into the dendrite, and that's where communication occurs. And NOS1AP really plays a role in communication related to learning, memory, and cognition. NOS1AP stands for nitric oxide synthase 1 adapter protein. I'm just going to keep calling it NOS1AP. And I just want to show you here that there are 3 different forms of NOS1AP. There are actually predicted to be up to 7. And I'll show you data in a minute that all 3 of these are overexpressed in patients with schizophrenia, but we really focus on this long isoform. So the long isoform is a protein of 501 amino acids, and the shorter isoforms really encompass what we call the carboxy terminal area of this protein, and they all function similarly, although there are specific functions to each isoform. So if we get samples from patients from the LA Brain Bank or the Bank, and look at different regions of the brain, do we see just NOS1AP? We did this by running something called a Western blot. I don't know how many of you are familiar with a Western blot. You take proteins, you extract them from the brain, you then run them on a gel. This gel will separate them based on size. So the smaller proteins are going to, because they're small, kind of run between this gel is a polymer and it's got, and so the little proteins can run faster.
Doctor, I think you might be on mute.
Dr. Firestein, are you on mute? Because we can't hear you anymore.
Yes, it said that the host, what happened? Okay, let's see if I can get back on here now. Show my screen. Okay. Can you guys see my screen now? Arvin, can you hear me and see my screen?
Not yet, no.
Okay. Let's see if I can, I'm going to try to share again. So let's do PowerPoint, share. Okay, can you see the screen and hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, for some reason it said that the host muted everybody. So I'm sorry about that. I'm not the host. I didn't do it. I swear. Okay. So let's go back here. So to go back through this, we took brain samples from patients with schizophrenia and patients without schizophrenia, control patients. We extracted proteins, which means we take the brain. We are able to get the proteins out using detergent, and then we run a gel. And this gel is made of a polymer, and we run an electric current because when we use this particular gel, the proteins are coated with a negative charge. So the smaller proteins will run faster towards a positive charge, and the larger will run much on size. And then we use an antibody to look to find the different isoforms of NOS1AP. So the largest one will run where you expect a protein of 501 amino acids to run, and et cetera, for short and short prime. So what's shown here in this graph is that in the control patients, if we normalize it to, we use this housekeeping gene called GAPDH, which tells you how much protein you've run on the gel so that you know that you have equal amounts of protein. So if you look at the long isoform, you can see that in patients with schizophrenia, this again is a log scale, there's at least 10-fold more NOS1AP in this region of the brain, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. Short is much more elevated and short prime is more elevated. So you're comparing the clear bars to the gray bars. What we did see is that this is basically specific to this region of the brain, which is part of the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. And what we believe is that of NOS1AP, somehow that leads to the positive, negative, and cognitive symptoms of schizophrenia. How does NOS1AP? Okay. And so this is an experiment that we did where we looked at neurons in the brain that had too much NOS1AP. And what you can see on the left are camera lucida drawings of pyramidal neurons in a control sample versus in a sample where the neurons are overexpressing NOS. It's obvious to you that there are a lot less dendrites in this situation where there's too much NOS1AP versus control. We then quantitated. So if you look at the total length, you add up all the lengths, those that are overexpressing NOS1AP are shorter, and the number of dendrite branches, just like tree branches, goes down. So this is actually very, very interesting because it's telling us that NOS1AP regulates the input centers. And it's thought that schizophrenia is a neurodevelopmental disorder. It gets set up during development. So this could tell us that if you're developing and you have too much NOS1AP, your neurons aren't going to have as many input centers. Why is that important? So in every study that we've looked at on PubMed or people give talks, the most consistent statement about patients with schizophrenia, and this is done in human brains where they did connectivity studies, there is abnormal connectivity. So think about this. So on the top two sections here, these are connectomes or areas that communicate with each other in the normal brain that's stronger than those at schizophrenia. And on the bottom, these are areas that are overactivated in schizophrenia versus normal patients. So if you have less dendrites in one area of your brain, that is going to mess up the connectivity or the input into that brain and possibly the output to that area of the brain. So what we're looking at is a reflection of what could be abnormal synaptic connectivity. Okay. So this is also to show you how else can we reflect abnormal connectivity. Well, what if you have a developing brain and your neurons don't go to the right place in the brain? Shown on the left panel is a brain where a marker is being expressed by these neurons. So this is a developing brain. We've got neurons that are bright red. And what normally happens, we're looking at the cortex, is that neurons start, so you have fluid-filled areas of your brain right in the center. And so they're called the ventricles, and you have cells that are dividing by the ventricles as your brain develops. And what happens is they start migrating out to make the cortex. Well, if they overexpress NOS1AP, they don't migrate out as well. This again is a problem. So now you've got neurons that are in the wrong spot with not enough dendrites. So your connectivity is messed up, right? So that could explain why in the brain of patients with schizophrenia, you don't have proper connections between different areas of the brain. And again, we always quantitate. So this just shows you that if you look at this area where you're not supposed to see that many neurons, you see maybe 5% of neurons. Now you see about 20% of the neurons get stuck here. And so we now have a mechanism for how NOS1AP might change the connectivity of the brain. And then this is just a study where we were looking to try to understand, would males and females respond to medications differently? Now, for schizophrenia, the majority of patients who are diagnosed are male. They're usually men, late teens, early to mid 20s. And it's very, very difficult to get medications that work. If some of them, there's a hit, but sometimes they need to use combinations. The other issue is now you have females. There are very few who are diagnosed, and there are very few studies on them. So we decided to inject their D-serine, which is it's not a typical antipsychotic, but it's a drug that has been shown to help some people with schizophrenia and not others, or haloperidol, which is a commonly prescribed antipsychotic. We looked both at female and males. And what we saw was that if we looked at proteins that we know are linked to schizophrenia, as I told you before, NOS1AP is not the only one. In males, this D-serine treatment decreases NOS1AP, and in females, it does nothing. So if we know that NOS1AP is elevated in patients with schizophrenia, perhaps D-serine would help males, but not females. There are other proteins, the dopamine receptor, which is where haloperidol acts, and DISC1, which is called disrupted in schizophrenia 1, which is mutated, that are changed differently with the drug between male and female. If we look at haloperidol, there's no effect at all on NOS1AP, whether you're male or female, but it does decrease dopamine receptor. So what this tells us is that depending on the genetic component that is causing or underlying schizophrenia, different drugs might be needed, and different drugs for different sexes might be needed. Okay, so I just showed you some of the studies of schizophrenia in animals, but the problem is animals don't really have schizophrenia. What is an animal with schizophrenia? So how can we study humans? And we can do a couple different things. One is we can actually make neurons from skin cells. So I'm sure you guys have read a lot about Stem cells, there's this technology called inducible pluripotent stem cell technology, where you can take a cell that's already what we call differentiated. So it's not a stem cell, it has a function, it's a neuron, a skin cell, a blood cell, an astrocyte. And we can actually take them, so the skin cells, turn them back into stem cells, and then turn them into one of the other cell types. So how it works is you take cell from a patient, you turn them into this stem cell, and then through different factors and different media, you can grow these cells, and we actually turn them into neurons. And then you can take these neurons and you can study them. We study them in vitro, which means in a culture dish. But other people transplant them into animals. We can do drug screens and look for candidate drugs. So for us, we've used this for overexpression of NOS1AP and also for patients with schizophrenia. So how do you do that? How do you make a skin cell and turn it into a stem cell? You cause it to express 4 different genes. Now, these are genes that are transcription factors. They're called reprogramming genes. So these are genes, I'll show you in the next slide, that take your skin cell and tell the skin cell, you're no longer a skin cell. No way. You are now a stem cell. So how does that work? So these were identified because these are the genes that are generally expressed in early embryos where there are lots and lots of embryonic stem cells. So you force these skin cells to express these 4 different genes, and it turns out, what do they do? So 3 of the 4 genes, because they're transcription factors, they bind to DNA, and they tell the DNA, look, start making RNA for genes that are involved in pluripotency. What does pluripotency mean? It means that the cell can become any other type of cell. Pluri means multiple, potent, right? Potency to become something or have the ability, potency. Also, these 3 genes will shut down what we call differentiation genes. Differentiation genes are genes that tell you, you are a neuron, you are a skin cell, you are a heart cell. So these transcription factors say, no, you're none of those. And then lastly, the 4th gene that we put on, that we make the cell express, activates proliferative pathways. So when you have a stem cell, you want it to keep dividing so you can make more cells and then eventually turn them into other cells. This, making the cells express c-Myc, makes them keep proliferating, keep dividing, keep growing. So what did we do? We took skin cells, either from patients who are control or patients with schizophrenia. We then turned them into stem cells, and we immunostained and looked to tell you, yes, you are a stem cell, OCT4 and SOX2. The blue shown here are all the nuclei to show you how many cells we have in the dish. The red shows you the cells that express this marker, and the green here show you the cells that express this marker. And you can see that we have a pretty nice population of stem cells. Then we put them into medium that allows them to turn into what we call neural stem cells, so they can become either neurons or astrocytes or other cells of the brain or the spinal cord. Like this, we started looking at some of the markers for neural stem cells, and sorry, I just have to keep an eye on the time, and they express SOX6, PAX6, and TBR2. These are just markers again. The blue again are the nuclei. And finally, we turn them into neurons, and we immunostain for a neuronal marker called MAP2 or synaptophysin, as well as these 2 other markers. You can see that these nice cells have nice red long processes. Those are the dendrites. VGLUT1 is just a marker for the axonal portion, and you can see nice axons that are green here. So then the question is, if we turn these into neurons, can they fire action potentials? I told you neurons are electrical cells, so can we have them electrically communicate? And what's shown in panels D and E is yes, indeed we can. So if you inject current, they have channels, potassium channels and sodium channels that we expect, so you can see that there's current. And if we inject a current that makes them fire, this is a typical trace of an action potential. So you have an increase and then a decrease. So these cells are functional neurons. So then we ask the question, what if these neurons have too much NOS1AP? And what we find, you can see from the pictures here, that here's a control neuron that just expresses a control marker. When you overexpress or you have too much of the 2 NOS1AP isoforms, there are a lot less dendrites. This is shown in the bottom. We look as a distance away from the cell body, and all you really need to know is that these curves are a lot lower than the control curve, and they're statistically significantly different. So human neurons look a lot like animal neurons, where if you have too much NOS1AP, you have too few dendrites. I mean, these neurons, we have better pictures as well, but these neurons are still alive, but they're definitely not communicating the same way a control neuron does. Okay. And so again, less dendrites in human equals less connections. And we're working now with neurons from patients with schizophrenia. And then lastly, I just wanted to show you quickly some of the work that Kristen did with a collaborator. So Kristen Croston, my PhD student, had rotated with Steven Silverstein, who was a professor at Rutgers and now has moved to University of Rochester. And he is really interested, as we are, to looking at biomarkers that are non-invasive. So for example, it's thought that the retina is a window to the brain. The retina has lots and lots of neurons, right? It's our way into the brain. Vision is very important. And so the question is retinal thinning present during schizophrenia? So if we take a picture of the retina, do we see changes to the retina? And this was published, Kristen is one of the authors on this paper, and it's out of Stephen's lab. So super quickly, I don't know if any of you have gone to the optometrist or ophthalmologist where they take a picture of your retina. They use optical coherence tomography. Shown here is a picture of the retina where we have the fovea and the macula. This is where you have the highest visual acuity, where all of your vision focuses. This is where the cones are the most concentrated and the rods and the cones go through, and you have your optic nerve here. And so what they do is they image the macula and they can measure the thickness of the macula based on these scans. And it was measured from the inner limiting membrane here to the retinal pigmented epithelium, which is here, RPE. It's all shown here, and the arrows are shown here. And we know that the macula is important because, like I told you, it's the center of your retina. It gives you really sharp color vision. And this technique is very similar to an ultrasound, but they use light instead of sound. It's very non-invasive. It's very quick. It's very easy. And I've actually had it done. So what's interesting is Kristen and Stephen's group looked at patients who have chronic schizophrenia versus first episode patients. And what they found was if they looked at the control group, which is in blue, and the patients with schizophrenia, which is in different shades of purple, in those who have chronic schizophrenia, they have a significant decrease in their retinal thickness. But the first episode patients do not. So there's something going on with chronic schizophrenia where there's retinal thinning. And perhaps this was just done at one time point, but perhaps you can catch progression of the disease early and treat the patients if you take OCT readings, after their first episode, you follow up with them. So the question is, I showed you a lot of data. What do I study next? For the project with schizophrenia, we know that there are different proteins that can cause the symptoms of schizophrenia, and no two patients are exactly alike. So our research really has to keep that in mind. We also know that it's difficult to find the correct combinations of drugs to treat each patient because each patient is different. Wouldn't it be great if we could find a biomarker that could predict the best drug strategy for each person? So could it be the OCT, the retinal thinning? We're also doing cognitive tests that are dependent on different communication systems. So maybe in those who have too much NOS1AP, there's a certain cognitive test that will be different in those patients versus others. And so our research tells us to look at multiple biomarkers, protein levels, which aren't as easy to do in the brain, but we can use other tissues, blood or skin, genetics, and OCT for the macula, and they're easy to obtain and can aid in treatment. So I just wanted to give you a quote from my postdoc mentor. He used to always tell us, the harder you work, the luckier you get. And I'm very, very, very lucky that I have students who are driven and intelligent and work really hard. And not only are we lucky in science because they work so hard, but I work hard to have a great lab. And I feel that I'm very lucky because I have this fantastic lab. And then Kristen and I were talking the other day and we came up with a quote: work hard, be resilient, have fun, and don't forget to do what you love. So if you love science, go and get your PhD and do science. If you love medicine and treating people, go and get your MD. If you love both, combine them. If you I love to do CrossFit, I go and do CrossFit with vigor. So on that note, I just wanted to show you, this is but a pretty recent picture of my laboratory. Anton, Nisha, Marina, Kristen, I mentioned, Srinivasa, and Keith Lang are graduate students, current graduate students in the lab. I have 7 undergraduate students in the lab. Yasmin is now a graduate student at Columbia. She was loaned to us from another lab. So she's doing exciting work also at Columbia University, and my former students as well. I just wanted to show you that I do have a life outside of science. I have 2 beagles. I've got a wonderful son who goes to school with Arvin, and I have a very, very supportive husband who I met in grad school. So one thing I can tell you is surround yourself with very, very supportive people and supportive animals. So thanks, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Firestein. We really enjoyed hearing your insights. So can the moderators please convey the questions in the chat to Dr. Firestein?
All right, in the chat, we have one question that is asking, do you experience any burnout when doing research? And if so, how do you handle this?
So I experience burnout from writing grants. I write a lot of grants because the hit rate is 10% now. I write so many grants, it's insane. And sometimes I have to take a day off because you could tell I'm very high energy. So I joke about it, but I do CrossFit. So exercise is a really, really great, I would say, antidepressant and a stress reliever. And I joke about dogs, but I'll be in the middle of doing something and I'll think, I just need to go pet my dogs. And it sounds funny, but studies have shown that when you look into your dog's eyes, both of you release this chemical called oxytocin, which is the chemical that's released when new mothers release. So I would say, or go out with friends. And now I even started painting. So you need to find things that fuel your soul, but take you away from science for a bit.
Awesome. The next couple questions are kind of asking how high school students can get involved with research and how undergrad students can get involved with research as well.
So high school students, it's a little more difficult because most high school students are under 18. So Rutgers is, in my school, it's become a little more difficult, but they're starting to come up with a better way to have high school students in the lab. So I haven't had them for a while, and they're trying to work on it. COVID is really a wrinkle. I would say, I don't know if there are programs for high school students. There are programs for undergraduates usually. And normally the programs for undergraduates are after you're already in college. So what I would say for undergraduates is once you're in college, you start emailing professors you're interested in working with. I would say earlier is better than later. So if someone emails me as a senior, like, well, you only really, your second semester, you're kind of already burnt out. So really, how much can you learn in a year? Most of the students I take are sophomores because they kind of finish their first year, but they write to me in their freshman year. There are summer programs, not only at Rutgers, but other universities. So I would suggest looking online at that as well. But I would say if you're interested in research, get involved as early as you can. And don't be afraid to email lots of professors. Many, especially COVID right now, it's very difficult. I would say if you're really, really, really driven to do research, you might want to contact people who do more computational type work, because then you can do it remotely from home.
Awesome. And then Joshua asks, can you find that schizophrenia patients must treat like a specific protein diet to prevent that protein increase that causes schizophrenia?
So NOS1AP is not a protein that you take in through food. It's a protein that's just expressed in the cell. And I don't think that schizophrenia as much has been looked at with diet and how diet affects patients with schizophrenia. That's been done more so with autism. So I actually happen to have celiac disease, so I'm gluten-free, but patients with autism have been put on gluten-free and casein-free diets, and some of them do better. So that's actually an interesting thought. It's a little bit difficult. So what I can tell you is not per se for diet, but patients with schizophrenia tend to smoke, and it alleviates some of their symptoms. So there could be something environmental, something they're taking in, but I don't know if anyone's really looked at diet the way they have for patients with autism.
All right, and then somebody else also asked about getting a neuro PhD after undergrad. Like, what do people look for when they're recruiting students for the PhD level?
So that's great, because I've been on many admissions committees. So the first and most important thing is get research. You have to do research as an undergrad. If you, for whatever reason, are at a university or small school that doesn't give you research opportunities, apply for summer opportunities. If that doesn't work and you're in an area where there aren't summer opportunities, you'll either want to do a post-baccalaureate program, or you will want to spend at least a year as a technician in a lab. But you could have a 4.0 perfect GPA. If you have no research experience, now you can't get into grad school. So that is the most important factor. You want to make sure that your grades are good. If you have poor grades for whatever reason, I would suggest getting a master's or taking classes at the university you're interested in as a non-matriculated student and showing them that you can do the work.
Okay, and this will be our last question for today because we are going to be transitioning into our next workshop. But Adia was asking if your lab was more computational or wet lab or a combination.
So we are a combination. I have a PhD student right now who is looking at the binding of small molecules to a particular protein we're interested in. So I've had students do that. We do a lot of wet lab work. We also look at dendrite branching. So we wrote a program that's distributed throughout the world. You can get it, it's free off our website, to look at how dendrite branching patterns occur. So we have a mixture. I have a student who's going to rotate. He's a new neuro PhD student sometime later in the winter, and he wants to do artificial intelligence. I don't do artificial intelligence work, but we're going to collaborate with an artificial intelligence researcher so he can do both. So we do both basically.
Thank you so much, Dr. Firestein. We enjoyed hearing your insights, and I'm sure more students are inspired to go into this line of research or neuroscience research in general. So thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much for inviting me.
Thank you. So our next workshop will be Careers in Neuroscience by our very own team, specifically Chinmayi. We'll be presenting about different careers in neuroscience and future paths that you can take to explore the field. So I'll turn it over to Chinmayi now.
Thanks, Arvin. Hi, everyone. So a lot of questions that we received related to neuroscience and in the Neurocon in general are from students who are wondering, what exactly can I do in neuroscience that goes beyond maybe one or two fields that we commonly think of, for instance, medicine and research. So to learn about career areas that accommodate various interests that are in and beyond medicine and research is what the base of this workshop will be. So I am going to share my slides. Can everyone see my screen? Cool, awesome. Great, so first of all, I wanted to start off by detailing a little bit about pursuing neuroscience in college. As you know, college is sort of the first more formal environment when we can begin to act on concretely developing our neuroscience interests. I mean, most of us probably had maybe some form of interest in learning about the brain in high school, but college is really where we can make that a full-fledged passion, right? So the most basic way most people get involved with neuroscience in college is to pursue a bachelor's degree in neuroscience, psychology, cognitive neuroscience, and related fields. Of course, what you major in, what you pursue your degree in, the specific name and topics that are covered will be different from university to university. And there's also various options to take the similar courses by different means. For instance, you don't necessarily need to major in neuroscience. You could do a specialization or a concentration or a minor, depending on what your school offers. So it very much differs. Each neuroscience program in university is different. So that's definitely something to consider if you are in high school and applying to higher education, is really do your research in terms of what programs are offered at each university. There are some universities that are very much focused on neurobiology only, but others will be more open. Perhaps they have cognitive neuro open to students and such like that. Another way to get involved in neuroscience in college, even if you don't want to make it your main focus, is to engage in research opportunities and internships. So for instance, Dr. Firestein was mentioning that undergrads may reach out to principal investigators and researchers like herself and ask to get involved in hands-on experiences in research. And it's a really great way to explore medicine and academia, especially at an earlier point in your career. And last but not least, extracurriculars and student organizations are also a great way to get involved and learn more about the brain. For instance, my own personal experience, and who will actually be speaking later today, Columbia Synapse is a traumatic brain injury awareness and advocacy group that I got involved with in college. And they are focused around using neuroscience really in combating misinformation about brain injury and such, and advocating for better support. So student organizations who have neuroscience involved in their mission and outreach work and other outreach events and such that are hosted at your school or university are really great to get involved in to get your feet wet when it comes to really discovering if neuroscience is the perfect fit for you. Now, let's say, we're past neuroscience in college. Perhaps you came out with a degree, or perhaps you were more in the biology or computer science route or such. It is still not too late to get involved in neuroscience. There are always ways to pursue a master's degree and more advanced degrees like a PhD or a PsyD degree if you have the means and interest to do so. So a master's degree is often a program that is 1 to 2 years, and it may be more specialized into one area of neuro, for instance, computational neuro, maybe cellular, molecular neurobiology and such. And that master's degree on its own can lead to many career options opening up. Many folks also tend to pursue a master's degree and then also pursue a PhD, medical degree, PsyD, as I mentioned. So a PhD is a very advanced work in a specialty of neuroscience. In undergrad, many of the courses that we take have a general overview. I mean, we might touch upon some neurobiology. Maybe you have some special elective seminars that you can take in a field of your interest, such as pharmacology. But a PhD is really where you can dive deep into one more niche area of neuroscience. And I've listed here 2 definitions for you from the APA and Psychological Association that differentiate a little bit between what a PhD involves and what a PsyD degree involves, or a Doctor of Psychology. And many people often do not even know that there is an option such as the PsyD program. This is often more geared towards individuals who are in the psychology route, who want to get involved in as a clinical psychologist, for instance, or psychiatry in that route more so. And read through the definitions here. I won't read through them for you. That'll be a long definition. But these are definitely, keep your options open. Just because PhD is the most common route does not mean that it may be, the best option for you. So overall, the overarching theme, beyond just what is on this slide, is that you should definitely do your research when it comes to such careers. And I'll be detailing some examples for you, but there are multitudes of careers out there that you can make your own with a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and an advanced degree. The last 2 that I've listed on the slide here are an MD and an MD PhD degree. I'll also be detailing these in the coming slides, but that can allow you more access into the clinical world, into the clinical realm. MD medical degrees, you may, if you think of a neurologist or even a neurosurgeon, for instance, they may have an MD or a DO degree. So osteopathic, allopathic medicine. And then an MD PhD degree is, Dr. Firestein also mentioned this, but it is a wonderful blend of academia and the clinical setting. And you might hear these individuals be referred to as a physician scientist. Let's move on. So one of the first sectors that I want to talk a little about is teaching, academic, and education sector. Before we launch into this part, I will also acknowledge that I am in no way an expert on these fields. I'm still an undergrad student myself. So this is a general overview taken from many wonderful sources at universities providing information about careers on their related neuroscience pages. So to launch into this sector, one of the most common things that we think of is research, of course, and especially as a scientist, as a neuroscientist, a principal investigator who is leading a research laboratory. There are also ways to get involved, not necessarily as a PI, but also as a laboratory manager, as a research associate. And so the roles definitely do differentiate depending on what degrees you have and what level of experience you have. But these are some general lists. There's also professors who teach at the undergraduate or graduate level. Some individuals who have PhDs may also get involved in K-12, so kindergarten to 12th grade in the United States. In other countries around the world, it may be up to 10th grade and then intermediate, for instance, or junior college. So getting involved in teaching at any point is definitely something that neuroscience can open doors to. Also, academic program advisors, we're talking about ways that you can consider pursuing neuroscience in college. And there are actually dedicated individuals at many institutions that can help guide you through this process of getting to see kind of where your interests lie and what direction you might want to pursue in neuroscience. There is also educational neuroscience outreach programs where many individuals are hired to really further neuroscience translation and education to younger audiences often, in public schools, sometimes private schools, spelling error here, my mistake, but also educational institutes, summer programs and such, where you might be working with individuals ranging from elementary, 5 to 10-year-olds, all the way through older adults as well. So science communication to the general public is definitely a big part of educational outreach, and there are many various career options open in this route as well. Last but not least, there is also nonprofit work, both on the research side and also on this educational outreach side, like I mentioned. So you don't necessarily need to be affiliated with a university or an institution to be involved in this sector of work. There are many ways to also get involved in nonprofit organizations and such like that. The next sector is law and business. So this is also just a very short snapshot of all the careers that are out there. There are so many wonderful intersections. One is neuroeconomics, and how do we exactly make economic decisions? And this is actually going to be touched upon later in the Neurocon. Marketing and advertising as well, consumer marketing. Why exactly do we purchase some things versus others, for instance? And all of the different tactics that you see in advertising also have some underlying psychological reasonings for that. So neuromarketing and consumer marketing is something that Dr. Matt Johnson is going to be talking about tomorrow, I believe, also part of the Neurocon. Investments in biotechnology and pharmaceutical companies that may or may not be related to neuroscience is also another avenue. One of the keys in this sector especially is that you don't necessarily need to be involved in a concrete neuroscience company or biotech or different initiative to be able to pursue those kind of jobs. Majoring in neuroscience definitely gives you a wide variety of skills that can be translated into a multitude of careers. So it's not necessarily that you have a neuroscience degree, you're only going to be able to do work for neuroscience companies, but rather having a neuroscience degree or a psychology degree or in a related field can really open up those doors for you. And at the end of the day, it is the skills that you gain through pursuing that education in neuro that enables you to be a better candidate for these roles. So I just wanted to put that out there because in no way, you could be a neuroscience major in undergraduate education, but then go on to work in artificial intelligence or something on the technology side that is completely unrelated to your work in neurobiology, for instance. So it is very much unique to each person and it's difficult to sum up. But continuing onwards, there's also wonderful ways to serve as public spokespersons for neuroscience companies, startups, and even nonprofit organizations. So representing the face of a group of people with your expertise in neuroscience. There's also patent lawyers, and neuro law is especially a burgeoning field that is wonderfully filled with opportunities. For instance, there are very complicated discussions about what brain death means, right? And when can you legally terminate a person's life and such like that. So lawyers and neuro law is especially involved in that line, for example. There's also ways to get involved as a consultant in consulting and such. And you might commonly see for many companies that they have a chief scientific officer that also falls into this sector as well. Moving on to health and medicine. This was touched upon a little earlier. This definitely has many, many doors open as well. Many times though, this field may require an advanced degree, such as graduate education and a PhD or MD DO degree, such as similar goes for the research world as well in academia. And one of the most common things we think of in medicine is a physician who may have an MD or a DO degree. Again, allopathic or osteopathic medicine differences there, again, based on your individual routes. And physicians, you might think of a neurologist, for instance, psychiatrist, a neurosurgeon, right? I think many of us aspire to be neurosurgeons. Also, some very interesting intersections in fields such as pathology. Neuropathology, for instance, is an incredibly remarkable field. There's also ways to become a physician's assistant or a nurse practitioner. And especially nurses, you might be working in a hospital setting with pediatric neurology, for instance. There are some neurosurgical nurses who are actively in the operating room and assisting a physician or the surgeon who's performing a surgery. There's the physician scientist comes up again, like I mentioned before. It is a wonderful combination of an MD and a PhD degree, as the name says. And oftentimes the program involves medical school for a couple of years and then shifting into a PhD, more research program format. We all know optometrists. Many of us go to our eye doctor, as we colloquially call them, but they are in charge of our vision care. And of course, the eyes seem oftentimes unconnected to the brain, but I can assure you there are so many underlying connections, and the brain has a very large impact in how our vision functions. So we also have audiologists, very interesting career where these individuals help to assess hearing function in individuals of all ages, basically. There's also pharmacology and pharmacy, where these individuals are considering how drug interactions take place in the brain, right? Obviously, anesthesiology is even a big part. If you're undergoing a surgery, you want to make sure that the person is not feeling any pain. Pain is also very much involved with neuroscience. And last but not least, social work is very important in clinical settings. So many opportunities to become social workers as well. Writing and publishing is yet another sector of the many open. There are wonderful ways to get involved as editors for scientific journals, reviewing manuscripts. I think of Nature, Neurosurgery, such publications like that. You can get involved in the behind the scenes and review research papers, serve as an editor, peer reviewer, such like that. Journalism, if you can think off the top of your head, maybe I really enjoy reading Scientific American at times. And whenever they have articles that are written related to neuroscience and such, that is definitely someone who has a background in neuroscience who's serving in that journalism position. Also, ways to serve as an educational blogger and science communication through writing and even video and media. As our next guest speaker, Dr. Ali Caldwell, is really greatly involved with science communication through video and media. And honestly, this sector has many creative options as well, and we're going to touch in the creative sector a little bit. But writing and publishing does not necessarily need to be very concrete. We're only going to work with official scientific research work and such like that. There are also many creative writers and artists and such like that who strive to capture how the brain works in more abstract forms in writing. Now we have global health as well as policy and government. These two definitely intertwine a lot. Global health can involve conducting public service projects abroad, and it also oftentimes involves data collection that is based on neuroscience and especially neurological illnesses, capturing mental health statistics, for instance. The United Nations is a very big proponent of global health, and many individuals who have neuroscience backgrounds do get involved with the United Nations global initiatives. Of course, the United Nations is the biggest example, but there are many ground level grassroots organizations that are also doing wonderful work in global health. And this also very much differs from country to country. And I know we have a very international audience here. So, there may be opportunities lying around you that you're not necessarily aware of on a day-to-day basis, but many doors open as well in terms of global health. Policy and government is also another very large sector that is very crucial in terms of, how do political decisions trickle down to our everyday lives. You may be involved with governmental offices and even serve as an advisor to a prominent political figure, advising them on mental health, for instance, or how does neuroscience education really play a role in students' lives and such like that. Also, in the United States, there's the National Institutes of Health, right? So you can work in the grant reviewal side of when research investigators propose different opportunities for funding their work. There are individuals on the side of reviewing the grants as well. That's really important to make sure that the research, is able to carry on with appropriate funding. The long-awaited creative sector is here now. Many, many, many doors open. It's very difficult to sum up all the different routes you can take your interest in this sector. Graphic designing is a very large part, designing online scientific content and such like that. There are many, many underlying influences on the way we perceive things, right? What is appealing, what is not appealing? These individuals are very much involved in understanding the science behind what is effective and what is not effective to us as consumers. And, how do we really enrich our lives with online design and such like that? In the interior design sector, we're going to have our two wonderful speakers from Prakriti Interiors later in the Neurocon, for instance, which is a great way to learn about how interior design also involves concepts with neuroscience and psychology that we don't necessarily think about. There are also ways to get involved as a scientific consultant for media and television. So, and oftentimes in neuroscience films as well, right, there are some scientific advisors who really shape the direction of what the film is trying to capture. For instance, we have the film Inside Out, which was advised by one of my lecturers, actually, Dr. Daphna Shohami. And so she was a very big voice in shaping how the film Inside Out was depicting all of those emotions and what was happening in Riley's brain, right? So there are people involved in neuroscience behind the scenes of such wonderful films that really bring those scientific understandings to life to the general public in a way that is not necessarily too jargony, and it is easy to digest and understand, and also a great film. Art, architecture, music, and film, as we mentioned, and creative writing, these are all very abstract, very flexible fields. We're going to have Dr. Audrius Pleopoulos talking about his work with art, for instance. We're going to have a presentation later, these are all in the Neurocon. We're going to have a presentation talking about dance in the brain from Darshini later on. So you can just say that there are an infinite number of doors that the creative sector opens, and I know I'm saying that again and again, but truly this is one of the sectors in neuroscience that affords the most flexibility, and the value that neuroscience adds in enhancing these fields is immeasurable. It's truly priceless, because a lot of what goes into this sector is really trying to capture how our brain works, which we're still figuring out on a day-to-day basis, right? And we're still figuring out in science. Will we ever figure out the full thing? I don't know. So in trying to capture that with putting that in balance with human emotions and the human experience is very key at the heart of the creative sector. So if that's something that speaks to you, it's definitely something that you should consider looking into. So that is all of that I have for you today on the information side. I would greatly recommend that you guys reach out if you have any questions related to your own educational experiences with neuroscience, or you have questions about various graduate programs and such like that. Please do email us at advice@simplyneuroscience.org. We have this email hotline set up for any students who are interested in neuroscience free of charge. This is run by our own Simply Neuroscience team members, as well as support from the advisory board members of Simply Neuroscience who are specialists in their own field. So we will, if you have any questions, I definitely recommend reaching out to this specific line in general, so we can make sure to pair your answers with appropriate experts who can fact check and provide the most accurate information for you.
Thank you, Chinmay, for that excellent presentation. I'm sure that people are more informed about neuroscience and how to pursue it in general. So we have a few questions in the chat. So Prachi asks, what do you recommend after master's? Should one go into placement for research labs to gain practical knowledge, or a PhD for a research-focused student?
Once again, I will acknowledge that I'm still an undergraduate student and still figuring out my own interest in graduate education. But I would say that it greatly depends on the opportunities that are available. Some individuals definitely find that they may, in tandem with their master's degree, usually master's degrees involve some sort of research component and writing a formal thesis. So you will definitely be getting some research experience hands-on from being involved in a master's degree program. But there's also no definite law or guidelines saying that you should straight go into a PhD program. If you are research focused right after your master's degree, definitely being able to explore your specific interests perhaps before you decide to go on to pursuing a PhD is really important. So definitely, based on your comfort and your means of doing so, I know financial constraints are also something to consider, right, for all of us students. So I would say go based on that, and also explore various programs that you specifically are interested in. If, for instance, you are involved in pursuing a PhD at Rutgers, Columbia, other colleges such as that, then definitely do your research and see if that research degree, PhD, PsyD, master's program at these universities fits what you're looking for.
Next, Melissa asks, what do you recommend for someone interested in the creative careers? How to find those who are interested, who are in those fields to connect with, or how to get guidance on what education may be needed to go into those careers?
Right, and definitely going to acknowledge that getting in touch in the creative sector is probably the most difficult out of many of these sectors, because when we think of neuroscience, the most common perception is we think of more concrete scientific research and such like that. But I would say that a big resource is looking through LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a great source. Actually, we're going to be doing a workshop on LinkedIn later on, but LinkedIn is honestly a great way to explore what people are doing and kind of what the trajectory of their career route took. And this can be as simple as searching, neuro art, neuroscience art, different search words like such. And oftentimes, many of these individuals are really interested in giving back and helping out younger students who are involved in a similar field as they are currently. So also looking through, YouTube is also a really wonderful source. Dr. Calvo, for instance, is a very, wonderful figure on YouTube that many of us can get insight from. And there are also many, prominent neuroscience figures and educators who are sharing their work on YouTube and other similar platforms as well. Instagram, for instance, Twitter, for instance. So definitely keep an eye out for that. And even a simple Google search for someone who's involved in neuroscience and music, for instance, can hopefully bring up some great individuals to get in contact with.
Yeah, definitely a lot of interdisciplinary opportunities to pursue neuroscience from a variety of different angles. So another question we have from the YouTube live stream is, can you explain the 7-year BSMD programs and the medical programs that are combined with undergrad and med school?
Absolutely. So these, what we short call BSMD programs, are oftentimes you apply to these programs as a high school student, and it is a direct entry for medical school as well, basically. So when you are accepted in these programs, you're guaranteed a spot at the school's connected medical school, whether it is their own medical school or a affiliate that they have partnered with. And advantages of this are that you don't have to take the MCAT, which is this very intense medical exam that medical students will write in order to score well and use that as admission for medical school. This is standardized testing, basically, kind of like the medical school version of the SAT or ACT that many of us may be familiar with. And perhaps cons of it, or maybe another pro of it, would be that when you don't have to focus on fulfilling all the necessary prerequisite courses for medical school, you don't need to spend as much time on the MCAT, for instance, then you have a lot of time to dedicate to exploring your other interests. So con of it perhaps is that you are bound to this medical school program and you're expected to go on to completing your medical degree at this specific medical school at the university is tied up with. Some individuals, if they, for instance, halfway through their undergrad realize that maybe medical school is not for them, then you're in this program and it kind of limits your options a little bit. So I think it's definitely important to do your research before applying to BSMD programs and really determining if that school is a good fit for you rather than just applying to it for the sake of a guaranteed medical admission spot. Because if you're going to be there for the next 7-8 years, you really do want to make sure that it lines up with your interests. For instance, if you're really passionate about neuroscience and this BSMD program does not necessarily have too much support for undergrad or even undergrad neuroscience, then maybe consider other options as well. Definitely don't compromise in the school that you want to go to. At least try not to compromise, because it is difficult. You will feel that you are under supported, and perhaps there are a lot of issues that can come up with that. So
yeah, those are all very excellent insights, Chinmay. Unfortunately, to give time for our next speaker, Dr. Ali Caldwell, we need to cut the questions short for this presentation, but thank you so much. And we'll be moving on to our next speaker now after a brief introduction. So I'll give an introduction, Dr. Caldwell, and then you can feel free to start your presentation. Allison Ali Caldwell, PhD, studied brain and cognitive sciences at MIT, or the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, before earning her PhD in neurosciences at the University of California, San Diego. where she studied the roles of astrocytic proteins in genetic neurodevelopmental disorders. She is now a senior science writer at the University of Chicago Medicine and is the co-creator of a YouTube channel that is widely popular and that you, in fact, may know of, Neurotransmissions, which has over 108,000 subscribers on YouTube, and it's an award-winning YouTube channel about the brain. It's in fact one of my initial inspirations to pursue neuroscience, and I'm very excited to introduce Dr. Caldwell to present about her experiences from astronauts to astrocytes in neuroscience.
All right, so I practiced this yesterday. Let's see how it goes. Looking good? All right, excellent. All right, well, thank you so much to the organizing team for the invitation to be here. I'm really happy to be here today, and I'm just really glad that people have found the resource that we've created to be helpful and that it has achieved its goal of helping people get excited about their brains. As Arvind said, my name is Allie Caldwell. I'm a neuroscientist and science communicator living in Chicago, Illinois, in the United States. And today I'm going to share my story with you, the story of how I went from falling in love with science thanks to the wonders of outer space and how that led me to discover the wonders within our own brain. So just to let you know, if you don't know who I am, just to let you know a little bit more about me. By day, I'm Allie Caldwell. I'm a science writer at the University of Chicago Medicine, where I work with university faculty and staff to write about and promote the research happening on campus. This gives me an opportunity to let the world know what all of our scientists are working on. But when I'm not at my day job, I'm Allie Astrocyte, the co-creator, writer, and host of Neurotransmissions, a YouTube channel all about the brain. And I will talk about that more in a little bit. But I want to go back to sort of the beginning of what got me excited about the brain in the first place. So I grew up in a suburb outside of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My life was pretty decent. We weren't wealthy, but most of the time my family was doing okay. But the challenge that I dealt with was that my family were all in retail management or military and law enforcement. There were no academics and no scientists to be seen. I was also the oldest child, and I had a sibling who had a lot of educational and behavioral challenges. And as a result, I ended up becoming very independent when I was really young. So I kind of had to take care of myself. I was also really close to my grandfather, who was an engineering salesman, but he was very technically creative, and he liked to play with power tools and in his train set in his basement. And he even built my siblings and I a treehouse in his yard. So I always had that kind of technical inspiration to be excited about creating things and exploring new things. The moment that I really fell in love with the brain was when I was 12 years old and I read Cosmos by Carl Sagan. So when I was a kid, I was a smart kid and I knew it, and I was kind of cocky about it, like many young smart kids are. But I fell in love with science because my grandfather gave me his copy of this book. And the book is based on Carl Sagan's famous television series. I don't know if many of you have had the chance to watch the show or read the book, but it is truly wonderful. The more recent remake of the show with Neil deGrasse Tyson is also pretty great, but what I didn't feel like it had was the same warm curiosity and deep joy and wonder that Dr. Sagan had when he described the history of our universe. I've never been a religious person myself, but for me personally, reading Cosmos was a little bit like reading a religious text because it made me think very deeply and with awe about my place in the universe and how all of these incredible intricate pieces move together and just happen to create life on our small blue planet. And I was totally hooked. So from that moment on, I knew that I wanted to study science, and I decided that I was going to be an astronaut, because that's what you do when you're 12 years old and you fall in love with space. So my grandparents gave me a telescope for my 13th birthday. I spent many nights gazing at the moon and planets, and I daydreamed about being the first person on Mars. And I even had the chance to go to the Kennedy Space Center when I was in middle school, early high school. And I had this photo, this now very embarrassing photo taken of me dressed up like an astronaut. And in high school, I was still the smart kid and still super independent. So I really was looking for challenges, and I found that challenge in Mrs. Patrick's AP physics class. Physics were hard for me. I had a hard time in that class, and my teacher didn't really play favorites, so I had to work hard. And I also struggled with the AP exam, and I kind of was inspired by her and by the situation to keep pushing. So I decided that I was going to go to MIT, the school where all the really smart kids go. And I was going to follow family tradition and get an ROTC scholarship to study astrophysics. And then after undergrad, I was going to join the Navy. This sounds like kind of wild when I say it out loud now, but this is actually a path that many of the United States astronauts have followed, doing ROTC, joining the Navy or the Marine Corps or the Air Force, and then going on to join NASA. So it wasn't too out of the realm of possibility at the time. And in fact, I did actually get a Naval ROTC scholarship to go to MIT. I got to MIT and it was hard, like really, 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 really hard. I flat out failed my first exam as an undergraduate. I was no longer the smart kid. I was no longer even among the smart kids at my school. And I struggled with that. It's really hard to lose that identity when you've been the smart kid for your whole life. And I didn't really know what else I had going for me if I wasn't the smart kid anymore. On top of that, I was having a really hard time with my college math and physics classes. They were taught in a way that I really struggled to engage with. We had these really big class sizes and we were all around these tables, and I just didn't feel like my professors really cared about me or my interests or helping me really understand what I was supposed to be learning. But I did end up taking a really great class during my freshman year, almost by chance, because at MIT, you're required to take humanities classes, and I decided to take a humanities class about the brain. So with Dr. John Gabrielli, I took Introduction to Psychology, my first class learning about the brain. I had never learned anything about the brain before this, except for maybe briefly mentioning neurons in a high school class. And suddenly this new door opened for me. I was especially struck by the story of Henry Molaison, who is better known to most as HM. As a young man, after suffering from severe epilepsy for years, Henry's doctors decided to remove a portion of his brain that was believed to be responsible for causing his seizures. But since this was in the 50s, the doctors didn't really know exactly what all the different parts of the brain did. And what they didn't realize at the time was that the brain structures they ended up removing, his hippocampus and part of the amygdala, were critical for the formation of new memories. And without his hippocampi, Henry couldn't form new memories. Every few minutes, it was like he was starting all over again. He woke up every morning thinking he was still a young man in his 20s. And that fascinated me, and it scared me. How incredible and how terrifying that someone could lose so much of themselves just because a little bit of tissue was removed from their head. And how incredible that everything we are is wrapped up in this squishy mesh of gray cells, that my whole person exists in this fragile, soft brain. So I changed course and started to study neuroscience. I spent time learning about the neurobiology of memory and abnormal language development and child psychology. I even spent time as an undergraduate working in Dr. Gabrielli's lab, doing some analysis of fMRI research on the role of the amygdala in social anxiety disorder. And eventually I graduated with a degree in brain and cognitive sciences from MIT. But at this point, I was sort of at a crossroads because I had been planning on joining the Navy and becoming an astronaut up until this point. And now it didn't really look like that was going to happen. So I didn't know what to do next. A lot of people I went to undergrad with went straight on to grad school or to medical school. But during the time I was an undergraduate, both my parents had lost their jobs and I was really broke and didn't have any parents' support. And I didn't know how to apply to grad school or to med school or even how to tell if I was a good candidate for either one of those things. Technically, MIT had resources available for students to use, but I really struggled the whole time I was at MIT as an undergraduate. I was in a long distance relationship and I ended up in a really toxic living environment. So I didn't feel close to anyone on campus and I didn't really know how to ask for help. And because I didn't know who to talk to, I didn't know where to go to find the resources I needed. But I did know that I was tired of being in a long distance relationship and I was tired of being on a campus where I didn't feel welcome. So I decided to move back to Wisconsin and moved in with my boyfriend. He was going to study for a master's degree in Milwaukee, which is where I grew up. So I had to figure something out for at least 2 years while he did that. And I knew that there were a lot of people who got master's degrees, but I already had a lot of student loan debt from undergrad and I didn't need more. So I decided I was going to get a job working in a lab full-time as a technician to see if I really wanted to do research. MIT has this really strong undergraduate research program, and I spent several semesters working in different labs. So I had lots of experience to draw on for my applications, but I didn't know what it was like to actually be doing science all day, every day. And I ended up landing in the lab of an MD PhD who studied endocrinology. Not that close to the brain, turns out. I was supposed to work on a neuroscience related project, but unfortunately that project never came to fruition. And to be honest, the job wasn't that great. It wasn't really aligned with my own interests. My coworkers weren't that great, and the lab was really isolated. So I didn't really have the opportunity to talk to a lot of other scientists or learn more about other fields. But I was really glad to be independent. I was paying my own rent and my own bills, and I was learning how to be an adult and live on my own with my partner. I really felt like that was valuable for me personally, that I had this opportunity to kind of see what the quote unquote real world was like before I decided whether or not I wanted to go back to school. It helped me realize that I didn't want to go to medical school, but I did want to keep doing research. So I decided that I was going to go get a PhD. And of course, if I got a PhD, I could be faculty myself someday and have my own lab, which meant that I could do research forever, and that would be great. So I decided to apply to graduate school. But it turns out as I applied to graduate school that I had no idea what I was doing. I had no guidance from friends or family. I did not really have a lot of help from my PI because his focus was mostly on the medical side. So I just kind of had to figure it out on my own. I did a lot of reading online, and I ended up picking the schools I applied to based on rankings and where I thought I could get in. Because I was so isolated at MIT and during my time as a lab technician, I actually kind of lowballed myself because I didn't really know what made a competitive candidate. I didn't have a lot of confidence that I was a desirable candidate because I didn't have my name on any publications yet, or really any very strong recommendations from my undergraduate professors. The big thing I had going for me was that I had plenty of research experience to demonstrate that I actually knew what it was like to do research. I'm a good writer, which really helped me with my essays, and I did well with my grades and my GRE as an undergraduate. So those things all kind of helped me rise to the top of the pile. I don't think that this is necessarily the best way to analyze these things because a lot of this was just luck or privilege. It's not really reflective of my actual talent as a scientist, except maybe the time I spent in the lab, but I didn't even have any papers to show for it. So this doesn't really demonstrate my ability to do well in graduate school, but because these are the metrics that universities use, I got interview offers at 7 of the 8 schools I applied to. Stanford was not interested. I ended up interviewing at 6 schools and spent every weekend for almost 2 months jetting back and forth across the country to visit universities and learn more about their graduate programs. And choosing a grad program, it turns out, is pretty hard because they all really want you to think that their program is the best program for you to join. Looking back on the process, I wish that I had thought more about some big picture factors that affect quality of life, like the university, like the city the university was located in, how much money the stipend offered, and how close I would be to my family. But I still felt like I had to prove myself, and I was drawn to the allure of the big and top quality programs. So I sort of felt like I needed to go somewhere like California, to Berkeley or UCSD. In the end, I think I did make the right decision. I chose UCSD because of the student community, because I could see that the students there had lives outside of the lab, but that they also did really stellar research and that there were lots of really cool people that I could work with there. But there were other factors too that maybe should not have been weighted in my decision, like it being a beautiful location and the fact that because I felt like I had to prove myself, I felt like I should leave the Midwest because otherwise I was just going to stay in the Midwest forever. Choosing a grad program for the people and the research opportunities is okay, but I will say that choosing a grad program just because it never snows in that city is probably not the wisest choice. Grad school is a long process. You're going to be there for a while, and it's important to think about your whole life and how your whole life will fit in at that place, not just the research program or the one faculty you're really interested in working with. If you're not familiar with how most neurograd programs work, I can share a little bit of information. In the US, most incoming PhD students do not have master's degrees. Some do. But usually the master's degree is built into the first 2 years of your graduate program, which is why US PhDs usually take about 5 to 6 years. During the first year, students take a lot of coursework, and they also usually rotate with different faculty in their labs to learn more about the research and see if the lab might be a good fit for them. During my first year, I rotated with 3 faculty, Nicola Allen, Yamin Zoe, and Chitra Mandayam. I was really excited about Yamin Zoe's important developmental research. Some of the stuff that he discovered had formed the basis of my interest in neurobiology. And Chitra Mandayam's studies of addiction and behavior were really interesting because I liked that she used these behavioral techniques in her research as well as the molecular and cellular. But ultimately, I realized something really important. Everyone's needs for a mentor are different. Some people can and want to work long hours in the lab picking apart a hard question. Some people want to be really independent. They have their own questions and problems they want to solve, and they don't want a lot of oversight or having their advisor constantly questioning them. Some people want to be in a big lab where they're working with lots of collaborators all together trying to solve a problem. After spending time in several different labs in undergrad, plus my technician experience, I knew that I personally needed to join a lab where I felt valued and respected, where I could get along with the other people and find the work-life balance that worked well for me. But more than anything, I needed to work with a PI who was present, who could spend time talking to me about my work and the challenges that I was facing and help me figure out how to tackle the issues I had in the lab. And I wanted to work on a project that let me study the cellular and molecular underpinnings of the brain. So I ended up joining the lab of Nicola Allen at the Salk Institute for Biological Studies. What really made the decision easy for me was that from the beginning, she made me feel like I was wanted in the lab and showed me that she was glad to have me there. I really felt valued as a member of the team, not just as a grunt worker or a robot who was expected to churn out data. My lab mates were helpful and considerate, and even though we weren't super social, everyone was really friendly and generous with their time and expertise. And as a bonus, the lab studied these really fascinating questions about the brain, trying to understand the brain's glial cells and how they affect neuronal development and the connections between them throughout the lifetime. So I'll come back to the research in a minute, but those of you who know me from YouTube might be wondering where that all comes into this. And actually ended up falling into YouTube sort of by accident. I never really intended on becoming a YouTuber, but shortly after I started graduate school, I got roped into a student project. I learned that the graduate students in my program periodically put together a science-themed parody music video to advertise for a big party that our graduate program held every year, or every few years. My now husband had already been into making videos for a long time, so he offered to help with the project. And this project called Get Data was born. If you haven't seen Get Data, I don't want to spend a lot of time sharing video with you, but you can definitely check it out. It's basically a music video that parodies Get Lucky by Daft Punk. And it's all about staying up all night to get data to put on your scientific poster to present at an upcoming conference. We had a lot of fun. We filmed it, as you can see from the screenshot, we filmed it in the lab with a bunch of my classmates. We had a blast, and the video ended up going mildly viral within the scientific community. We really enjoyed working on the project, but we kind of figured it was a one-time thing. I was busy with grad school, and my husband had his own job and other video projects. He already had his own YouTube channel and wasn't necessarily interested in having another one. But then a friend pointed us toward the annual Society for Neuroscience video contest, which if you haven't heard of it yet and you're interested in videos, you should definitely check it out. Every year they host a contest for folks interested in the brain to make a video about any neuroscience topic they're excited about. And you don't necessarily have to be a member of the Society for Neuroscience to participate. You just have to have a member sponsor you. So I was a member because I was a student, and I ended up writing a script for a video about how brain lesions like Henry Molaison's helped us learn about the brain in the past. It was really fun for me because, again, like I said, HM's experience was a huge part of what got me interested in the brain in the first place. And I thought it was really interesting to consider how, with our limited tools in the past, we were still able to learn a lot of things about the brain, thanks to these poor patients who dealt with these life-changing injuries. During a trip to the Rocky Mountains, we filmed the video, and we ended up winning second place in the contest. And that sort of kicked off this cascade that led to an ongoing project. We decided to launch a channel together, and we decided that, at least in the beginning, I would write the scripts and host the videos, and Micah, my partner, would edit and animate the videos. But what would we make the videos about? My primary motivation was, as I said, I never learned about neuroscience at all until college. I never got to talk about psychology. Like, there was nothing in any of my regular classes that ever talked about how amazing the brain is. But the brain is so cool, and I wanted others to be able to learn about these things too. Plus, it was a really good challenge for me as a scientist. Could I break down these complex concepts in a way that's accurate but clear enough to be understood in under 10 minutes? So we decided we were going to start with an intro to neuroscience curriculum, covering all the basic neuroscience topics, like what is a neuron, how do we see, and so on. At the time, in 2015, there weren't a lot of other channels making videos about neuroscience, which seems kind of wild to say now because there are so many amazing folks creating really cool neuroscience content. But we found that folks really liked our videos. We started to pick up an audience, and that started to lead to other opportunities, which kind of brings me to something that I really want to emphasize about this experience. I began to realize that neuroscience was not just a fun video project, although it definitely was our hobby and we definitely had a lot of fun doing it. I wouldn't have kept doing it if I didn't enjoy it. What I started to notice was that this project opened a lot of doors for me professionally. I was building this portfolio of writing and multimedia resources that demonstrated how well I could break down science concepts for non-scientists. It also showcased that I was good at public speaking, that I could talk in front of a camera, that I was eloquent enough to share science with an audience. So this led to me getting a bunch of other opportunities. I ended up getting a gig writing scripts for the YouTube channel SciShow, which is a big channel run by Hank Green, if you're not familiar with it. I ended up writing 50 scripts for them on videos on all kinds of topics. So that added to my resume, but it also paid, and I got a little bit of extra money during grad school. I also got invitations to attend really exciting professional workshops and conferences, like the Science Media Awards in Boston, where I got to meet incredible science communicators, writers, and filmmakers, like in this picture on the upper left. I'm with Joe Hansen from It's Okay to Be Smart. He's a really amazing person in real life, just as he is on his channel. And these opportunities set the foundations for a really strong network of people in the communications and media space. So I was able to really build this strong network in scientific communications. I also got to attend ComSciCon, which is a workshop for graduate students in STEM to help them learn science communication skills. Because of ComSciCon, I not only got to meet many incredibly talented scientists who I've since collaborated with and built strong friendships with, but I also ended up joining the organization and helping organize workshops myself, which gave me really critical leadership and organizing experience to bolster my resume. So this was in addition to my research experience and my writing experience and my speaking experience, I now also had this organizational team leadership experience that I could point to. We also kept entering this SFN video contest, and in 2017, we ended up winning first place. SFN flew me out to the conference to receive the award, and I also got to write some blog posts that year for brainfacts.org, which is their educational website. And that further strengthened my network in the neuroscience community. So making videos wasn't just fun and rewarding for its own sake. It was also giving me these important professional opportunities where I could meet new mentors, build a professional network, and learn about new opportunities in the science media space. It really expanded my horizon outside of just the window of academic research and helped me learn about a lot more opportunities. But I was still a grad student and I was still technically doing research. So when I wasn't jet setting around the country for science communication conferences, I was in the lab working on my project. And I loved my project. I don't go by Ali Astrocyte for nothing. My dissertation research was focused on understanding how the brain's supporter cells help neurons grow and develop. I'm sure that lots of you already know about glia because I know that all of you are neuroscience enthusiasts, but just so we're all on the same page, I'm going to give you some quick background. Everybody knows about neurons, the brain's superstars, but not as many people pay attention to the brain's entourage, its glial cells. About half the cells in your brain are glia, which literally means brain glue. For a long time, scientists thought that glia were really just there to act as scaffolding for neurons, but it turns out that they do a lot of important things in the brain, like fighting off infection, helping amplify neuronal signals, and in the case of my favorite glial cells, astrocytes, supporting neuronal development and function in a variety of ways. I really wanted to understand how astrocytes influence the growth of neurons in the brain. A lot of people are familiar with the neuronal synapse, with the presynaptic neuron sending a signal and the postsynaptic neuron receiving it. But a lot of people might not realize that most synapses in the brain have an astrocytic process wrapped around it. So astrocytes actually send out these narrow fingers and wrap around those synapses, where they can interact with and influence the synapse directly. My graduate advisor, Nicola Allen, had already spent a lot of time studying how proteins produced by astrocytes influence the formation and structure of synapses. And I was really interested in understanding how those proteins changed in genetic neurodevelopmental disorders and how that might impact neuronal development. So my work was based on some prior research that really hinged on this sort of model for how astrocytes influence neuronal development, because it turns out that the astrocyte proteins really have a strong effect. Prior research had shown that if you have healthy astrocytes in culture with healthy neurons, everyone grows and develops very beautifully and happily. But if you grow mutant astrocytes with mutant neurons from a disorder like, say, Rett syndrome or Fragile X syndrome, the neurons don't grow and develop normally, and they don't form normal connections with one another. You end up with these mutant neurons. But what's really amazing is that if you grow mutant neurons, say from a Fragile X syndrome brain, with healthy astrocytes, the proteins secreted by those healthy astrocytes can actually induce the mutant neuron to grow and develop and look and act like a healthy wild type neuron. But on the flip side, if you grow healthy neurons with mutant astrocytes, the mutant astrocyte proteins aren't sufficient to support neuronal development, and you end up with a neuron that looks like a mutant neuron. But we didn't really understand why that was or what proteins were involved in making that happen. And a lot of people had studied individual disorders, but no one had ever looked at multiple disorders at the same time to see if there were any commonalities in these disorders that caused similar phenotypes. So for my project, I wanted to look at multiple disorders with different genetic causes, but similar phenotypes like the one I just described, which included conditions like Down syndrome, Rett syndrome, and Fragile X syndrome. I used mouse models, and I developed a new technique for isolating astrocytes from their brains in a dish at a time point when astrocytes are known to be involved in neuronal development. And I grew them in a very special defined media, which let me look very closely at the proteins the astrocytes were producing. I then collected the cells to look at their gene expression profiles, as well as collecting the media they were grown in to look at their protein secretion profiles. So I could see how their gene expression lined up with the proteins they were spitting out into the media and how those proteins affected neuronal growth in a dish. Now, this figure is just a placeholder. I don't expect you to actually care about anything on this, but what I found was really interesting and exciting. Even though all three of the disorders had really different genetic causes, they all had similar protein secretion profiles. And in particular, they all secreted a lot more of some proteins than wild type or quote unquote normal astrocytes. Some of those proteins were super abundant in the media and were related to proteins that had already been linked to some of these disorders I was studying. So I started to dig into some of the proteins that seemed like promising candidates to see how they affected neuronal development. But this is where things start to get hard. Grad school is difficult and it's long, and it often ends up being longer than you think it's going to be. By the time I had all these results in my hands, I was at the end of my 5th year of graduate school, which is when I had originally thought I was going to be graduating. My friends were starting to graduate, and I was still here and still working so hard, harder than ever, but it still didn't really feel like there was an end in sight. There were a couple things that happened in grad school that were really hard. My grandfather died of dementia, and I was thousands of miles away. I had achieved the goal that I had thought I was working toward. I had identified these proteins, I had studied them in a dish, and I had gotten interesting results that I was ready to share with the world. But my advisor and I were on different pages, and that's not a bad thing. It just, we didn't quite see eye to eye on how we wanted to end this study. So she had different endpoints in mind, and they felt really far out of reach to me. It felt like I was never gonna leave. I really wanted to graduate, but I also wanted to make sure that I got my first author publication, because I want to note, I did not have a first author publication to my name. I didn't have any papers from undergrad. I didn't have any papers yet from grad school. I've only had my name on a couple of papers even since then, and none of them were first author. So I was really feeling stressed because I wanted this first author publication to be complete, but I also was ready to graduate and ready to move on to something else. But I was also struggling with my identity at that time because I didn't think I really wanted to be a scientist anymore. I was tired of working so hard and not making very much money as a graduate student, and tired of feeling kind of stupid all the time, because that is what can happen in grad school. When experiments don't work, stuff goes wrong. You feel like you're doing everything wrong and that you're not good enough at what you do. I was thinking that maybe I wanted to do science communication full time, but I didn't want to be a freelancer because that wasn't very stable. It was also scary to think about giving up this dream I had had for a long time of being a faculty member somewhere and running my own lab. But I could also see from my colleagues that faculty jobs are few and far between. Some people submit hundreds and hundreds of applications to universities all around the world and still don't get a job. I wanted to be close to my family and I wanted to have a solid job with good work-life balance. And it didn't seem like I could get that in research. So I started applying for jobs, but I wasn't exactly sure what was going to happen next. And then I ended up stumbling into this opportunity, the Bruce V. Bigelow Science Communication Fellowship. The fellowship was being hosted at UC San Diego, where I was already a student, and it was being organized by a science communicator who I knew and respected very much. The fellowship was geared at scientists and journalists who were interested in learning about what is called branded communications, essentially acting as a public information or public relations staff member for a research institution, writing things like press releases, news stories, and coordinating with local media to share the university's research with the world. But if I accepted the fellowship, I was going to have to graduate, and fast. The offer came in May, and I would have to start in September. And if I did that, I definitely wouldn't finish everything that my PI thought needed to be in our paper. So I had to make a choice. And what I realized was that my PI and I were never going to see exactly eye to eye, and I had to make the decision that was best for me. I realized that I could stay in grad school for another year or another 3 years or another 5 years, and the project still wouldn't be done because that's just how science works. There are always more questions you can pursue. There are always more exciting things you can look at. And sometimes you just have to decide that it's the end and you have to move on to new things. I think that's especially tough for folks who decide to move out of research, because if I had decided to go on to a postdoc, for example, I might have been able to take some of that data with me and continue to explore some of those questions. And that would have led to even more interesting questions. And I could have built a whole career off of answering some of these questions that I found out about just from this first study I did in grad school. But I wasn't going to do that. So the fellowship was a great opportunity to move away and to start something new. And it was a great opportunity because it was only 9 months long. If I didn't end up feeling like I liked doing communications full time, I didn't have to stay in the field. I could get a postdoc or try to get a job in industry. Nothing had to be permanent, as much as everything feels like it's permanent sometimes. So I decided that I was just going to go ahead and schedule my defense. And I realized yesterday, it was August 21st, 2019. So it was exactly a year and a day ago. And defending felt really amazing. As I wrote my dissertation, which ended up being 188 pages long, not including several gigabytes of data tables, I realized that I actually had done a lot of work, even if we weren't ready to publish a paper yet. I had learned so much about astrocytes and how they functioned, and I had worked so hard to set up this new protocol in our lab. And I had done a lot of it on my own. There are some labs where you have a lot of folks working together on a question, but for this project, it was really just me. I did almost all of it by myself. My family came to California for the first time to see me defend, and it was really special to celebrate with all of them there. Afterward, I felt really light and free because it was over. And then I went on to start the fellowship a couple weeks later. This might not seem like it's a career in neuroscience, but it really is. I didn't only get to write about neuroscience, but I got to write about all kinds of things, including things like ecology and evolution and environmental protections. I used my research background to help inform my writing. I could read the scientific papers that were being sent in by our faculty and understand the technical details. I could work with them to understand the scope and importance of the work and find ways to translate it for non-scientists in ways that were interesting and exciting without overblowing the importance of the research, which is something I think is a huge problem in science news reporting right now. My understanding of the scientific process helped me relate to the scientists I interviewed, which helped me ask the right questions to get especially interesting or insightful answers about their work. And my background helped me work with my new team of communications professionals to help them better connect with the scientists they worked with every day and come up with new ways to share their research. I also consulted with them on YouTube channels and how they could boost their YouTube channels to improve engagement with their social media community. But the fellowship only lasted about 9 months, and we were still pretty far away from my family, so I knew that I would have to find something new. And then, of course, as I'm sure all of you on this call have experienced, COVID-19 came along and derailed all of our plans. In February, I was applying for jobs, trying to get back to the Midwest. I had wanted to be closer to home all along anyway. And it turns out that it's really hard to get a job from far away where you don't have a network in that city. But I was working on it. I was making connections, visiting to give talks and applying for jobs. And then COVID hit and I had applied for almost 40 jobs and every single one of them dried up. They either shut down the applications or they didn't end up hiring anyone or whatever. And I ended up getting really, really lucky because right as the pandemic hit, I found a job posting for a job that looked really exciting in Chicago. And once again, my network came to lift me up. One of my colleagues at the fellowship had worked with someone in the department I was applying to on a project in the past. So she reached out to him and introduced us. And it turns out the job I was applying for was his old job because he was moving on to a new position. So he was able to pass my name on to his superiors to make sure they saw my application. It was really weird interviewing at the start of a pandemic, especially because all the science and healthcare communication staff were totally overwhelmed with the pandemic. I wasn't sure that they were going to hire me because there were so many hiring freezes being put into place, but I snuck in under the wire and I did get the job. So I was offered a position as senior science writer at the University of Chicago Medicine. Now I work in the marketing and communications department to bolster the university's reputation and share our clinical and biological research with the world. This means I get to do things like, for example, I just got to write a story about a study on butterflies and how raising monarch butterflies indoors affects their ability to migrate south. So I get to talk about really fun science stuff all the time. I moved to Chicago in June in the middle of the pandemic in a cross-country adventure in a U-Haul, and now I'm getting to know a new city, also during a pandemic. In an ironic twist of fate, I moved to Chicago to be closer to my family, but I can't really visit them because of the pandemic. But it does help to know that I'm closer. And here's the thing about it, I don't need the PhD for this job. There are a lot of amazing careers in neuroscience that don't need a PhD or an MD or even a master's degree. Getting a PhD is hard and it's not right for everybody, but for me, I don't regret getting it. I think it was the right choice for me. And what's next for me? I don't know. I really want to emphasize that there's no finish line in a career in neuroscience. There's no end point. There's no point at which stuff stops changing or new opportunities stop coming. I'm enjoying my new job in my new city, and I'm really excited to see what the future holds. I don't know if I'll stay here forever. Who I am now is not who I was when I fell in love with science or started at MIT or when I started grad school at UCSD. I've changed a lot in that time, and everyone changes a lot over time. I'm okay with not knowing exactly what I want to do forever because, I don't know, there's a long time to go, right? Like, I've got a lot of opportunities ahead of me, and everyone has a lot of opportunities to try new things and explore new fields. And I hope that people take advantage of that and don't feel like there's any one right way to be a neuroscientist or to have a career in neuroscience. So that's my story in neuroscience. You can feel free to find me online if you have other questions. Thank you so much for your time and attention today, and I'm happy to answer any questions folks might have right now.
And thank you so much, Dr. Caldwell. I really enjoyed hearing your inspirational story in neuroscience, and we'll take questions from the audience as well now. So Hamani asked, what is the most important thing you've learned throughout your life or career?
Oh, wow, that's a really big question. I think the most important thing is be true to who you are and what makes you happy. Because I think in any career or any educational track, there is going to be a lot of information coming at you, telling you how you should be or what you should want or what the right career is going to look like. And the reality is that every person is different and every person has different needs. And it's really important to listen to yourself and what your own mind and body are telling you about what works well for you. Because a career that's great for somebody else might not be great for you. And a career that somebody else thinks isn't a good one might be the perfect job for you. So really focus on what makes you happy and what makes you feel good and content and fulfilled. And don't worry as much about what other people think.
Next, Ananya asks that her dream school is MIT and she wants to major in neuroscience and biochemistry. So she wants to know how you think MIT has shaped your neuroscience journey, and do you think it has provided support for your major and career specifically?
That's a good question. I think that MIT is a great place to study science. And I think it's a really good place if you are able to get plugged into the community and really connect with the right people, really connect with the support systems, get involved in student groups. It was not a great place for me personally because I struggled a lot in undergraduate, and that was not entirely MIT's fault. Some of that was on me too. I think the big ways that MIT has really benefited me is that it looks really good on my resume, right? Like, just to be totally honest and blunt, MIT, people recognize the name. And I think that that has benefited me in a lot of ways. I don't know that I would go to MIT if I were making the choice over again. It was very expensive and I had a hard time, and I don't think it's the right choice for everybody, but I do think it can be an amazing place for a lot of people. And I think if you want to study neuroscience and biochemistry, it's a great place to do that.
Yeah, definitely. So in your presentation, you mentioned that research obviously has its difficulties and obstacles. So Simone wants to know, how did you keep going when things got tough in your PhD or when you felt stuck? How did you tell yourself to keep going and overcome the obstacles that you had?
I had a lot of support systems that really helped me navigate that. I was very lucky to have my partner with me in grad school, so I wasn't on my own. I had a lot of really good friends who helped bolster me, and we even had weekly game nights, so I had this mandatory social interaction every week. I also saw a therapist regularly for many years to talk about my struggles, which was really valuable. And I think what it came down to was just recognizing that, like, as hard as it was, I still enjoyed what I was doing and I still wanted to answer this question. And science is not a perfect thing, right? Like, I think it's easy to convince yourself that if you do the protocol correctly, the experiment's going to work, you're going to get your results and you can publish it. But science is not that straightforward, just like anything in life. And really just accepting that we have our own failings, that we're going to screw up, but the science isn't always going to work, and that that's okay, and you'll still figure it out. Like, that is really what got me through those challenges.
Yeah, definitely. I think in research, especially, it's important to know how to overcome obstacles and difficulties.
Yeah, and don't take it personally either. Don't feel like an experiment failing is your fault, because it's not. Like, maybe it was technically, but it is not a reflection on your skills as a scientist or your worth as a person if your experiments don't work.
Yeah, definitely. So next, Farah asks, she first loves your story and that you're an inspiration to her. Her question is that, what do you recommend for someone wanting to pursue a career in neuropsychology? Would it be on a more clinical level where she can analyze brain scans and see how drugs work on a brain, or something else?
I mean, it's kind of whatever your interest is, right? I mean, if you're really interested in working with humans and human studies, I think that, yeah, doing like fMRI type research, getting involved in sort of the more cognitive science, psychology side of things could be really beneficial. If you're really interested in understanding the cellular molecular stuff, then maybe going more the like neuroscience, cellular biology route is a better fit. There are a lot of opportunities available, and really neuroscience is vast, right? Like, it's this huge field. So I think that really you should follow your interests and follow the people that inspire you and whose work really motivates you, because I think that's also really important. The people matter as well as the research subjects.
So in the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned that you had interest in space exploration from Carl Sagan and NASA. So Kritika asks, how can one build a career in space medicine with specialization in neuroscience? And to add on to that, I'll ask, why didn't you look into astrobiology or something like that, combining the two fields?
Yeah, great question. I have no idea how one gets into space science. And I think, or space medicine, it sounds really cool. I can imagine that it would be probably similar to the stuff I had originally planned, like naval ROTC opportunities are a really great way to get connected with stuff like NASA. Any kind of government job really can benefit from military service if that's your jam. It was not going to work for me, which is why I left the ROTC program. As far as astrobiology, kind of like I didn't know what I was doing when I was applying for grad school. Like, I didn't really know that that was a thing, and I didn't really ever get exposed to it as an undergraduate, and I didn't learn about it until I was already in grad school. And yeah, I mean, it sounds really amazing and really cool, and I wish that I'd known, because it would have been awesome to study, and I hope lots of people study it.
So someone also asks, can you give a few tips for working on a YouTube channel geared towards science for non-scientists? I know that science communication is obviously a very important field. It's one of the missions of Something Neuroscience. So she wants to know how you can delve into this area of science education and using YouTube as a platform for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the big thing I would say is that, like any new hobby or skill or anything new you're trying, you're not going to be perfect at it when you first start, right? Like, there's always going to be a learning curve, and you always just kind of have to try it and learn as you go. So I would suggest that you just start making videos, start, coming up with things you want to make videos about and do it. I'm super lucky because my partner and I work together and he's very talented at editing and animating, which I think was a huge boost for us from the beginning. But it doesn't need to be super high production quality. And I also would say that if you want to get started making science videos, try making videos for Instagram first, because Instagram videos are shorter. They tend to be like less highly produced. So they're a little bit easier to make. And I think it's a really great way to get started, just making 1-minute explainer videos about science topics you think are interesting. I think that just starting to make the content is really how you get into it. Trying to connect with other creators is really valuable too. So on YouTube and on Twitter, looking for the other communities of folks making this content can be helpful for sharing ideas and finding a community.
Yeah, definitely. I think I agree that it's important to make science accessible for more people. I think in society, especially nowadays, we have a large group of people who may not believe what science says. So I think it's definitely important to educate people in science. Mm-hmm. So Evan asks, she first thanks you for telling all your important experiences in neuroscience. And she asks, how do you suggest being competitive if one is coming from a smaller school or smaller college?
That's a good challenge. I will say that I think that there is a lot more awareness of the bias for big name universities, which doesn't mean that it eliminates the bias, but there's at least an awareness that it exists. I think the real key is writing an essay that will make you stand out, because the essay is a really big part of that. And of course, and we can talk all day about the ways in which we analyze students and evaluate graduate applications. Like there's a certain amount of unfairness in reducing people to like numbers, but obviously like your GPA and your GRE do affect your chances of getting into graduate programs. But once you've achieved that threshold, I think the essay is where you really have an opportunity to stand out, because they're used to seeing the same kinds of essays every time. And like I had one of those same essays, right? Like I had a story about a friend who had an injury that really inspired me to want to study spinal cord injuries. Everybody has a grandparent who had dementia. And so really thinking about how you can tell your story and what got you here and got you interested in this field and what makes you want to go to this graduate program in a way that, yeah, maybe there are some of the traditional like inspirations that other people have talked about, but what really makes you stand out? Everybody knows somebody who had an injury or had a disease. So what is it about the brain that's so fascinating to you? Why do you really want to study at this university? Really making yourself stand out, I think, is an important part of it.
Definitely. So I know you touched upon this before with your experiences in MIT, but Khadija asks, have you ever suffered from imposter syndrome? And if so, how can one overcome that?
Oh, constantly. I actually have not even stopped asking myself if the reason I decided not to get a postdoc was because I didn't think I would be good enough as a scientist. So I thought I should do something quote unquote easier like science writing. I think imposter syndrome is something that is just going to affect a lot of people for a long time. Probably for the rest of my life, I will feel it to some degree. I feel it now as a science writer because I'm like, well, I didn't train as a writer, so am I really qualified to write about science? There's no perfect system. There's no perfect place for you to be because everybody's different. And I think the real countering for imposter syndrome is just to look at what you do, right? Like look at what you do and what you're doing well. Like I got a PhD, like I did it. So I can't be that big of an imposter, right? Like I guess maybe I tricked all of them for 6 years, but then I'm just I feel like I should be proud of being such a good fraud in that case, that I was able to trick everyone for so long that they actually gave me the PhD. So I think the key is just recognizing a lot of people feel this way. A lot of people feel this way all the time. And that ultimately, like you would not be there if you were not qualified to be there.
Yeah, that makes sense. So next we have a question that a lot of undergrads may be asking themselves. So what would you say are the right reasons to pursue a PhD? What kind of qualities would make someone more suited for research versus working in this industry, for example?
Well, I don't know too much about industry research, so I can't speak too much to like what would be good for that field. But I think that the qualities for a PhD there are a lot of different reasons for getting a PhD, and there are a lot of different qualities that can really suit you. I think a couple of the big ones are a desire to think independently intellectually, so to kind of be able to stimulate yourself and motivate. You have to be able to motivate yourself. You can't constantly, you can't be the kind of person who needs somebody to be pushing you all the time, because you won't find that in academic research. And I think it's important to consider why you're pursuing a PhD. Like if it's just the next step in your career path. And I mean, if I'm being honest, like that's why I got a PhD, was because it was the next logical step in the career path I thought I wanted. But really thinking about what kind of job do you think you want? Do you really want to be a postdoc? Do you want a faculty job someday? Is the PhD really going to help you with that? I think it's important to ask those questions because that's 5 or 6 years of your life that you're not making very much money and you're not making a lot of professional advancement. And if you don't need it, then maybe you should be pursuing other things that are going to advance you professionally or personally in other ways, because it's hard. It's a lot of work and a lot of time. But I think that, yeah, just being independently motivated, a desire to be intellectually stimulated, and really, to kind of simplify it, being able to take care of yourself, like emotionally being able to stand up for yourself, to say what you need, to recognize what you want, I think is very important to protect yourself in grad school and not be taken advantage of and not get just bulldozed by the difficulty of the process.
Yeah, definitely important considerations. So Lina or Melissa asks, do you have any suggestions for someone with only an undergrad degree wanting to get into neuroscience or psychology communications, more education or internships? So the question is basically asking, what are the opportunities in the field if you don't have a PhD?
In science communications, I think there are a lot of opportunities. I would look at industry companies are often hiring folks for communications type roles that only require an undergraduate degree in a science, or often not even in a science, in like communications or something like that. Universities often will also frequently hire people with that kind of experience to do communications work. And also look at museums. A lot of museums will have internship or volunteer opportunities that can be really great. Unfortunately, they are volunteer often, which I think is unideal. But if you're just looking to really bolster that area of your resume, I think that's one way you can do it. And you know, ultimately, like if you want to get into science communications, like I said earlier with YouTube, you just have to start doing it. So whether that means volunteering somewhere where you can work with the public, or whether that means starting to create your own content, you know, starting a blog, so you're building your portfolio to be able to have something to point to, just being able to demonstrate that you can actually do the thing that you're trying to get a job in is really valuable.
Yeah, definitely. So next, Ishana asks, is it okay to not do a PhD right away after master's and wait for a better time in the future? And I guess to add on to that, what suggestions do you have for people that are older that want to pursue a PhD?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think people should take their time making this decision no matter what, because like I said, PhDs are hard and long and they don't pay very well. If you know that you want the PhD, then go for it. But you know, right now is a hard time to start grad school too. So who knows? What was the second part of the question? It was
like to add on to that, like if someone is older,
older. Okay. Yeah, I mean, most people, like I started grad school when I was 24. There were other people in my grad program who were coming straight out of undergrad who were 21. And there were other people in my grad program who were up into their late 20s. That's actually a pretty narrow spread. There are people who go back to grad school, you know, older when they have kids. My father-in-law got his PhD in religion when he was in his 30s after he had 4 children. It's definitely doable. And I think the real key is just to find a support system that's going to work for you. Because if you are older, you will probably be quite different from most of your classmates. Most of your classmates will be younger. And so whether that means figuring out if there are classmates you can relate to that you can build friendships with, or finding support systems in other places, like maybe you should be talking more to the postdocs or to other, you know, other staff at the university to find people who can relate to you in other ways, because it's just really important to have people around you that can help support you.
Yeah, definitely put it in consideration. So next, Anushka asks, how can someone break into the scientific communication and writing industry, and where can someone look for those kinds of positions?
Ooh, good question. So it kind of depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for freelancing gigs, I would recommend a couple different resources, like for example, the folks behind SciShow and Eons and Crash Course are frequently hiring freelance writers. So that's a really good way to start to build a portfolio, is to write freelance, you know, write articles or blog posts freelance for other companies or platforms. You can also start your own blog, which is a really good way just to demonstrate that you can write. It's also a great way to practice, because if you're new to it, you know, you need to practice doing it. But that gives you a personal portfolio that you can point to when you apply to jobs. There is a science communications job board on Facebook that is really great. A lot of jobs are UK and Europe based, but there are a lot of opportunities that get posted there. You can also look at the hashtag SciComm jobs on Twitter, which has a lot of opportunities. And then there are a bunch of Slack channels too related to science communication, like the NPR SciCommers group. I would say, just Googling like SciComm communities, SciComm job boards, those kinds of things are a good place to start. I found a lot of jobs on LinkedIn, and some of that is about finding the right search terms. So I searched science writer, science communications, like communications specialist, like a lot of these different combinations of terms. Luckily, LinkedIn also starts to remember you and remember the things you've searched. So they'll start to recommend jobs that might fit your interests.
So next, Kritika asks essentially, how can someone set themselves apart in neuroscience when applying as a high school student to colleges? And how can someone gain more opportunities in the field as a young student?
Yeah, I mean, being here is a great start, right? Like if I met an incoming undergrad who had attended a conference on the brain, I would be super impressed with their interest. Yeah, I think that just being able to talk about it, being able to say like, I'm really interested in the brain and here's what I do because I'm interested in the brain, I think is a great way to stand out. And I think in terms of getting opportunities, really trying to connect with your faculty once you are an undergraduate and looking for those research opportunities on campus. Some universities don't have that many research opportunities, but often you can talk to the existing faculty or other support staff about other opportunities in the area. So for example, maybe your university doesn't have a lot of research opportunities, but maybe there are other institutions in the region where you could find an opportunity, or summer internships you can apply to where you could go do research for a summer somewhere. I think really just seeking out those resources and trying to build that network, especially with potential mentors when you're a young student, finding the people who can help support your career is going to be really valuable.
So those are all the questions we have from the audience. So I guess I'll ask a few that I have. So given the diversity of fields in neuroscience and the fact that you can connect with so many fields like economics, politics, art even, how does one find a research interest that they can narrow in? Other than reading papers, for example, and how can someone know that the path that they're pursuing is the right path for them?
I think everybody probably has a lot of different paths that can be right for them. And I think that it's important to be aware that, you're a whole human being with a lot of different interests and a lot of different things that you'd be happy doing. And so it might feel really stressful because when you're picking a research project, like especially for grad school, you feel like you're really narrowing, you are, because your focus is super narrow on this tiny question, just chipping away at the edge of human knowledge. But ultimately, like there are a lot of different things you could do that would make you happy. So I think finding something that you're interested in and finding something that you enjoy and focusing on that question, just go for it. And if it sucks, that's not the end of the world. Then you change fields, or you do something else for postdoc, or you don't do a postdoc and you go do something else with your career. There's a lot of opportunities out there. And so I think just kind of trusting your gut, giving stuff a shot, and not being afraid to say this isn't working, I think is really what will be the best way to move forward, because you're not limited. There are a lot of opportunities forever.
We actually have another question in the chat. So Giancarlo is basically asking, given that a PhD is normally 5 or 6 years, if someone is constrained by time, how can one complete it faster? Is there a way to expedite your PhD, for example?
I think the best way to expedite your PhD is to be really explicit. Like look at graduate programs, look at their average time to graduation, and talk to the students and faculty about it and find out what's standard there. Because some universities are going to help you get through faster. It can also be faster if you have a master's degree, because sometimes they'll kind of let you adapt your approach, although a lot of universities still make you take all the coursework, even if you have a master's degree. But I think really the big thing is being really direct and honest with faculty when you're setting up your rotations and figuring out what lab you might want to join, to be really clear and say like, hey, I want to be done in 4 years. Like, can we do this? Can we come up with a project that'll let me do that? And they might be into it because, that's funding out of their pocket. Maybe they have a project that they think that can be done in 4 years, or maybe the proposal you have for a project can be done in that time. I think you just need to be really straightforward and repeat it over and over too. Like say it again and again every time it comes up with your PI, because they might assume like, oh, well, the project's not going perfectly, so they're still going to you're going to want to stay and see it to the end. And maybe that's not true. Maybe you just want to get out. And I think it's really important to be direct about your needs.
And another question we have is, if someone is interested in the clinical and research aspects of medicine and neuroscience specifically, how does one choose between them, like getting an MD versus PhD, or pursuing both at the same time? So how does one make that distinction?
Get the MD, PhD. Yeah, I think MD, PhDs are a really great opportunity for people who are interested in that intersection. I do sometimes feel like I missed my calling there. I, to be honest, didn't think I was competitive enough to be an MD, PhD student. I also wasn't sure I wanted to go back to school for 8 years. But yeah, I think if you're interested in the intersection of clinical and research, you should go for the MD, PhD if you can. And if you can't, there are a lot of opportunities for MDs and PhDs to do clinical research, you know, kind of crossing the border on both sides. If you decide to pursue just one, I mean, my experience is mostly on the PhD side, but there were folks who worked in labs that were run by MDs or MD PhDs who did translational research. I think it's just important to look for graduate programs, look for resources that support that, and to find places that have labs that do translational research that will give you that opportunity to do the clinical application stuff.
So the next question will probably be the last one given the time constraint, but Veda asked, what do you think was the most impressive factor on your MIT application? And to generalize that, how do you think one can be competitive for schools like MIT in the current day and age?
So my application to MIT, do you think, or?
I think to MIT, yeah.
Okay. I wrote a poem for my application essay, and I think that's what made me stand out. I wrote a poem about me and my life, because, you know, everybody has to write their essay about whatever. There's some main essay that everybody has to write. It was a while ago for me, so I don't remember it that well. But I do remember that I wrote a poem that I was very proud of. And I think that that was really what made me stand out, because something that they encouraged us to do on the application was to be creative. And at the time, MIT was really doing a big push to try and bring more creativity, more artistic stuff in. They didn't want to be seen just as a STEM school. They wanted to be seen as a school that supported whole students. So I think that's what made me stand out. I did not have any research experience going into MIT. I did have very good grades. I was valedictorian in my high school, but I didn't have, I played in an orchestra, but like I didn't do any sports. But this was also 15 years ago, so things could have changed since then.
Yeah, thank you so much for all your advice, both in your presentation and questions. Do you have any like final closing remarks or words of advice for the students?
Yeah, I guess I would just say, you know, take care of yourself in whatever you decide to do. Because like I said earlier, you're going to get a lot of messaging about what's right or what's good or what the best career is going to be. And you should listen to yourself and what feels good to you, because you've got a long life and a long career ahead of you, and nothing's going to be permanent. Nothing has to be permanent. So take your time and enjoy the ride.
Yeah, thank you so much. A virtual round of applause for Dr. Caldwell, and make sure to check out her YouTube channel at Neurotransmissions. We loved having you here, and thank you for speaking at Something Neurocon.
Yeah, thank you so much for the invitation. Have a great rest of your conference, everybody.
So everyone, a brief announcement. So our next speaker will be at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So we have a half-an-hour break. So feel free to just stay on the Zoom call until then, and I'll just play music and stay on the introduction slide for that speaker.
YouTube Music Premium. Start a 1-month free trial.
You can manage your team's work easily with Monday.com. Just go to Monday.com and start tracking.
Here at the Princeton Review, we've long said that the SAT only tests your ability on mastering the SAT.
It's got some amazing brightness. It's not distracting. It's not annoying my eyes. It is a world of difference.
All right, hi everyone. Welcome to part 2 of our day 1 of Simply Neurocon. I hope you had a good break for lunch, dinner, breakfast, or wherever you may be, depending on your time zone. I hope you enjoyed the first half of our conference. So I'm excited to begin the second half of our conference with Matthew Espinoza of Brain Companion, and Intera will be giving his introduction.
Hi everyone. Our next speaker is Matthew Espinoza. He is an entrepreneur, productivity guru, and accelerated learner. He is the founder of Brain Companion, which helps students and lifelong learners maximize their brain's potential. Thank you so much, Matthew, for being here and agreeing to do this workshop.
Matthew, I think you're on mute.
There we go. It just wasn't letting me click the button. And I'm so excited to be able to talk about this idea of accelerated learning. Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you for coming. Feel free to share your screen if you have a presentation, and we're excited to hear you speak.
It says host disabled screen sharing.
Should be able to now.
Okay, perfect. I want to talk about you guys the idea of accelerated learning, learning faster and consuming information faster than anyone else. How do you actually retain information for the long term? I think school teaches you what to learn. It teaches you the neuroscience, teaches you the chemistry, all these fundamentals that are so important, but it's missing out on the how to learn. It's missing out on the memory. It's missing out on the productivity. And that's exactly what I plan on getting into in this presentation. I'm so excited to be able to get started. I've been able to help students from around the world, England, Australia, United States, Canada, achieve top results, not just in studying, but also in their career. They've been able to learn information a lot faster, and they've been able to get information and input and retain that information. I think that's the most important thing, retaining that information for the long term. And I'm so excited to be able to share those exact secrets on how I was able to get these students to be able to become top performers, top achievers. For those wondering where my Instagram handles, if you guys want to share this on your story, I'm more than happy to share it back on you guys. My personal account is Matt Espos, and I also run the account at Brain Companion with a couple other team members. I wanted to first talk about this idea of the accelerated learning model, which is the model I've actually developed myself. And I think you need these three components to become an accelerated learner. And more often than not, people have multiple components. They only have maybe only time, or maybe they have great memory, but they're missing out on how to learn and consume information faster. So by really mastering all three of these circles, really in the middle right here, that's the accelerated learner. And that's what I want you guys to be able to get out of through this presentation. I want you guys to be able to learn information faster than anyone else. I want you to be able to manage your time more effectively. And most importantly, I want you to remember what you actually learned in the first place. Life is way too important not to be able to remember it in the first place. To begin with, I want to talk about this idea of accelerated learning. What is the power of accelerated learning? So let's say this red line represents the top student in your class. It represents maybe this kid called Simon, and he has the top marks in your school. Now, Simon might have great memory, or he might be very productive. Simon might have one of the fundamentals of accelerated learning in the accelerating learning model, learning, timing, or recall. He might have that one component down, which is why he gets top marks. Let's say he has really great memory, which is why he gets top marks in the class. But the thing is, he is learning at a linear rate. When you're actually accelerating your learning, you are learning at an exponential rate. And you can be at the very bottom of the class. You could have the lowest marks in the class. By learning how to actually learn, then you're going to be able to exponentially increase how well you're able to retain information and learn faster than anyone else, even Simon. I like giving a couple of free bonuses at the end of my presentation. So of course, there's going to be a quick Q&A session at the end for all those wondering, a couple questions they have throughout the presentation. I always love giving a couple bonuses, a couple checklists, a couple PDF guides. So I'm more than happy to give away my free Learn Any Language PDF guide, which is actually detailed step-by-step how I was able to learn French in 1 month. You know, people have this big misconception that it takes years to learn languages. I was able to get my certificate, you know, officially fluent in French in just, 30 days, which is insane for some people. But I want to show you that, what is possible with the human mind. The second thing I want to give you guys is a free ultimate study checklist that breaks down what you should do before you should even study and even after you should even study. And those are a couple bonuses I could give away at the end. For those meeting me for the first time, my name is Matthew Espinoza, and there's this idea out there. There's this really strong idea that the harder you work, the more successful you're going to be. The more you study, the higher your marks. Often you tell your parents, like, oh, I got 80 on an exam. Like, oh, you should have just studied more, right? We always hear that. We always hear this idea, oh, you should have studied more. You should have learned more. You should have tried harder. But really, at the end of the day, I uncovered something. Hard work does not equal success. Hard work does not equal success. And I think once you actually understand this idea, that there's no correlation between hard work and success. What there is a correlation is efficient work, efficient learning. That equals success, because then you're not getting burned out. There's this idea of hustle culture, this idea of I'm going to hustle 24/7, 7 days of the week, and I'm going to be successful. But really, at the end of the day, you want to be able to enjoy life. You don't want to be hustling all this time. You want to work efficiently. You want to get the most stuff done as quickly as possible. And that's exactly what I'm going to be sharing here. I really found that no one was talking about the secrets. No one is talking about the secrets of how to learn. No one is talking about the memory. No one is talking about productivity. No one is talking about how to actually learn efficiently and how to learn quickly, which is why I founded Brain Companion in the first place, which is a community of learners sharing and learning together. And it's so exciting to be able to see other people's ideas and different models of the world. And it's so exciting to be able to share that with other individuals. And since then, I've been able to meet some like-minded individuals. I've had the opportunity to interview famous celebrities in the educational field and discover the secrets to be able to learn anything, any skill, music, language learning, anything, 10 times faster than anyone else. In my show on Instagram, which is @Brain Companion, I've been able to interview these famous educational people. For those in the States, you might recognize the 4-time US memory champion, Nelson Dallas. I had the opportunity to talk to him even before the interview, after the interview, and really he was able to share his secrets on how he became the best in the world. Dr. Hugo, he's a very well-known study expert over in Australia. I was able to work with him and really uncover what is it that makes students the top performers in the world. Jorge Quintero is also another well-known American brain coach, and I was able to talk to him about the neuroscience behind all this. And finally, Katarina Fink, who's actually a well-known polyglot, and she's actually being able to speak multiple languages, and I was able to find what the secret is to language learning. Then I uncovered something, that the way you actually learn one thing, whether it's memory, whether it's language learning, whether it's neuroscience, whether it's studying, is the same way you learn everything. And once you understand the fundamentals, that's how you're able to accelerate your learning. Some of you might know me from YouTube. I post a couple of videos talking about stuff that school doesn't teach you. I talk about how to take efficient notes, my own note-taking system. I talk about the best productivity setup to have on your phone to make sure that you're not on social media all the time. I even rewired how Albert Einstein thinks, which I'm actually going to get to in this presentation, which is really exciting. Now, before the presentation begins, I want to give you guys 3 power tips to be able to make the most of this presentation. And I want you to apply these tips as well with any other presentation you have, especially any other presentation here in Simply Neuroscience, a Neurocon. Number 1, I want you to take notes. I want to be showing you guys how to take efficient notes. I want you to take notes because the way you take notes, you're taking so many senses a part of it. You're writing down information down. You're putting all this information into something that you can see, that you can retrieve later on. So the first thing I want you guys to do, I want you to get a notepad. And not a sticky note, a notepad. So you can have a whole bunch of notes collected here because this is going to be some information that school isn't going to teach you about. First thing I want you to do, get that notepad. I'll take a little second here, but get that notepad, start taking some efficient notes. The second thing I want you to do is turn off any devices if you have any devices. I want you to focus. If you're on your phone, on your computer, that's fine. But if you can, even go like do not disturb if you want to. That way you're not getting distracted. You're not getting pulled away from social media, which is something I'm going to be talking about later on, the dangers behind that. And if you want, you can also tag me at Matt Espos or at Brain Companion. I'll gladly reshare your story. Just take a picture of the slide that resonated with you the most, and I'll gladly reshare it over on my Instagram page. And the third thing I want you to do, I want you to ask questions. Any question you have in your head, save it until the end, write it down in that notebook of yours that you're taking notes on, and actually ask me at the end of the question, at the end of the session. I'll be more than happy to answer any question that you guys have. Now, I want to talk about this idea of the scope of learning. You know, you take all this information, you take studying, podcasts, YouTube, TV shows, research papers, all this information, and what do you get out of it? There's a one little arrow, right? You get all this information, but you barely get anything out of it. This is the scope of learning. This is something that people don't realize. This is how the education system is right now. They take a lot of information. You're consuming so much information from so many different classes, but really, how much do you retain? Enough that you can do well on a test. The next week, you completely forget everything you learned, right? That's often what ends up happening. So how can we actually use this idea of accelerated learning? How can we change this scope of learning? Now, for most of you, you are a passive learner. Right now, this is most of you in this situation. Now, let's take it to the next step. The next step is being more productive with your time. You are increasing the scope of learning, because if you have more time, right? If you have more time, you have more information, you have more time to input information, you have more time to output and retain more information. So the first step I recommend people to go through is to really know how much you're spending time on different activities. I have even gone so far to actually measure every single 5 minutes of every single day to like extreme measures to really uncover, you know, what is it that's taking up so much of my time? More often than not, it's social media. I'm going to be getting to that in just a second. But that's the first circle, going back to the accelerated learning model. That is the first circle you have to uncover, you have to achieve. And now you're a restricted learner. What's the next step? What's the next step behind this? The next step is you want to consume more information. You want to widen that gap, right? You want to be able to retain more information. And what ends up happening, if you have like an ice cream cone, you keep putting more information, and what ends up happening, you end up having more information dripping out, right? It's the same thing here. With more information, you're going to end up retaining a bit more of that information because there's so much of it. So you're going to have to retain some of that. And that's the second step. That's the learning section of it. And the final step, this is my favorite step. I love seeing people's reactions. You know, like, okay, so we've expanded the top part, right? We've made it bigger. What's the next step? What's the final step we can do? Make the bottom bigger, right? Now we have a box. Any information that comes in through our lives, whether that's podcasts, TV shows, research papers, anything that your teacher tells you, what ends up happening? We go through this system and we're actually retaining what we just learned. This is what I want you to get you guys at. This is the level I want you to get to guys at. I want you to be able to take information, consume information, and then actually retain that information for years and years to come. And this is going back to the accelerated learning model. You have time, you have learning, and you have recall. And together, those components together, you have this framework where you're consuming information faster than anyone else. You're consuming more information, you're enjoying your life, and you don't have to study hours and hours on end. You don't have to learn hours on hours on end. You just have to learn efficiently. Now, there's really 4 main steps I'm going to be going through in this presentation. And it's actually in my program, Accelerated Learner, I'm going to be actually go through these 4 steps. The first step is accelerated productivity. Like I said, remember, making the scope bigger. The next step is accelerated reading, taking and consuming more information. Remember, making that wider. And then the third step is accelerated memory, so actually retaining. And that's what you have. That's what you have, the flow system where you're consuming information and you're outputting information. And the last step that I often recommend, this is for the advanced learners out there, I often recommend accelerated memory, accelerated mastery, where you're able to master any skill that you're going to be able to achieve. So this is really the 3 main things I've taught you so far, just a little review. We talked about the accelerated learning model. We've talked about the actual scope of learning, and this is the steps you're going to be going through in this presentation. And by becoming an accelerated learner, you're studying less, you're having more free time, you're learning how to deal with any problem that comes your way, whether that's a personal problem or even like a question on a test, right? Often you're like, I don't know how to answer this. You're going to find ways to be able to get the most marks out of that question, you know, kind of make sure that you get all the marks possible, even if you don't understand the material. They're going to be talking about how to get top marks, how you can be that Simon that I was talking about before, who doesn't study a lot, but he gets top marks. I'm going to be talking about how to remember the first time you actually read something, how to actually remember that information. how to learn any skill, music, language learning, business, sports, all these different topics that people are so passionate about, how to learn that efficiently and effectively as possible. And ultimately, in the long run, how to accelerate your career. Because really, we're in school for so long because we actually want to learn the fundamentals. And then after, we want to make sure that we're able to learn how to actually learn when it comes to career. We want to make sure that we have a position that when we're applying for a position, we can say, I know this, I know this, I know this, I know this. And it's essentially how to actually learn quicker, right? It all comes down to bringing those fundamentals. The first part I'm going to be talking about in this presentation is accelerated productivity, right? It's the first part of the scope. Entering flow, entering the maximum state of productivity. If we have some extra time, we could talk about finding motivation. And the last part, I want to talk about procrastination. Believe it or not, there's 3 different types of procrastination. People don't believe me until I actually show them to you guys. There's 3 different types of procrastination. And depending on what phase of procrastination you're in, you have to attack it a different way. It's essentially, that's how it has to work. And once you're able to uncover, okay, I'm in this phase of procrastination, that's how I have to attack it. That's how it's going to work. That's exactly what we're going to be talking about. The next part is accelerated reading. We're going to be talking about my whack-a-mole model for reading. We're going to be talking about the 3 myths of speed reading. And we're going to be diving a little bit into my patented speed reading formula, which is the LIVES formula. Then we're going to be talking about accelerated memory, how to actually remember more of what you read, how to remember anything you read the first time around, and actually how to use the power of active recall and spaced repetition to be able to remember things for the long term. And finally, we're going to be talking about accelerated mastery, which is my favorite section. How I actually learned a language in a month. We're going to be diving into that, as well as how I learned the most difficult piano piece in 3 weeks. And for those wondering, if you search up, the most difficult piano piece, La Cabanela, and you can check out my Instagram, I actually play that song right then and there. So first of all, let's talk about accelerated productivity. I'm going to get a sip of water before we get started. But like I said, if you have any questions, save them until the end, or even just put them down in the chat, and we can talk about them later. Okay, let's get into it. Accelerated productivity. I want to talk about this idea of flow. Flow is a state of maximum productivity. Now, why is it that some people study 8 hours and some people study 4 hours, but the guy who studied 4 hours knows the same amount of information as the guy who studied 8 hours? It's because they are entering flow. This is something that basketball players, top athletes use, this idea of flow. And this idea of flow isn't actually invented by me, but it was such a powerful idea I wanted to share with you guys. Now, there's really 3 main steps in entering flow. The first step is obviously priming your brain. You want to be able to prime your brain, and then after around 30 to 45 minutes, you're entering the state of maximum productivity. I don't know if you've ever read a book before, but often when you're reading at the first maybe 30 minutes, you're just reading. But then after, you get so immersed inside your book that if someone were to talk to you, you're like, oh my gosh, give me a second. I need to transition to the real life because I'm so deep into what I'm doing. That is flow. But what if you could actually enter flow a lot quicker? Because when you're entering flow, you're actually doubling your productivity, you're actually doubling your learning, and you're doubling your retention. So what if we could enter flow 24/7? Is that possible? We could get as close as possible to that, and I'm going to be showing you how to do that. Going back to the guy who studied 4 hours. Let's say you study 4 hours, and your friend studies 4 hours, but he doesn't know about flow, right? So he studies for 4 hours, but he's always in the priming stage. He only studied for 4 hours. You study the same 4 hours, but you enter flow. So you're actually doing 3.5 hours where you're actually doubling the amount of work done. You get 7, almost 8 hours of work done in the same 4 hours. Isn't that incredible? And that's why people say, how can you, people always ask me, how much do you study? How much do you study? How do you get top marks? How long do you study for? I'm like, I don't care how long I studied for, as long as I understand the material. And I guarantee you, I am studying less than you are, and I'm still getting the top marks in the class because I am entering flow. Now, how do you enter flow? There's a lot of steps you have to go through, but the main one is you want to get rid of any distractions. Getting back to what I was telling you guys in the beginning, turning off notifications. Because let me just go through this with you guys. So let's say you're starting off, this is your studying session, you're starting off in this section here, and then you're moving on, and then 30 minutes pass by, you're in 29 minutes, and you're about to enter flow, boom, you get a notification on your phone. And then it's maybe like, oh, someone liked your DM or liked your photo, someone sent you a Snapchat. You start over again. You start over right in the beginning. And you have to take 30 minutes to be able to enter flow. Now, see your friend, he gets notifications all the time on his phone. And so he's always going back and he's never able to enter flow. You, on the other hand, are smart about this thing. And so any distraction you have, you put your phone, when you're studying, put your phone on the other side of the room. Even better, put it in a different room. If you know that you're going to get distracted, put it in a different room and just study, just straight up study, you know, and then you're able to enter flow because there's no distractions. And that also means your parents too. So I want to make sure when I'm studying, I'm like, Mom, Dad, just so you know, I'm studying. If you can, no one bother me for around, you know, hour, 2 hours. Because even if you were the perfect child, right? Let's say you're the perfect child. You put your phone away, you put all your distractions away, and then your mom's like, oh, she opens the door. She's like, oh, by the way, you have to take out the trash. Boom, you start back over again, right? So you want to make sure everyone is aware that you are entering flow, that you are ready to be able to enter this maximum state of productivity. And that's really this idea. So you want to make sure you have no distractions. And then you also want to make sure you're aware of how far the burnout is too. You don't want to, you can only enter flow for so long before you start burning out. So then it goes back to burnout again. And then you have to go back to priming and just kind of a repeat. That's essentially the idea behind flow. You really want to make sure there's no distractions and you're doing something that is entertaining enough to be able to last around 1 to 3 hours, which is why techniques like the Pomodoro technique doesn't work as efficiently, because the Pomodoro technique, for those of you wondering, is where you have a 25-minute timer and then you have a 5-minute break. But by doing that, you're never able to enter the state of flow, something to keep a note of. Now let's talk about procrastination, the 3 different stages of procrastination. I actually put names on them because then you could recognize which one's which. So you have the pusher, the giver, and the resistor, right? And we're going to be going through how to actually tackle procrastination depending on what stage you're at. Let's talk about the pusher first, all right? So the pusher is someone who actually, you're like, you know, you tell yourself, let's say it's taking out the trash. You're like, okay, I could take out the trash in an hour or maybe 2 hours. You know, you just need that little push, you know, inside of you, you just need that little push and then you're going to be able to do it. That's when you know you're the pusher. So the way to actually tackle the pusher is you want to break it down to ridiculously small tasks. If you had this idea of like studying and you're like, oh, you know what, I'm going to study in an hour. I'm going to study in 2 hours. And you know, those 2 hours pass by and you're like, I'm going to study another 2 hours. And that continues happening and you never end up studying, right? So it's best to study now, right? So you want to break it up into ridiculously small tasks. This idea of studying is huge. It's huge, right? It's like, oh, I have to get my textbook, get my notes, get my paper, make sure the phone's away. No, break it down into small tasks. Because the thing is with productivity and procrastination, it's like a boulder on a hill, right? You just need that little push. You just need a little push and you're going to be going down the hill smoothly. You're going to be studying, but you need that little push in the beginning, right? So you need to break it down into ridiculously small tasks. Tell yourself, I'm just going to open my textbook. You know, I'm just going to read 1 sentence. And what ends up happening, that 1 sentence that becomes, you know, a paragraph. That paragraph becomes 2 paragraphs. Next thing you know, you're studying and you're good to go, right? And even smaller than a sentence, just say, I'm going to read 1 word. If you can't read 1 word, come on now. Come on now. You can just tell yourself you're going to read 1 word. It's crazy, this mindset that you have. You're like, I'm just going to read 1 word. Or even if you're working out and you're like, I don't want to work out. I'm going to work out tomorrow, or, you know, just like, I don't really feel like it right now. Break it down. Say, I'm going to put on some gym shoes. I'm going to put on my gym clothes, you know, break it down. And you're like, I could go downstairs at the very least. Why not go downstairs? That's where my gym equipment is. I might as well go downstairs. Break it down ridiculously. That's when you know you're in phase 1. Phase 2 is the giver. The giver. You have to ask yourself, you know, let's say it's something bigger than studying, something bigger than working out, for example. It's the giver where you don't really feel like doing it. This could be like taking out the trash. Like even if tomorrow you really don't want to take out the trash, you just really don't. This is when you're at the giver stage. And this is where you would only be willing to do the activity if someone were to pay you like $20 or $40, then you would do it. And this is really 2 tactics to be able to use in the giver because it's a bit more intense. Number 1, you have to ask yourself why you're doing the activity in the first place. And number 2, you need to ask yourself what happens if you don't. So going back to studying or something like that, or even taking out the trash. What happens if you don't take out the trash today? Then you're also going to have to take out the trash twice next week, or you're going to have a bigger load the next day, right? So you realize, okay, holy cow, if I don't take out the trash now, then what's going to end up happening? I'm going to have to take out a bigger trash tomorrow. So I might as well take out the trash now to make sure that doesn't happen, right? And the second thing is, what's happening here? Okay, Okay, is someone on my screen? Okay, it's weird. I'm not circling those things. Yeah, so this third thing is resistor. So how to actually put a valuable item on the line. So this is the idea that you really couldn't care enough to be able to do the activity. Either you hate doing it. This is something I had to do a while back. I just hated the activity I had to do. I'm like, I gave $20. And then I'm like, $20 isn't enough. I held a $100 bill to my brother. And I told him, I want you to hold me accountable of doing this activity, to make sure I'm doing this activity. So then, I want you, and then if I don't do this activity, I'm gonna give you this $100. And so obviously he watched me like a hawk. He made sure I was doing this activity, and I actually finished it. It was actually an essay for English. I'm never really good at essays. I never really enjoyed doing them. So I gave him $100 and I held it to his face. I told him, if I don't do this activity, I'm gonna give you this $100. So he made sure I did this activity, and I actually finished it because I didn't want to lose the $100. But it's the idea of accountability and making sure that it's available there. Yeah, this drawing is still on here. I'm not too sure here. So first of all, let's talk about the next step, which is accelerated reading. So now we have the productivity side of things down. We know how to tackle procrastination depending on where we are. And now we actually understand this idea of flow, which is the maximum state of productivity. The next step is reading. How do you consume information faster than anyone else? Yes, there's TV shows, yes, there's podcasts, but reading is also great because you're often reading research papers all the time, right? You want to make sure you're reading efficiently and reading effectively. So it's what I call the whack-a-mole model, where, right now, the average speed reading range, the average range for reading is around 200 to 250 words per minute, which is average. It's average. Now, by the end of this session, I hope you get to around, whatever this may be. But for most of you, you have a hammer and you're going to smash this target, and the ball is going to go wherever you end up going, right? But what ends up happening, if you can actually increase your speed reading methods, if you could increase it, then you're going to be able to smash the target and you're going to get to a higher point. You're going to get to a higher point. But I'm going to teach you guys the methods to be able to get to this point, right? People say, I'm a quick reader. What's the point of speed reading? That's like saying, I'm an 80 student. What's the point of getting a 90? You want to make sure you're always doing the best you can do. And just because you are naturally a good reader doesn't mean you can't improve your reading. And there's always room for improvement. And the last thing is increasing comprehension. So I don't know if you guys noticed, the hammer got bigger. Now the hammer, even when you're smashing this target, your strength doesn't get any bigger. You're not working out any more than you normally do. But the hammer, so this methods, the comprehension increases. So without even any more effort on your part, you're actually smashing the target and you're getting into a higher point. And this is the point where I want to get you guys at. I want you to get from the average 200 and 250 words per minute to what I've got my students to 1,000 words, 900, 800 words per minute. This is accelerated reading, when you're able to understand and consume information and you're able to retain as much information as possible. Now, I want to talk about 3 fundamentals of speed reading. It really comes down to nonfiction and fiction books, speed reading nonfiction and fiction books. Then it comes down to speed reading textbooks. And you can see here my lives formula. This is for speed reading nonfiction and fiction. And then it is learning. So how to actually learn material. This is for research papers. This is for textbooks. You're reading a lot of factual material. This is when you're going to use the SQ3T formula. And the last part of that is retention. So this is when you're actually remembering things and you're actually boosting your comprehension and you're actually storing what you read for a longer term. So I want to break down the 3 myths of speed reading for those that are still a little bit doubtful on this idea of speed reading. Number 1, the first myth I always hear is that you're going to lose comprehension if you begin reading faster. You're going to lose comprehension if you're going to read faster. Now, this is completely myth, because think about it. Let's say you're in our neighborhood and you are driving your neighborhood. What ends up happening? You're driving at normal speed, right? Normal speed, like normal reading speed. You're driving your neighborhood at normal speed. You start getting distracted, right? You're like, oh, look at that neighbor's yard. He didn't cut his grass recently, right? We always notice little small things, right? You get distracted. Why? Because you are going at a normal pace. Take the situation, change it up a little bit. Now you're in a race car. You're driving at top speeds. Are you more or less focused? And seriously, are you more or less focused? You are more focused, right? Because you're going at top speed. You're making sure that the front of you is safe. You're making sure the back of you is safe. You're going around, you're having a lot of fun. This is speed reading. This is the power of speed reading. You're increasing your comprehension because you are uncomfortable in your situation. You're focusing because you're going quicker, right? And if you're reading at the normal pace you're always reading, you're always going to be this neighborhood car, right? You're always going to get distracted. And that's the biggest thing of reading too. People are like, I can't read for long periods of time because I always get distracted. It's because you're not reading to your full potential. That's why. Myth number 2, by speed reading, you are not enjoying your books. And this is also another big myth that I hear. Like, if you're reading faster, you're not enjoying what you're reading, right? And I bring it back to the paint model. Just because you have a paint and a picture and you have a beautiful picture, do you observe every single stroke of that painting to be able to appreciate that painting? No, you take the entirety of that painting and you appreciate it as a whole. It's the same thing with speed reading. You don't have to read every single sentence and analyze every single sentence. Like, oh my gosh, he used the word therefore instead of okay. So that must mean that he's actually trying to get this connotation under this connotation. Like, no, you have to take the big picture when you're reading. It's like a painting. Pictures are paintings and books are paintings. You want to increase that. You want to make sure that you're actually enjoying all of it, not just a little small little bits. At the same time, you're able to read more books, right? So one of the biggest things is that people read not even 4 books a year. That's crazy to me. How can you read only 4 books a year, right? So people end up being very, very picky with the books that they read. They're like, okay, I have to read this book, this book, this book, and this book, because I know I'm not going to read any other book, right? But when you're speed reading, you get to have the ability to read as many books as you want, right? Because you're not restricted to like, oh, October, I'm going to read this book. You can be like, I'm going to read this book and I'm going to finish this book. And I'm going to go to the next book. And I'm going to go to the next book. You're not restricted by how much you have to read or how many books you can read. And number 3, and this is the one that hurts me the most, really, is when people say that it takes more effort to read quicker than it does to read slower. Because it kind of shows me like they don't want to take that extra effort to actually read quicker. But the thing is, it takes more effort to read slower than it does to read quicker, which is like, what? How does that make sense? How can you take less effort when you read quicker? And it goes back to another model. And this is like this idea that those who read slower, the average reader, you have to go back and reread, right? And more often than not, you guys raise your hand in like little emoji here, the little Zoom emojis. If you ever read something and you're like, wait, what the heck did I just read? And you have to go back and reread what you just read, right? We've all been in that boat before, where we're rereading sections over and over again because you don't understand it the first time. But accelerated readers, accelerated learners, we don't do that. We read it once, which is why we're actually not using as much effort as possible. Because when we're doing that, we're actually making sure that all the information that we get, we actually understand it the first time around. That's why it takes less effort to be able to read quicker. Now, I'm going to get quickly into my lives formula for speed reading. I'm just going to be doing the L and the S. The I, the V, E, and the E are also very, very important, but I want to make sure you guys have time to be able to learn about the memory and the mastery. So people think the biggest mistake I see in reading is that people just start reading, right? They just open a book and like, okay, I'm going to start reading. No. Your brain is a muscle too. You have to train your brain just like how you train anything else. And just like how you go to the gym, you have to do a warm up. You have to do a warm up to be able to train your brain. And this little small activities, you don't think it does a lot, but it does extremely well because you're training it. You're making it powerful. You're allowing yourself to be able to read faster. Now, how do you do that? One of the biggest things, I have an accelerated reading checklist that I give people who go through my accelerated reading program. And the first thing I often recommend is having a mind dump, where more often than not, as I mentioned before, we're reading, right? We're reading, and then we have to like, oh wait, I have to do something else. And then you get distracted, okay? You get distracted when you're reading. And then you have to, oh wait, I have to do this chore. I have to do homework after this. And you get distracted. And then you have to go bring it back into reading. You're getting out of the flow state of reading and even productivity. So the first thing I often recommend, write down every single thing that's in your head before you even start reading. You want to make sure that when you actually start reading, you're only focused on reading. If you're thinking about like a message you're getting from your crush or something like that, you're not going to be able to focus on reading. So you want to make sure anything that you have in your head right now, any tasks, any ideas, any concepts, put them down in this little box here, this little mind dump section, and mind dump all the ideas inside your head. That's going to allow you to, when you read, is the pre-reading checklist, right? It's a pre-reading section that when you read, you're actually able to remember what you read. And the S, I'm not able to get to I, V, and E, but the S is actually saving your memory. So I want you to ask yourself 3 questions, 3 simple questions every single time that you read. I want you to ask SAT, which is the SAT, not to get confused with the American SATs, but I want you to, this is probably an easy way to remember that as well. The share, action, and timing. So what did I learn that is worth sharing to someone else? And so really, remember when we're telling stories, we actually remember more of what we read because we actually share it to someone else. I'm sure you've shared like really embarrassing things with your friends. You often tend to remember those a lot more, right? It's because you're sharing it with someone else. So obviously you're going to remember that. The second thing is action. How can I take action from what I just read? How can I actually take action from what I just read? Right? There's so much knowledge out there. But if you yourself are actionable, if you yourself tell yourself, okay, let's say you have an interesting statistic that you read on a research paper. Let's say this research paper has a correlation between exercise and better brain development. And you're like, oh, wow, it's very interesting. I'm gonna, more often than not, we consume some information, but we don't take action on the information, right? So when you're actually reading that, you wanna say, okay, because of that, I'm gonna start exercising. And that's who I'm gonna be now. I wanna start exercising. That's the exciting part. That's the action part of it. And then the biggest problem I see is the timing. People always do S and A, but they never do T. T is when am I going to use this information? When am I actually going to start working out? You can say I'm going to start working out. I'm going to start doing this. I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to start doing that. But really, when are you going to do this? Time it. Put it in your calendar. I have a timing every time, 3 to 4 p.m. Every single day, I work out. It's in my calendar. I can't say no to it, right? And if I have procrastination, I know how to deal with it, right? So now you know the fundamentals to be able to time it. So let's say I have to work out. Let's say you want to work out 6 to 7. Put it in your calendar. Get it formal. That's your timing. That's your action. That's your when, right? Then if you feel procrastinated around that time, use one of the 3 procrastination stages, phase 1, phase 2, or phase 3. And that is S. And like I said, if I had extra time, I'll go through I, V, and E. But those are really the 2 main ones I want to share with you. This is the after little section from the after reading checklist. The next part of this is really just the 3 sections. It's a little review. And I know some of you actually do want to learn about the lives formula. So just so you guys know, I am doing a webinar. If you guys go to tinyurl/reading.com, I'll actually go through, oh my gosh, I didn't go that. Okay, if you actually go through that and then the link, and then you're able to register for the webinar I'm doing this week. Because I do want to let you guys know that I do want to teach you guys this subject. I'm not trying to just skip it over. I do want you guys to actually take this information and use it as well as you can. Now, accelerated memory. So this is actually when you're retaining as much information as possible. Remember, this is the final step. So how far have we gone so far? We got the models of the world. We got the scope of learning. You guys have learned so far about accelerated productivity, the flow stage. You guys have learned about accelerated reading. You guys broke down the 3 myths of reading, right? We've got through a lot of concepts so far. Let's talk about memory. This is the most important one. Life is way too important not to be able to remember it. So let's get into this. I'm so excited. So what is the secret? I want to take a little guess, you guys, in the chat. What do you guys think the secret is to memory? I shared this for those of you who actually been following me a little bit longer. You guys will be able to know what the secret is to memory. But I'm just sharing you guys. Interesting. Recall, repetition. Interesting. Making connections. Interesting. I like that. Okay, making connections. Nice one, Stephanie. Connecting it to your own life. Sabrina. Yeah, I like it, Sabrina. Active recall, constant recall, sleep. Yeah. Wow, you guys are good. But let me tell you the little secret. Active recall, spaced repetition, super important. I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with those ideas. But the secret to actually remembering it, because even if you have the best active recall, even if you have the best spaced repetition, what ends up happening? You're often on those flashcards all the time, and you're not studying efficiently. The secret to memory I found, and it goes to mnemonics. It goes to everything in life. First of all, it's information. That's the first box. I can tell you that. The first box is information because you need the information to begin with. The second box is emotion. So think about anything. Active recall, why is it that you are trying to remember that? If you can attach emotion to it, then you're able to have a longer term memory. It also goes kind of hand in hand with spaced repetition. Yes, you can make spaced repetition more powerful if you attach emotion to it. Now I want to ask you guys a question here. I want you guys to go back in time for a second, all right? Think about your earliest childhood memory. What is your earliest childhood memory? All right, you don't have to comment it. You know, it's maybe kind of embarrassing. Mine is actually when I fell down from the bus, or actually, no, I think it's actually when I dropped my lunchbox and everything just spilled. I think that's my first childhood memory. I was in preschool. But yeah, it's pretty embarrassing. So you don't have to share them. But I do want to let you guys know, just, keep that idea in mind. What is your earliest childhood memory, right? And really it comes down to, then ask yourself, why? Why do you remember that? It's because of emotion. Really think about it. I dropped my lunchbox and everything spilled. I felt embarrassment. That's why I remember that memory. Anything that you remembered, it goes back to emotion. If you could connect ideas, if you have this idea of emotion and really connect more senses to that and link it up to information, if you can link those two together, then you're going to be able to have long-term memory. Active recall, spaced repetition, you guys are chatting in the box, are just awesome, do work, and they are effective. But really, how do you make them more effective? That's really the key. How do you make something like active recall, spaced repetition, make it more effective? I want to talk about this idea of the pinball model, which is actually, Barbara Oakley invented this model. It's absolutely genius. I want to share this with you guys. And it's the idea of focused and diffuse mode of thinking. So you have this thought, whatever the thought may be. Let's say this thought is actually a question on a test. Let's say this thought is a difficult problem on a test. You have this thought and it's shooting in your brain, boom, boom, boom. Now the solution to the problem, because you know in your head, like, I know this. The solution to the problem is just hitting these little 5 little square boxes, circles, I mean. That's the solution to the problem, hitting the little 5 circles. But what ends up happening, we're so focused on the problem that it keeps bouncing here and might never get to this little area here. That's where diffuse mode comes in. And diffuse mode is when you're not so focused and you're not so thinking so strongly about the concept that you're able to actually have less circles, and less circles, less pinballs, I guess you can say, allow you to solve the problem a lot quicker. So how can we go from a more focused mode of thinking to a diffuse mode of thinking? And don't get me wrong, focus mode is still good, but especially for problem solving, for creativity, you want to use diffuse mode. And how exactly do you enter diffuse mode? First of all, I want you to start reading. I said read, but really it's learning. I want you to start learning a little bit more at night. The quickest way to enter diffuse mode is simply go to sleep, which is kind of weird to say, but when you're sleeping, you're in diffuse mode. You're not thinking, you're not focused on a certain topic. You're just kind of, your head's bouncing. That's why right before you go to bed, you often have these revelations. He's like, holy cow, how did I not think about this before, right? And the ways to implement this most effectively, I want you to start reading at night, especially if you're trying to remember something that you read. I want you to start reading at night. And second thing, I want you to do quick reviews. So every single day, I study in the morning. I study every morning, but I do a quick review at night. And that quick review is really substantial because then in the morning, I'm like, holy cow, I remember that review a lot better than even if I studied in the morning, right? It's because right before you go to bed, you're getting into that diffuse mode, right? You're getting into the mode of problem solving. And you start seeing connections that you didn't see before, right? It's so, so powerful. And the last thing I want you to do, I want you to try it out, afternoon naps. I want you to try it out. I tried it once and I had a test late, like I think it was 6, 7. And I'm like, I can't sleep before that, right? Why not take a quick afternoon nap? And it's powerful because the afternoon naps, just the idea of sleeping, allows you to actually create connections. So right before I went to sleep, I reviewed everything I had to know. And then I did a quick afternoon nap. When I came out of the nap, I'm like, holy cow, I actually remember everything I just did before, because right before when you go to bed, it's such a powerful, it's like a juicy moment for learning. So, so powerful. Try that next time you have to study. You don't have to study like late, but as long as you go to sleep right after you study, then it's super, super powerful. And the last thing I want you to do here, actually, I think it's the second one here, is refrain from taking in too much information, which is kind of a crazy idea, right? So you want to use the hook methodology, which is this idea in neuroscience that you remember the first thing you read and you remember the last thing that you read. So because of this, you want to take more breaks, which kind of goes back to burning out, and it kind of goes back to the flow state, right? You don't want to keep working and working and working, because at the end of the day, you remember the most of what you actually studied in the beginning, and you remember the most of what you studied at the end. So if you can have more breaks, you can create more hooks. So this is the first study session. This is the second study session, third study session, fourth study session, and you're creating more input. You're creating more information. because you have more hooks to be able to refrain from, because you have more beginnings, you have more endings. And that's the idea behind not taking in so much information, but taking in the right information and actually spacing out your learning, which kind of goes back to spaced repetition a little bit. The second idea, the third idea, I guess it is trying out new locations, right? So I often don't just study in your bedroom 24/7. You want to make reading fun. You want to make it unfamiliar. You want to make learning fun. By changing up a different location, this goes back to emotion. This goes back to emotion. And by changing up to a different location, you're changing the atmosphere around you and you're changing the emotion around you because it's a completely new location. So it's a little hack to be able to have more powerful emotions. It's really, really awesome. So a couple ideas for new locations is living room in your library. I like studying my library. I know it's so quiet. It's amazing there. Or even in your basement and your attic, trying out that as well. And finally, let's go into accelerated mastery, where we're going to be talking about mastering any skill. I want to be talking about how I learned a language in a month. I got my certification and everything. I'm 100% fluent. That's all good here. And then we're going to be talking about how I realized that this formula I created for learning a language, this is a patented formula, the MIND formula for learning a language. I'm like, wait, I could use this formula for anything. I thought it only works for language learning. You know, I always thought like the MIND formula, I'm going to be getting to this in just a second, but I always thought the MIND formula only worked for learning languages. But then I'm like, wait, I recently started learning how to code recently. Got my certification in that as well. And then I'm like, wait, it applies to music, it applies to language learning, it applies to mathematics, it applies to everything that you're trying to master. I'm going to be getting to this and I'm super, super excited because this is one of my recent formulas that I've created. I always like having formulas because they make complex topics easily for people that don't understand those complex topics. So let's get into the MIND formula. I'm going to be using it a lot for language learning, but every once in a while, if I have time, I'm going to be shooting a couple points here and there, talking about how it applies to music, how it applies to coding. If you have any questions about that, we could definitely answer it. Now, yeah, so this is the video I have here on YouTube talking about how I actually learned a language efficiently and effectively as possible. And you guys can check out the full length because like I said, I'm going to be going through a couple snippets of the MIND formula, but the MIND formula, it goes in great detail in this video on my YouTube channel if that's something you guys are interested in. Now, first thing, motivation. The biggest thing is motivation. Because I could give you all the tips. I could give you how to speed read. I could give you memory. I could give you all this information. I'm giving you all this information, right? I'm giving you all this information. But what ends up happening? You don't have the motivation to be able to do it. You don't have the motivation to study. You don't have the motivation to do this. You don't have the motivation to do that. And if you don't have the motivation to learn a skill, then you're not going to learn it. You can have the best trainer in the world. You can have the best trainer in the world. But if you don't have a strong motivation to be able to wake up in the morning and work out, you're not going to work out. So it always starts with the motivation. And in any skill you learn, right? If you're learning how to code, you need to have a motivation for coding. Like someday I want to be able to create an application. That's why I learned how to code. That's my motivation. The stronger the motivation, the stronger the willpower. You can have the best methods in the world, like I said, but without your why, without your purpose, you won't take action on them. So motivation is so, so important. So here I'm going to go through a couple of strong motivations, a couple weak motivations, a couple of strong motivations. So for example, let's say you're learning Chinese because you want to move there someday. That's a pretty strong motivation, right? However, you're learning a language for career advancement. That isn't that strong because what happens if you change your career, right? What if you're not passionate about your career anymore? That's not that strong. If you're just doing it for a pay raise, it's not strong enough, right? Let's say you're trying to just simply pass a class in school, right? More often than not, that's what we often have. I'm just going to study because I want to simply pass a class in school. But what's a stronger motivation? You want to be able to understand the foreign. For example, the class I'm talking about is like Spanish class, for example. But let's say you're watching, I think it's like Money Heist, I think it's called. So you want to be able to understand that foreign show. That's your motivation. I want to understand La Casa de Papel. I think that's what it is. I might have to double check. But you want to understand that. It's a show on Netflix, right? It's in Spanish. That's your strong motivation. I want to understand. I want to take in this information. Same thing with anime. If you love K-pop or anything like that, if you love anime, you want to be able to understand that information. You want to be able to take in those characters and understand the full meaning. That's a strong motivation. Use that. Use that potential. Now, the second thing is input. You want to be able to learn through context. So people often say, how did you learn a language so quickly. And it really comes down to input. If you can learn efficiently through context, so specifically, let's say this sentence here, je suis triste que mon crème glacée est tombée. This is French. Now, if you don't understand that, which I don't expect a lot of you to understand that, but that's a French sentence. So now what if I give you a couple pictures? There's an ice cream, there's a going down, and he's sad now. What do you think happened? Okay, maybe you understand that the ice cream fell down, and then he's sad. Now, it's obviously better if it's animated, but it's the best I can do with my presentation. Now you start realizing, je suis triste, I am, you know, je suis triste, I am, what's triste? Okay, maybe I can go back over here. He's sad, oh my gosh, triste means sad. You start making connections. Triste means sad, tombe means like going like down, like falling down, like technically, like tumbled down. And crème glacée, that's ice cream, right? So you start making those connections. Did they have to tell you every single word? Did they tell you that triste means sad? No. Did they tell you that crème glacée means ice cream? No. I showed you a picture, you make connections. And that's exactly what you need to be doing with anything that you're learning. You need to learn through context. And that's the way babies learn. You know, that's the way they take all this information, take all this input, right? And then they're able to make context out of it. If viene aquí, you know, come here. If I show you my arm, like viene aquí, in Spanish, then you're like, okay, viene aquí, maybe like, what's he trying to do? Like, they start making connections. Okay, maybe he's like, come here, like, get over here. You start making connections, and that's what it is. It's context. You want to learn through context. Then there's this idea of active and passive learning. So you want to make sure that you're learning through actively reading, as is taking notes. That's active learning. Yeah. Then there's narrow, right? So this is how I was able to learn one of the most difficult piano songs possible. It's because I was able to realize what is it that's going to get me the maximum output. And the 80-20 rule is a rule that's actually in business, but really applies to anything in life. That 20% of the input, going back to input, right, will give you 80% of the output. Therefore, spending time learning words and learning the correct words will give you 80% of the time of the output. So for example, the biggest mistake I see in language learning, I'm just going to say it out there, is that Duolingo. People download Duolingo and they're like, okay, because I downloaded Duolingo, I am fluent in French, I'm fluent in Spanish. The problem with Duolingo is that it teaches you words. It doesn't teach you context. It teaches you words. It teaches you chien, means dog. Gato in Spanish means cat. But really, how often today did you say dog? You probably just named your dog by its name, right? How often do you say cat? Not very often. But how often do you say who, what, when, where, why? All the time, right? So people think, I'm going to learn dog, I'm going to learn cat, I'm going to learn all these different giraffe. When are you going to use giraffe, really, at the end of the day? But that's what Duolingo is teaching you. It's actually a better application that I use. I actually go through in my YouTube video and what application I use, but it's called Mango, for those of you wondering. I love the application, and I'm experimenting with a different one called Fluent Forever. Two great applications for language learning. Definitely, for me, in my opinion, a lot better than Duolingo, because you're focusing on words that actually matter, that you're actually going to use. And then finally, there's diverge. This is when the point where you start, at least in language learning anyways, but it applies to anything really, it's the click moment. It's when you're able to understand what you're learning. So especially this happened when I was watching Lion King in French, because I love watching Disney movies in different languages. So when I was watching Lion King in French, just something happened, it's click moment. I'm like, holy cow, I'm understanding like more than 75, actually at the point I was understanding around 85% of the words that they were talking about. I'm like, wow, I understood this. And like, I'm taking all this information. That's the click. That's when you know you're right there at the master. You're right there at master. And what I often recommend for language learning is self-study and weekly evaluation, but really these two apply to anything in life. Self-study, so this is like making sure that you're actually not depending on someone else, you're not depending on a tutor to be able to learn. You're actually doing it yourself. You're making sure what areas you're not familiar with. You want to make sure that you're focusing on words that are necessary. This is all you, right? It's all you that you're getting from. And for language learning, it's grammar. And the last part of that is weekly evaluations, where you're evaluating yourself in these 4 areas. So that's essentially the idea. Hope you guys learned something about this, about the model, about the 4 different steps, even about the scope of learning. Hope you guys took something away from this presentation so far. I always do a little learning challenge at the end of all my presentations, just to really show what you guys know. A little learning challenge before we finish off here. And I want you to take the extra step and direct message me on Instagram, either share the story or something like that, and share something to me that you found valuable. Share an insight, a PowerPoint slide that you found like, holy cow, that was the scope of learning. I never thought of it that way. Share it to me. I'll gladly share it on my stories. If you have any questions about the program or anything like that that I do, or how I started Brain Companion, feel free to ask them in the comments, and then I'm sure someone will moderate the questions. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Sibling Neuroscience, for having me on. Hope you guys learned something from this.
Yeah, thank you so much, Matthew. It was really interesting, and I watched some of your other like Instagram lives before, and this was definitely interesting perspective on learning. So everyone, if you have questions, you can message them in the chat, and I can convey them. Gaurav asks, how does your method for learning languages differ from AJATT or MIA? I guess those are methods for learning.
Yeah, I'm actually not too familiar with the AGT, AJ. I'm not too sure of those methods, but the thing with learning languages, like I was saying before, is that the way you learn something is the way you learn everything. So I realized that the mind formula is everything, that you do. So like it applies to coding, it applies to mathematics, it applies to everything. The mind formula does. And I thought it was only language learning, right? Because I developed it. I thought I'm only going to use it for language learning. But then I started using it for other activities that I was learning. And I'm like, it applies to everything you do. You have to tweak it, of course, right? But it applies to everything.
So Stephanie asks, what other books would you recommend besides Barbara Oakley's?
Yeah, Barbara Oakley's, she's really good. Depends on what you're trying to go for, Stephanie. I always recommend The Power of Habit. That's building habits are exponential. Same thing as accelerated learning. Building habits are great to be able to accelerate your learning. Power Habits, James Clear, Atomic Habits. I also like, actually, if you DM me on Instagram, I'll gladly send you over all my book recommendations. I have a list of books I often recommend for students, for any of you guys wondering. The other thing too, if you guys have a question, and I know we're kind of tight on time and we don't have enough time to answer it, feel free to DM my Instagram or even email me. I'll gladly answer the questions because I do want to get your answers to the question as efficiently as possible.
We have about 2 minutes left for questions. We can take a couple more. So Khadija asks, in live specifically, as she understands that the SAT section could be applied to nonfiction reading and materials, but how could you apply it to nonfiction? How could you apply to fiction materials, I guess? And if so, how would you go about doing this?
Yeah, great question, Khaled. So essentially for nonfiction books, it especially applies to self-development books that are nonfiction. But like in Harry Potter, for example, you want to use the S, right? So you understand the S, the action and the timing. It's kind of weird because sometimes right now I'm doing my accelerated learning program and I'm always trying to find ways to improve. And I'm reading Harry Potter and you find like, holy cow, this idea of like even like small little components of Harry Potter or different ideas can be applied in your own life. And you don't notice that because you're just reading passively. But if you do those SAT, even in nonfiction books, it's crazy because you're like, that idea that J.K. Rowling's talking about, it doesn't just apply to magic. It applies to, okay, if I'm going to create a course, that's how it could apply to that as well. If it applies to this, that's how it's going to apply as well. So yeah, it's really, you have to look at it as effectively as possible. But once you could take action, that's the biggest thing. Once you could take action on what you learn, it's so powerful.
So we have time for one more question, so I'll combine the last two. So Eileen asks, which note-taking app do you prefer, and do you recommend typing or handwriting notes? And Henri asks, what are your top 3 apps you recommend in learning?
I love that. I love that. So people have this big debate, paper versus computer. And I'm like, no. It's just crazy to me. If people are like, oh, I want paper, I want computer. I recommend, I have a video on my YouTube channel if you're interested, but I recommend Notability for digital note-taking. And I think digital note-taking is the future. If you actually go to my personal account, you actually see some of my digital notes from hearts to diagrams and everything. That is the future because when you're writing on paper, what ends up happening? You lose the paper. Digital note-taking, you write down on like an iPad. I have an iPad Pro 12.9 inch. It's not for everyone, but if you could get an iPad, oh my gosh, it is revolutionary. I loved it. I can never go back. So going back to that idea, I recommend digital note-taking. There's 2 big digital note-taking applications. There is Notability and there's GoodNotes. And I'm gonna have a video coming out talking about the differences between the 2. But personally, I recommend Notability just because of the format. It works a bit better with how I think as a student. But like again, GoodNotes is also a really good option. I'll just type down the 2 applications I recommended because they are spelled kind of weird. So Notability and then GoodNotes. Yeah, those are the 2 note-taking applications I use. As for other applications for learning, I'm trying to see here what apps I have on my phone, but I always recommend having just an app called brain.fm. And people often say, what is the best study music to have? It's an application that curates proven study music and allows you to listen to that when you're actually studying, and allows you to enter flow state a lot quicker. Yes, I'll put that in the chat as well if you guys are interested. Brain.fm. Not affiliated with them or anything. I just love what you're doing, and they're very neuroscience based, so it's very interesting to see that as well. But yeah, I'm trying to think of another application to finish off here. I think I like Skillshare. I don't know, I'm not promoted, but like I like Skillshare. I just learn a lot of different topics, and you're also learning from the experts, which is obviously the best form of learning.
Yeah, thank you so much for all your insights. Now Skylar will take a picture of the group. So if you can stop sharing your screen, I can put Zoom on gallery, and Skylar can do this.
All right, awesome. So I'm going to put everything into gallery view. So thank you so much, Matthew, for sharing your insights on accelerated learning. I'm sure that everyone will find everything helpful. So if people want to just be featured onto the social media for Simply Neuroscience, you can feel free to turn on your camera so we can take a nice group photo that will go onto our Instagram account and other promotions and things like that. So yeah, just everyone feel free. I'll give you a couple seconds and we'll take a nice group photo, some poses, and then we'll do like a cute video with some music in the background. Hopefully it's fine if I do like 2 seconds of the music. I think that's fine, right? Like YouTube won't be mad at us. I hope not. Wait, y'all recommend a song? Kanye? Okay. I don't think I have Kanye on there. I have Drake, but not. Okay, let's wait for like a full screen for like this because I don't want to Photoshop people and or like the blank spaces. What about Inchara? You want to turn your screen? Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait a few more seconds. Oh my god, full screen, perfect. So yeah, people can just like stop typing the chat. So when I take a picture, it's good. So now you can just do literally whatever you want. Yeah, just do the funny face, silly face, like regular thing. My dog is barking, but okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1. All right, great. So now we can all do the same pose. You want to do, sorry if this is cringy, you want to do like a heart? Or should we do like this, like where you go like this? I don't know. Okay, let's do that. Where we cross our thing, so the hearts link. Obviously, I can't do it. And just make sure like it extends to the end of the screen so that it's like linking with the other person. All right. Yeah. So everyone just like make sure like goes all the way here. All the way to the screen at the end of the screen. So your hand is touching. Sorry, this is a struggle. I'm making y'all exercise for a bit. Alrighty. 3. Oh my god. Stop. Wrong. Okay, 3, 2, 1. All right, cute, awesome. So now I'm gonna take a quick video clip. Sorry for like the stretch, but basically when I tell you guys to wave, you're just gonna wave, and then I'll have the music on. It's just gonna be like a cute thing that we can put on social media. So I don't know if you're gonna be able to hear this, but I'll just put it on. So okay, give me 1 second.
I keep my hands on myself. Dust them off, put them back up on the shelf. Just a little baby girl isn't me. Am I coming out of left field? I'm a rebel, just my kids.
Thank you.
I'm feeling it since 1966.
All right, so it's probably gonna go on my story, or I can send it to Simply Neuroscience to repost on there. So thank you guys so much for taking the group photo, and I'm really glad that you came to this workshop because Matthew's like tips are really helpful actually. So I really hope that you take them into consideration when studying and things like that.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew. We really enjoyed your presentation, and thank you for coming to speak at Simply Neurocon. Okay, so now I will introduce the next group of speakers. Okay, so the next group of speakers will be presenting on neuroethics from the nonprofit organization InnoVerge, Connor, Neha, and Ilana. So to introduce briefly on them, Connor is the education co-head at InnoVerge from Cincinnati, Ohio. He's a junior at Stanford Online High School and Cincinnati Hills Christian Academy. Connor is a Apple WWDC 18 scholar and is published in astrophysics. In his free time, Connor enjoys pursuing neurological and philosophical research and conducting game nights with his friends. Neha is a junior at Phillips Exeter Academy and an education co-head at InnoVerge. She is an active member of the Science Olympiad and biology clubs at her school. She enjoys learning about neuroscience, genetics, and behavioral biology. Lastly, but not least, Ilana is a junior at Stanford Online High School and the internal director at InnoVerge. She has given a TEDx talk called Teens, Technology, and the Antidote, and has received many academic and service-related awards. She also loves doing CrossFit with her dad in their home gym and baking sweet treats. So now I will turn it over to Neha, Connor, and Ilana for their presentation.
All right, there we go. Now I have microphone rights. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all. Nice to see a lot of people here. I am one of the executive directors of InnoVerge. It's a nonprofit that we've started, and we are here. We are focused on interdisciplinary STEM-X education. So we will be doing a workshop on neuroscience and ethics, interdisciplinary between neuroscience and ethics. So Neha can introduce herself, and Connor, and I'll share my screen.
All right, I'm Neha, and I'm also an education head at InnoVerge, and I'm a rising junior at Phillips Exeter Academy. And yeah, I'll also be presenting this neuroethics workshop with Connor and Ilana.
And yes, I'm the other education co-head, and we're really thrilled to be with you all and hopefully have a really great discussion. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, so a little bit about us. We are a global youth network working to diversify the next generation of change makers through interdisciplinary STEM-X education. And we have an international presence, tons of students. I think these numbers should be updated. Actually, I made this a little while ago. About 3,000 students now, 29 locations in 10 countries. We're funded, supported by the Disney, the Hershey Company, MeetaWe, and Youth Service America. And we're a not-for-profit working towards getting 501c3 status. And we're education-based, holding recurring and accessible workshops for youth from underrepresented or underserved backgrounds. And we're using interdisciplinary STEM-X education for social good, and hopefully to inspire young people to kind of rise up and be able to use STEM for social good. And so follow us on Instagram, on Facebook or Twitter at InnoVerge, and Twitter at InnoVerge. And yeah, let's get into it. A couple of guidelines. This discussion will be mainly discussion-based. So once we go into breakouts, we ask that you keep your camera and your microphone on. Or if you don't feel comfortable with that, be active in chat. We will be teaching a lot of ethics stuff and neuroscience background stuff. But a lot of this is we want to hear your opinion, and we want to have kind discussion. So that brings me to the second guideline. We ask that you be respectful and kind. People will have differing opinions and perspectives, and we wish to make everyone feel heard and included. And if you don't really want to go into breakouts, you don't want to do discussion, that's completely okay. Just let us know, and we'll keep you in the main room. So Neha, take it away.
Yeah, so I guess we're starting with what is neuroethics. And neuroethics is an interdisciplinary research area that focuses on ethical issues raised by our increased and constantly improving understanding of the brain and our ability to monitor and influence it, as well as on ethical issues that emerge from our concomitant deepening understanding of the biological basis of agency and ethical decision-making. And yeah, this is a really good summary of what essentially neuroethics is from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. You guys can check that out for more information if you guys want. And then on to the next slide. Yeah, so these are sort of just some of the key issues in neuroethics. Legality, there's a big intersection between neuroscience and the law. morality, our intuition on free will, autonomy, what should be done. Of course, there's a lot of ethics involved with medical procedural experimentation, designing clinical trials, and how should we use treatment methods in the most ethical way with consent, things like that. Brain death is more referring to at what point do we consider a brain death, or what point do we consider a patient to not be able to give consent or things like that. That's sort of what brain death encompasses. And then therapy and versus enhancement is the difference between what is enhancement okay to give to people who don't necessarily have need it for medical or therapeutic reasons. Equal access, a lot of these neurotechnologies are very expensive and not everyone has equal access to them. And there are a lot of restrictions on what sort of access people can have to certain neurotechnologies. Stem cell therapy is basically just involved in the way stem cell research has been involved in neuroscience through treatment of neurodegenerative diseases or brain tumors. And for example, scientists are using neural stem cells to regenerate tissue and can be used for carriers of gene therapy. So there are a lot of ethical implications regarding that. So these are some key issues, but Connor and I are going to focus on two sections of neuroethics, and we'll be going into breakout rooms to discuss those.
Perhaps you could give a quick overview of what you'll be discussing.
Right, okay, so the breakout that I'm doing is, I think it should say cognitive liberty. I don't know why it says therapy, but yeah, kind of just dealing with mental autonomy and like how much self-government, things like that, and how are we able to control our own minds, what sort of restrictions can we legally have. There's a lot to do with cognitive liberty, and we'll deal with that in our breakout. And then Connor, you can introduce your.
Yeah, so brain-computer interfaces are obviously a very hot topic in both technology and biology in the modern world. But I kind of wanted to delve into a little bit on how they work, but even more so on what the societal and ethical implications are of these technologies, and really driving into, are they good in and of themselves? How should they be distributed in society? When should they be distributed? And those kinds of questions that I think are really important to consider now before they exist, than to try and grapple with very frantically after the technology itself exists.
Irvine, are you ready? Can you send everybody now?
Yeah, I can send everyone now.
Great. All right. Bye, everyone. Have fun.
So those of you that are still here, just click on the breakout room invite that was sent to you, and you can join the breakout room.
Thank you for doing that for us. There is a lot more people than we expected.
Yeah, we actually have over 1,000 people signed up for this conference, so yeah, pretty big.
Wow. Yeah. Hopefully it'll be a good discussion. Is it possible, or is it too hard to make sure that everyone who is in breakout room like now can be moved to breakout room 2 in like 20 minutes?
I can just move the host. So I can move Neha and Connor. I can push them.
Oh, that is smart. Okay, I'll let them know.
Everyone that's still here, are you having trouble joining your breakout room, or did you not get an invite? Yeah, just there should be a pop-up, so just click on the link to go to the breakout room.
Can we have the host back so that can we bring everybody back to the main room? I don't see him. So do you guys have the ability to do so, or? Oh, hello. Yeah, can you bring everybody back? Thank you. Let's see. Arvin, are you here? Yes, there you are.
Coming back now, yeah. So, yeah. If you guys have any questions for the InnoVerge presenters, just type them in the chat and I can convey the questions to them.
Yeah, and if we don't have any questions in the moment, as everyone comes back, we'll be doing a quick little recap. And yes, please feel free to ask questions in the chat. And yeah, so we could do a little bit of a recap. Connor, do you want to lead this?
Sure thing. So we wanted to kind of figure out a way to put these two breakout sessions together. We found a lot of similarities, common themes. So if one or two or three we probably have time for, I'm going to stop talking. But if a few of you want to share your ideas on how these topics work together, how a BCI impacts cognitive liberty, is free will maintained or lost with the BCI? And I think one of the biggest ones, especially in this world of antitrust hearings that we're seeing, would you trust corporations with your neurological data? Because I think like in order to get these therapy or enhancement, we're going to run into that privacy policy problem again. So I'm going to stop talking, but if any of you would like to come on mic, answer this question, answer any of these questions, I think that'd be a good way to wrap up. Go ahead, Yashvi.
If you can't unmute, you can type your question in the chat and I can ask the presenters.
Connor, there's a question for you in chat if you want to answer that.
Yeah, I can answer that one. So my interest for human enhancement and ethical repercussions. So I've always been fascinated by research and development. My friends know that I like Apple way too much. And so I've like from a very young age, I'm like, I want to work in technology. But then I quickly found out that I personally wanted to have direct impact on the human body that can impact more people and drive medicine forward. Because I think that that is one of the most fulfilling career paths personally. But I think personally, it's been a sense of I've wanted to do research and development. So this is kind of a way that I've found that I can do medicine and research and development together and create a really nice intersection. I'm all about like intersections between different things, and then throw on philosophy to it. I've been recently exposed to a philosophical course last year that made me realize just how little we actually fully know, or how little we're actually justified in knowing. But I think there's a large sense of humility there. And so looking at ethics from that philosophy course especially really kind of drove an understanding of, well, technology is great, but if technology isn't used properly, we're going to screw up really bad. And so I think that these ethical questions, I think it's actually very important for technologists and researchers to understand philosophy and to even have graduated with like a minor in it or something. Because as my instructor said, if all the tech people had taken humanities classes, the world would be a lot better off. And so I fundamentally believe that. And so that's kind of where I think this intersection is really important.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh.
And we have, sorry, we have one more question and then we'll wrap it up really quickly. Connor, I know you've published research. Maybe you could put in the chat where they can find that. Neha, have you done any research?
Yeah, so we've actually, if you, I think if you go a few slides ahead, or at least when there's a URL to document with a lot of the some of the resources that we've looked at. It's not in like a proper bibliography format, but we have external resources like internet resources, books, some of the articles like research that we've used to compile these slides. Yeah, so you guys could check those out if you want more information. And yeah.
Yeah, thank you all so much for presenting. I enjoyed hearing your perspectives on different perspectives of neuroscience. And I'm sure the participants also got new information about the field. So now Skylar wants to take another picture of the session. So she can do that now.
Yeah, so thank you guys so much for presenting. I'm sure it helped everyone here. So if you guys want to be featured on our social media, you can turn on your camera so we can take a nice group picture. And then right after, we'll just take a... Oh, stop! The Kanye gets me every time. Like, who is that? I can't. Wait, it's getting smaller. You know, that's respect. No, Ram, I think you should do a face reveal at the closing ceremony. Like that just make my day, honestly. Just like, is that like your background or is that like your profile pic? I'm confused. Okay, so everyone just, someone stop me. All right. Okay, so yeah, is that everyone who wants to turn on their camera? I'll just wait for a few more seconds because we have like 3 more people who can turn on their camera, so you have like a full screen. Waiting the last 3 people. Okay, so we just go right now. Yeah, what? Oh, perfect. No, I can't see the Kanye. It's fine. All right, ready? So just do whatever you want. Silly face, sunny face. 3, 2, 1. All right, now let's all do a heart like this. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, and now we're just gonna do a quick little video. I'm just gonna play some music, and when I say to wave, you just have to wave. So I don't know if you'll hear this, but I'm just gonna do this here. Okay, so explain. Yeah. Everybody get your roll on. I know shorty and she doesn't want no slow song. Had a man last year, life goes on. Haven't let the thing loose, girl, in so long. You been inside, know you like to lay low. I've been peeping what you bringing to the table. Working hard, girl, everything paid for. First, last phone bill. Okay, thank you guys. That is it for the workshop, and see you in the next one.
Yeah, thank you to the previous presenters, and we'll now move on to our next presenters. So our next 2 presenters are Rishabh Jain and Aditya Jain from Samyak Science Society. So a brief introduction for both of them. Rishabh Jain is the co-founder of Samyak Science Society. Rishabh is a high school student who believes in the importance of teaching curiosity. His own curiosity has inspired him to develop tools to improve pancreatic cancer treatment, make YouTube videos, and engage in public speaking at TEDx. He has also been named America's top young scientist and one of Time Magazine's 25 most influential teens. Aditya Jain, also the co-founder of Samyak Science Society. Aditya is a senior at Boston University studying biomedical engineering on the pre-medical path. His research focuses on improving cancer screening using artificial intelligence, and he has established 5 papers. Aditya believes that experimental learning will empower youth to pursue STEM. His advocacy efforts have led him to being named a top 30 changemaker by the Timo Well Foundation. So now I'm excited to welcome Rishabh and Aditya to present about their project and their mission.
Sure. Hey everyone, we're gonna get started in a second here. If I can figure out how to share the screen. There we go. So can everybody see this and hear us all right? Yeah? Okay, so we'll get started now.
Artificial intelligence is to computers as what the microscope was to humans 100 years ago. It has allowed us to do amazing things like design cars, build houses, create music, and even write books. We've even used it in medicine. The first step is for us all to understand how this technology works and why it matters. Today, we are going to learn about artificial intelligence and how it is going to change the world. I guarantee you that what you learn here will surprise you. And the first surprise is that everything you've heard me say so far was written by an AI. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the AI Synapse. Let's get started with today's agenda.
So today we're going to be covering 3 major branches of artificial intelligence. Then we're going to be talking about neural networks and convolutional neural networks. We're going to be talking about natural language processing, which is the sort of tools which allow us to create speeches like what Rishabh just said. And finally, we're going to be talking about reinforcement learning. And at the end, we'll recap all of this and talk about how you guys can get involved at the next level and what are the next steps going forward. So starting again, thanks for the introduction. My name is Aditya, and as was mentioned, I'm currently at Boston University. I'm a senior studying biomedical engineering, but I plan to go into medicine. And this is Rishabh.
Hi guys, I'm Rishabh, and I'm a rising sophomore in high school. Yeah, thanks for the great intro. I'm very interested in artificial intelligence and can't wait to get started with you all.
So we're here representing Summit Science Society. Just a brief introduction to that as well for those of you guys who don't know about it. Summit Science Society is an organization which sort of believes in sparking curiosity in youth. And we believe in the power of learning through hands-on workshop style approaches, which we call experimental learning. In the past, we've done a lot of these workshops with younger children. And so today we're really excited to be, talking to a bunch of, from what I understand, high schoolers and college students about artificial intelligence, and sort of with this same goal in mind of how do we spark curiosity and allow people to really explore STEAM by exploring these areas with hands-on approaches. So with that, let's just get into the first section. We're going to be talking about artificial intelligence and its connection to neuroscience. So artificial intelligence is defined as the capability of a machine to imitate intelligent human behavior. And jumping back, almost 80 years at this point, the idea of neural networks was actually established in 1943, far before we had the ability to actually implement these solutions in real life. After that point, there was a man named Alan Turing, who is very famous. He's hailed often as the inventor of the modern computer and the idea of computing. He came up with something called a Turing test. And this sort of defined what is the idea of artificial intelligence that we kind of still use today. What he defined as the Turing test was artificial intelligence will be a machine which can convince other humans that it is not a machine, but rather a human that they're speaking to. And so this sort of Turing test has remained kind of a gold standard in artificial intelligence today. After that, growth has kind of skyrocketed. We had the first idea of artificial intelligence and the Deep Blue system, which was able to beat Garry Kasparov, who's a chess grandmaster. And then since then, we've started to venture into deep neural networks, into machines like self-driving cars and technology that we all use every day, like Siri, Google Now, and Cortana, which use other branches of machine learning and artificial intelligence. So with that, there's kind of two main branches of AI. The first is sort of a classical branch, and this is where a lot of the early advancements in artificial intelligence happened. The classical branch kind of states that we can train artificial intelligence through rules. Let's think of a simple problem, like if you had to differentiate a dog from a cat using just your eyes. Well, we kind of know there are certain things about dogs that we've learned over time. Like dogs generally have, longer ears than cats. They have bigger noses. They weigh more. These sort of features can then be encoded as rules. So you could think of a simple system which says, if the object I'm looking at has big ears, if it has a big nose, if it weighs over, a certain amount of pounds, it's a dog. Otherwise, it's a cat. And so this sort of rule-based programming kind of was the original idea for artificial intelligence and fell into this sort of classical strategy of AI. However, as you can sort of immediately see, this approach has a lot of problems and runs into a lot of immediate limitations. If we wanted to do anything complex, like, current tasks of determining if something is a cancerous tumor or not, you would need thousands upon hundreds of thousands of rules, and encoding those all by hand is a pretty much impossible task. So today, this has kind of all changed with the introduction of machine learning, where machines are able to learn rules themselves without us hard coding these rules. And this sort of discipline of modern artificial intelligence has branched out into three major areas, which is what we're going to be talking about today.
So with that, let's get into the neural network. So the neural network kind of reminds us of what the human neuron looks like in our brains and the rest of our body. So I'm sure all of you guys have seen this many, many times in biology class, but let's just quickly go over the neuron. We have our dendrites, which take signals and take impulses. And we have our soma, which determines if those impulses should be transmitted on. Those are sent through the myelin sheath. And finally, we have our axon terminal. And this will result in the signals being put into and getting taken up by other neurons. And this sort of concept has led to the artificial neural network, which was loosely inspired by the human neuron. Rather than just taking in a signal of sort, we can actually take in data or we can take in other sorts of inputs and run that along the neuron. And finally, we have our output. And this is sort of what a more simple version of the neural network looks like today. We have these nodes that make up the input layer, our hidden layer, and our output layer. And each of these nodes represents a neuron. It takes in an input, and each of these nodes will have a weight and a bias. They will conduct various math and matrix manipulation to get some sort of value, which is then outputted. And finally, in our output layer, we hopefully will do some sort of classification or prediction. And as you guys can see, when we add in a lot more nodes and connect things together, neural networks can get scaled up and become really complex quickly. This is more of a mathematical representation of what the artificial neural network looks like when it comes to training AI. And as you guys can see, there's an input, and this could be in the form of data or numbers. And we have our weights in our neurons, and these are essentially multiplied, and math is done there. And this is all sent to a transfer function, which sums up all of these values together, and we get this sort of net input. Finally, we have our activation function. And some of these activation functions you may be familiar with, things like the ReLU, softmax, and tan. And essentially what the activation function does, it has a set threshold. And if our net input meets that threshold or is above that threshold, it will activate, sort of like how the neuron will determine whether or not to send on an impulse or a signal. So Aditya can tell us a little bit more about where the neural network is actually useful today.
Yeah, so this kind of simple neural network that we talked about has kind of expanded really rapidly as the power of computing has made it cheap enough where we can have not just 5 neurons, as we showed in our last picture, but billions and even hundreds of billions of neurons. And once you have so many neurons together, it's able to do a lot more complex tasks and identify and learn features which are more complex and harder for humans to necessarily interpret. So some examples of where this has been used is in medicine. There currently, there's been a lot of research that's published, and this is one of the areas that I'm actually working on, is for figuring out how do we predict what is a benign or malignant tumor, or how do we get a machine to be able to segment these regions out just using non-invasive CT scans and other forms of imaging. Some other approaches have been self-driving cars. These also use neural networks to be able to classify images that the car is receiving. The car can be mounted with a camera that's facing the road, and then the camera can tell the car, oh, there's a pedestrian in front of me, or this is a bicycle, or this is another car, and we don't have to worry about it. So these sort of decisions are all, kind of based on this concept of the neural network, which we've talked about. And finally, a recent field has been deepfakes. I'm sure many of you have heard of this. It's something that's kind of spouted a lot in the popular media. But deepfakes are fundamentally based on neural networks as well, where the neural network learns to recognize what makes this a face of Obama, or what makes this a face of whoever you want to choose. And then it can generate its own faces in a specific fashion, which mimic that person. So now we want to go into our first workshop. Because of time, we're going to just demo this one, but our future workshops, you guys will actually be able to do it. So let me go into the demonstration for this workshop. I have to exit the screen share for a second here. Everything is on the second as well. Just let me do it. So, sorry, I need to figure out how to screen share it over here.
I think there's a way where you can, there we go. Yeah, you can screen share the entire screen, and we can see your chart right now.
Okay, can you guys see like us typing and going to the website?
Yes.
Okay,
They can see
perfect.
this entire list.
Yeah, so all of the workshops that we're going to be talking about today, you guys can go to our website, summicscience.org/neurocon, and that's where these workshops will be hosted. So we're just going to go through one of them, and then in our future workshop, you guys will be doing it hands-on, but we'll just do a quick demo of this to show you guys. This is a website called Teachable Machine. And what Teachable Machine does is it allows you to train a neural network just from your browser. So it hides a lot of the coding, but it allows you to kind of experiment with a neural network. And just as a quick example, we'll go through one of the image projects so you guys can see what this would look like. You would essentially can define multiple classes. So neural networks are really good for classification type problems, as we talked about. And you can take pictures of, maybe one class could be pictures where you're, saying thumbs up, and another class would be pictures where you're doing a thumbs down. And then you train the model, and the model will automatically learn features to differentiate between these two classes. And the really cool thing about Teachable Machine is it'll let you play with some of the parameters which go into training a model. Like the amount of time that you want to train it, which is kind of like epochs, how many images it should train on in a single iteration, and how fast it learns. And messing with all of these parameters, which will change the way that your network sort of learns about the problem. So you guys will be able to play with this. And again, this will be on our website, but because of time constraints, we want to move on to our next example here. All right.
So with that, let's get into natural language, which is really interesting. So natural language sort of refers to the everyday communication, the language that we use for that. In this case, it could be something like English. The way that I'm talking to you guys right now, we're using a form of natural language. And this brings up a question. How can we process this language? Well, that's exactly why the field of natural language processing was created, also known as NLP for short. And NLP is basically a section that takes up both computer science and linguistics together. And it often includes the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning. So natural language processing really has two main subfields, which are generation and understanding. So generation is sort of like where we're trying to generate text. For example, at the beginning, when we started our presentation, I started out with that mini paragraph, and that was actually generated by an artificial intelligence model that was using this NLP generation. And then on the other hand, we have understanding, which is sort of where we take our text and we try to understand the meaning of that. And you guys are pretty familiar with syntax and semantics, which are how the words are placed and how they're organized in a sentence versus the meaning behind the words. And the goal of NLP is to have our machine, our model, to be able to understand that. So now we have a question for you. What do you think natural language processing could be used for? It could be either for generation or understanding. Feel free to type some examples in the chat. It could be things like speech recognition or even chatbots. So we want to see what you guys think NLP could be used for. So somebody said it making Kanye songs. And that's actually correct. We're actually going to briefly mention music in a little bit, how music can actually be generated using a combination of neural networks and NLP. Another person said building smart robots. Exactly. So if we have a robot who's talking to a person, for example, even if it's just a voice assistant, it's using NLP. Summarize a piece of text. Exactly. If we have some complex text and we're trying to understand that, NLP could be used. So besides that, NLP can also be used for things like spam detection, identifying parts of speech, sentiment analysis, which is understanding, the meaning behind understanding the meaning of words and sort of the emotions and thoughts they're trying to trigger, text composition, question answering, summarization, which is one of the things you guys mentioned, and then conversational interfaces. So with that, now that we sort of understand what NLP is, let's look at more of a technical aspect, a view of that. So at the beginning, we have our vector, which is called W. And our vector W has different indices, which are defined as words. So we could define a 5-word sentence, and that's stored in our vector W. For example, hello, my name is Rishabh. So in this case, we're masking a word. And a mask is basically where we still have the information of what the word is, but instead our computer, our model, is trying to predict that word given the mask. So in this case, our model is trying to predict the word is. Then we have a transformer encoder, which will essentially encode this information that we've just given it. And often there's a decoder step as well. And this will essentially give us our outputs. This is then sent to a classification layer where earlier you guys saw the neural network where we have all of our outputs from the previous step fully connected into the next layer, as well as a GLU. And you guys might have seen the ReLU as well. And that's an activation function that's used for the classification and prediction there. And then finally, we embed this to our vocab and use a softmax layer to get our actual prediction. And here, hopefully, our natural language processing based model is able to predict that word is to get our sentence.
So one of the cool things about natural language processing is that it allows us to create data and problems just from sentences. So in our previous examples of artificial neural networks, one of the main limitations of artificial neural networks is you need a classification already given. For example, when we talked about telling the difference between a dog and a cat, you have to tell the network that these are images of dogs and these are images of cats, so that way it can learn how to solve that problem. With the natural language processing system, however, we just simply mask words from the neural network and have it predict those same words. So it learns text just by looking at examples of text. It's kind of a mix of supervised learning where we give the machine the answer and unsupervised learning where the machine has to figure out something from the data itself. So that's one of the interesting aspects of NLP.
So where is natural language processing really useful? Where we just discussed a few use cases and examples, but again, it could be used in amazing technology like the Amazon Alexa and Google Home. It's even used in things like YouTube. YouTube has to process hundreds of hours of videos every single minute that people are uploading. And they use natural language processing to automatically transcribe the entire video and understand and that's sort of referred to as the YouTube algorithm, to understand what the video is talking about. It can be used for translation tasks where we're taking a word in some language and we're directly trying to translate that into another language. And finally, of course, generating Kanye songs. No, I'm just kidding. But again, it can be used for things like music, which is really interesting. And finally, we also have summarization. So our neural network with natural language processing can actually read something extremely complex. Today, we often just flip through the pages of legal documents and put our signature. But a natural language processing model would be able to understand this text and then sort of give us a plain English response to what that text is. So that's another very cool example.
So now I want to go into one of the topics that sort of relates natural language processing back to neuroscience. And one of the key questions with natural language models is, are we actually approaching an artificial general intelligence? At the start of this talk, I kind of talked about how Alan Turing sort of predicted that if we have a neural network or any type of artificial intelligence which can convince another human that that it too is a human, not a robot, just by speaking with it, then that's something which is actually intelligent. So with natural language processing, you can see why people have started to think about this a lot more clearly. Some of the text that it generates, while there's still errors here and there, some of it gets really close to things which a human would write. And so some people have started to wonder, are we really approaching this artificial general intelligence? And one of the theories which has sort of come out of this is the Chinese room hypothesis. So the way the Chinese room hypothesis or thought experiment goes is, imagine you have this box and you can't see inside the box, but there's this box, and what it says is this box will talk to you in Chinese. So you write something in Chinese and give it to the box, and out comes a perfectly written, well-written response in Chinese that answers your question. Like if you say, oh, hello, my name is Rishabh, it'll be like, hey, nice to meet you, Rishabh. And it's in fluent Chinese. But now looking inside the box, we see that inside the box, it's actually just a man which is only knows English, but he has this massive book of rules which tell him how to convert things from Chinese to how to convert a Chinese input into a Chinese output just using those rules. So he doesn't actually understand any of the Chinese. He's just using this sort of pre-built rule book. And that's sort of the comparison that a lot of people draw to natural language processing. It doesn't really understand what we're saying. It's just generating a stream of words which are well matched to the input. But this is just one theory, and there's people aren't really sure about what the answer is here. The other thing that's sort of happening is some of you guys may know about Moore's law and how the compute power in the world is increasing at a drastic rate. And what we sort of found is that some people sort of believe that these sort of natural language processing algorithms would naturally level off, that we'd stop seeing improvement at a certain point because they weren't actually learning human text. They're not smart in any way. But what we found is that as we increase the compute, we increase our amount of data, and we increase the number of neurons, the model's loss just keeps improving at a linear rate, at kind of like a logarithmic rate, really. And so this kind of is sort of leading some credence to the opposite side, that maybe it is learning something more fundamental about language than just inputs and outputs. And as we sort of get today, the biggest natural language processing models have hundreds of billions of neurons and parameters, but our brain has trillions of neurons, tens of trillions. So some people are hypothesizing that perhaps once we get closer to that number, 10 trillion neurons, we might start to get machines which generate writing that's indistinguishable from humans. So now we're going to go into our second workshop, which is called the AI Dungeon workshop. And this one you guys will actually do hands-on. So first we're going to demo it for you, and then we'll give you guys a chance to do this. So AI Dungeon is one application of natural language processing. And what the AI Dungeon does is it generates text that tries to fit a story. So you can give it any text input and it'll try to generate a follow-up story. So we're gonna go here, and this is our website again, summicscience.org/neurocon. We'll go to workshop number 2, which will take you to the site. And apologies for the slow internet connection, but so we'll click play, new game, single player, and we're gonna choose the custom setting. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to edit this here to give it a prompt like this. And our prompt is you are, let me put a name here. Rish, can you type in? So you are Rishabh, a noble living in the kingdom of Valerian. You have a pouch of gold and a small dagger. You are awakened by one of your servants who tells you that your keep is under attack. You look out the window and see, and now we're going to enter this to the AI and let it generate a continuation for this story. So you look out the window and see orcs charging at you from all sides. The only thing that you can save you now is to take the dagger and kill them before they reach you. So what we're going to do is first we're going to change this to do mode, and we're going to tell it an action. So let's write, I pick up my dagger.
So we gave the input, you pick up your dagger and
the orc's charge is not enough for you. You swing your blade and cut down an orc with ease. You quickly run away from the battlefield, but then suddenly hear a voice calling to you. So now we're going to add, so now we're going to write, you turn around. You don't need the and. You turn around and face the voice. So this is our action, and let's see what the AI generates. It is a woman. She has long blonde hair and is very pretty, if somewhat cold looking. She carries no weapons that you can see, but she is wearing ornamental armor. Rise and shine. So with that, I'm going to leave it for you guys to play around with this. And what I want is I'm going to copy and paste this prompt so we all have the same starting point, and you'll be able to see that the network is really generating a new text. So I'm going to drop this prompt in the chat here. And what I want is for everybody to do just what we did, go to custom, type in this prompt, replace the insert your name with your own name, and follow along with the story. And what you'll see is that the network isn't just copying some pre-written text. It's actually generating this new text based on the context. And it's not perfect, but it does a pretty good job. So we'll give you guys about 5 minutes to play around with this. If you have any questions, feel free to post them in the chat. We'll be monitoring that. And the link to access this workshop will be, we're also posting it now.
change this.
Oh, sorry. I think we just sent it privately. Whoops. Can you paste off it? Yeah. Yeah, so there's the prompt. Sorry about that. And here's the link to our website. And so we're going to give you guys 5 minutes to work on this now, but these websites are obviously openly available, and you can be sure to play with it more in your free time, but we'll just give you about 3 or 4 minutes now. And feel free to ask questions in the chat. So if you're having issues copying it, if you're having issues copying it, it's working from a computer, so maybe it's different on mobile or something. But if that doesn't work, feel free to type in any prompt that you want. It'll work with any story. But yeah, just Yeah, glad that you guys are enjoying it. This is actually, there's actually been even more improvements in natural language processing since AI Dungeon came out. This model here is using about, I think, 10 billion neurons, but the newest models these days have 100 billion, and they've seen a similar improvement in performance. So, it's pretty amazing what we're going to see. All right, so with that, if everyone could just wrap it up in about a minute, and we're gonna move on. And remember, like, if you didn't get enough time now, you guys can always play with these afterwards as well. All right. Okay.
All right, everybody. We hope you enjoyed the AI Dungeon. It's definitely really cool. But with that, let's get into reinforcement learning, which is another branch of artificial intelligence in an area of machine learning, where we try to train an agent to interact with its environment. So let's first take a look at how reinforcement learning compares to human learning. So let's say we're just a human and we're a child, and what we tend to learn through a few different ways. But reinforcement learning is really about how we have an agent, which could be a character of some form. For example, through this chart over here, we have a dinosaur, and our dinosaur is the agent. So the dinosaur is in this vast maze, and its goal is to find the tree so that it can eat some food. And what it has to do in order to get to that tree is it has to take actions. And our dinosaur is allowed to take 4 different actions. It can go up, right, down, or left. And at each step that the dinosaur takes, it can do 2 things. It can observe its state, which is the state that it's in. For example, oh, I'm in the right corner of the maze. And it can also observe its reward. So essentially, in reinforcement learning, what we do is we give our agent a reward for completing something. And this reward could be in the form of a punishment as well, where we give it a negative reward. So in this case, we might decide to give the dinosaur a negative reward for each step that it's not at the tree. And when it finally reaches the tree, it gets a reward of 1. So the dinosaur, or agent in this case, is incentivized to take actions in order to get to the tree. And over here on the left side, we have a similar thing where we're a dog in an environment, and the dog's goal is to try to get the stick so it can get rewarded, and it needs to take some actions. And you can quickly see how a simple task, like trying to get the dinosaur to cross around the maze, can evolve into something very complex, like training robots in real life.
And one important thing to note here is this is quite similar to how humans learn as well. And that's kind of the common theme of our presentation, which we want to show you guys, is that a lot of the advancements in neural networks, reinforcement learning, natural language processing are all based in advancements in how we understand how humans learn and how humans are able to complete tasks. So reinforcement learning is based on this idea of positive and negative reinforcement, which psychologists have sort of developed for humans. But now the question is, how do we encode this in a way that a machine can understand? So for that, we need some good old math. The way that reinforcement learning is kind of done in a more technical approach is reinforcement learning is about sequential decision making. So essentially, any problem where we have an agent and an environment and a goal can be defined as what are the sequence of decisions that I need to take, which will get me to the goal. And just like humans, there's kind of 2 major stages in which robots learn how to do this. The first is an exploration stage, and then there's an exploitation stage. So in the exploration stage, what the robot does is it takes random actions. So it will just try different things using random numbers and to figure out its next action. And what it does is, while it's doing random things, it keeps taking observations. So, in our previous example of the maze, let's say the dinosaur just randomly decides, oh, let me go down. Then it'll see, okay, I still didn't reach my reward, but my new state is that I'm closer to receiving it. So, okay, this was maybe something positive. Then it tries going left and it bumps into a wall. And it says, okay, that didn't work for some reason. I have no idea why, but going left here wasn't a good idea after I went down. So the way that this is kind of coded mathematically is we use something called a policy. So a policy is kind of a formalization of that decision-making process. Just like we have to make decisions in real life that, oh, do I want to, go to the restaurant that I always go to, or do I want to go to this new restaurant? A robot has to decide, okay, what are the sort of factors which lead me to making this decision? Maybe you think about, oh, what is my hunger level? What is my, what time of the day is it? All these different factors. So a policy kind of encodes that into math. That, oh, if I've already taken 3 steps, give me a higher probability of going left. Like left, for some reason, seems to be better after 3 or 4 steps. Or maybe going right is better when I'm closer to my reward. And so what reinforcement learning is all about is training that policy through these 2 stages of exploration and exploitation. And then the exploitation stage is when we kind of explore less. So we take less random actions and use the rewards that we've learned to try and take the better action. So for example, taking our previous dinosaur example again, say we've kind of learned that, okay, whenever I'm close to a wall, it's generally better for me to move towards a white space as opposed to hitting a wall. That's the policy that it's learned. And what the robot will do now, instead of just taking random actions, is it'll try to follow its policy. It'll still do some level of exploration. And the way that we define that mathematically is we give it a probability. So it has a probability of epsilon of taking a random action, and it has a probability of 1 minus epsilon of taking the smart action, the action that it's learned gets it closer to its reward. And the real benefit of this is, just like in real life, we need to explore in order to figure out the optimal problem. Like if our robot just immediately started applying its policy, perhaps it goes, it goes randomly for a little bit and it finds, oh, when I go down, that brings me closer to my reward. So the policy, if it just immediately starts applying what it's learned, it'll just be like, oh, let me just keep trying to go down, and it'll keep bumping into this wall and never reach its task. So we need some level of exploration to figure out what the optimal solution is, instead of just settling on the first policy that works. So the way that we kind of do this in a mathematical sense is something called Q-learning, which I'll go into in a bit more detail on this slide with another example.
Yeah, so this is the mountain car problem. And the mountain car problem essentially takes a car. And as you can see, the car is stuck on this very steep mountain. And if the car's starting position is around this point, and if it tries to directly just go up this little hill right here, it's not able to, because the engine of the car is not strong enough. So what it needs to learn to do is it actually needs to increase its momentum by going up the opposite hill and then going back over up and hopefully reach the top of the mountain. So our agent in this example is our car, and it's interacting in the environment, which is the mountain. So,
and more specifically, in the mountain, the car is getting certain information. That's its position and its velocity.
So as we said with the dinosaur example, it will take an observation about its environment. And as Aditya just said, the car will take the observation about its current position, which is its horizontal coordinate, and its current velocity. So then based on that, we can have our states, which are essentially those observations. It's observing its position and velocity.
And one important thing to note here is that in this problem, there's an infinite amount of states, right? You could have, because this is a continuous number, right? Your horizontal position could be anything from 0 to -5 to +10. It's a continuous space. So technically, there's an infinite number of possible states that you could be in.
Yeah, and then finally we have our actions, and our actions are simply the car can either go left, it can go right, or it can do nothing. So now let's just have a certain scenario. If we just go left the entire time, the car is trying to optimize its reward, its future reward, and that reward is obtained by reaching the flag. And for every step that it takes and not arriving at the flag, we give the car a negative reward. So over time, it will hopefully learn to reach the flag.
And the important thing to note here is that if we go left, even though the car is actually getting further away from its goal, we know that it needs to go left in order to eventually reach its maximum positive. Like if the car just, for example, keeps slamming the accelerator and goes right, yeah, it'll get closer, but it'll never get close enough to achieve the goal. It achieved partial of its goal, but it didn't reach the optimal solution. So again, this is why exploration is important. The car needs to try things that'll cause it to, get punished and lose reward, but that are eventually successful into reaching the optimal policy. So the way that we encode this mathematically is by setting up a Q table, which encompasses all of the future rewards that it gets. So that incentivizes the car to take longer term good actions. And the way that we do this is by essentially, like I said, just trying out different actions, measuring our reward in that state, figuring out if it got us closer to, and if our next step will get us closer to the reward, and adding those probabilities together. So over time, it developed this Q table, which is the list of all actions and all states that it can be in and what it should do in each of those states to reach the reward. And the one important thing to note is this involves a discretization of the problem. Instead of looking at as an infinite number of states, we have to reduce the number of steps. We have to reduce the number of states total to make it a solvable problem for a Q-learning type model. So that was a cool example of a mountain car. I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk about a more complex example. So how many of you guys have heard about the prisoner's dilemma? Yeah, so the prisoner's dilemma is a kind of common thought experiment in psychology where we kind of say that, okay, you're a prisoner, right? And you and your partner have just been arrested for committing a big crime. Okay, and so now you're sitting at a desk, your partner's in a different room, and the officer comes to you and says, we have some evidence on you guys, but if you rat out your partner, I'll reduce your sentence to just 1 year. Okay. So if I rat out my sentence, if I rat out my partner, my sentence becomes 1 year, but my partner is going to get the full brunt of it. They're going to get 8 years of punishment. Okay. But then what the officer does is he goes into the other room and tells your partner the exact same thing, that if they rat you out, you'll get 8 years and they'll only get 1 year. So now, but what happens is if neither of you rat out each other, well, they don't have enough evidence to pin you guys completely on this problem. So you'll both just get 2 years in jail. But what happens is through game theory, we find out that the most likely scenario is actually that both partners will end up ratting each other out because the punishment of getting 8 years while the other person gets off almost scot-free is too great to make confessing the right strategy for both people, even though that ultimately results in both of them getting a worse reward. So this is kind of cooperation in a human example, but cooperation can also be used in games. Here's an example of a team of professional capture the flag players. Not really, they're professional video gamers, and they're playing this game against actually AI agents. So what we found is that these complex ideas of cooperation can actually be solved just by the same idea of reward and punishment. These AI models were able to learn complex ideas of cooperation just by being given rewards and punishments, as we talked about in reinforcement learning. And these are some examples of that, like, the AI learned to sit in its opponent base to make sure that they couldn't get back to their base, to follow their teammate to protect them, and to defend their own base as well.
So where is reinforcement learning actually useful? Well, reinforcement learning can be applied to things like dogs, or not dogs, but robots. Very
dogs.
complex. Yeah, robot dogs. And that's best exemplified by the company Boston Dynamics. They've made a lot of military grade reinforcement learning based robots. It can also be applied to self-driving cars. It can be applied to video games, not only just the capture the flag game, but even more complex ones, like, for example, Dota. And then it can be applied to classical games like chess, shogi, and Go. And what we've seen is that these reinforcement learning models are actually able to beat professional players, even when they're on teams. So this cooperation aspect does exist, and the reinforcement learning models are able to learn that.
So now we're going to go into a workshop where you guys will be able to do this as well and actually get to code and play around with this mountain car problem that we talked about. So we're gonna start the demo for this, and with this one we want you guys to do it at the same time. So if everyone could go to summicscience.org/neurocon and open this up in their own tab, and we'll do this together so we can walk through it. Okay.
And if you are restricted, in the case that you're not able to open it on your own as well, like based on your device, then you can also just follow along because we'll be demoing it via Zoom. So this is using something called Google Colab. And what Colab is it's basically an online notebook where we can run and execute this Python code. And this Google Colab is often used for these artificial intelligence, like training and running these models because it's in the cloud. So what we're first going to do here is we're actually going to connect to the Google runtime. So this will just set up a quick virtual machine on Google server. And once we do that, let's get into our very first step. So here we're going to be trying to solve the mountain car problem using Q learning, deep Q learning actually. And first off, we're just going to start out by installing a ton of dependencies. And some of these are related to training our neural network, for example, using the torch library. We're also going to be creating a display so we can actually visualize the car moving. And there's some other libraries that we have to install. Just in general for numbers, storing the numbers and the manipulation of those.
Yeah, so to run any code, you need to click on this little play button on the side of the window. So this code's pre-written for you guys and you just need to play it there. And once it's done loading, you'll be able to see that, it's installing some packages and things. So we'll keep moving.
Yeah, so while these are installing, I'm going to go ahead and explain the next step. So over here, we're using a built-in function, and it's called monitor. So the library that's behind all of this is something called Gym. And this is basically something that OpenAI has developed, which is actually the team that developed the model
for the Capture the
Flag.
Flag.
For the Capture the Flag game. And they're responsible for a lot of cool reinforcement learning development here. But essentially what this little block will do is it will create a wrapped environment, and it uses their built-in monitor function. So monitor will automatically create videos of our executed car running. Next up, we have creating, yes, I'm just going to go ahead and run this.
And you can run things in sequence, so it starts working while the last step is going on as well.
Yeah. So then next up, we're just going to initialize our environment by using the gym, and then also creating a path. So what we're going to do here is we're going to store some logs and then also set up the path for later when we're going to create our video files. So I'm just going to go ahead and run that. And what we're going to see here is it seems that our actual, our virtual machine was reset here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to, so if you're following along with this, simply hit this, go to the file section, which has this little folder here, then go back and press this ... which will go back up a step. And if you're not able to follow along via the computer, you can just watch us demo it live here. Again, you can do that later after the workshop if you want to. We can create a new folder. We're going to create a new one in this directory called root, and we're just going to name that tboard logs. So this is required for the tensor board to essentially create some logs.
So now we're going to rerun this step.
Yeah, and then now it ran successfully. So next up, now let's get into the core of the reinforcement learning problem. So over here, we're just going to run some, this is basically running some random actions.
So what this is doing is we're first just looking at what would happen if the machine just took random actions. So what this code does is it sets up our environment. It tells it what the max position is. It sets up all the rewards, and it then creates these graphs. So what these graphs show is that we're letting the machine try just taking random actions hundreds of times, and then it'll generate a graph of how far that it got. And what you can see here is that over time, it just by taking random actions, it is sometimes able to hit the goal, but it never hits the goal, but sometimes it's able to leave, the starting point, but it never is able to actually hit the goal of the top of the mountain. And what, as I talked about, this is still an important step though, because what it does is it gives the machine information about what its environment is like, which it can later use in the exploit phase when it actually tries to learn this problem. So we're going to let that run. And in the meantime, we'll go into the next section about the policy.
So this basically defines our weights initialization. And what the weights are is that's earlier when we talked about the neural network. So we're going to use the Q-learning approach and also add a neural network with it. And so this is just initializing the weights. We're also going to create a class called policy. And that's just going to be around, our policy will have a few parameters, which is its state space, which is the actions and observations that it's taking. Another thing is the random.
So our random one just ran again. And you can see it's slightly different than last time because it is random action after all, but it was still never able to reach the top of the mountain. So 0 successful episodes. And so now what this policy does is this is just defining that, okay, this is the action space that we talked about. Like what are the set of actions it can take? What are the set of potential states using its position and velocity, and what is the model that we're defining, which is a deep Q learning model. So next, what we're doing is we're actually training that model. So in this code, what we're doing is the model is going through thousands of or hundreds of episodes where it's trying to apply what it learned in the random stage and improve its model further. So it's taking its policy, which it learned from the random stage, and applying that and trying to improve it. So you can see here that it's training over time. It should take about 2 minutes to do 500 episodes. And then we're going to look at how well it actually did.
Yeah, so while this is running, let's just explain this plot results right here. So as you guys can see, after around episode 330, the agent actually starts completing it. So over here on the y-axis, we have the position of the car. And at the beginning, it's moving a little bit away from its starting position, but it's not able to actually significantly get up the hill. But over here, we can see that it's able to get the negative position. So it's able to go left all the way up to the left portion of the hill, and then go all the way right. And it starts to complete the problem. And after about episode 370, it's able to complete almost every single episode consistently, with just a few outliers, as you can see here. So we're going to let that run as well. Our agent is almost done training. It just finished. And
you can see that it had 45% successful episodes. But again, that's after most of these, after about 370, it's doing it with about 100% success.
Okay, so now the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to head back into our content, the folder, our directory, and look at our video. So as you guys can see, it generated a ton of videos, which include all of the various episodes here, and we can view these later. And again, we're running a little bit short on time, but here's briefly just a visualization of our policy, which is what our car was doing over time.
Yeah, so just to give a brief explanation of what this is here, this is this agent's actual policy. So that means this is how it's making its decisions. So what this says is that if the agent has any velocity that's below 0, it just keeps going left. So it keeps trying to go further left. And then once its velocity goes back to 0, it does nothing, which allows it to start sliding back down the hill. And finally, once it starts sliding with positive velocity, it slams rightward, which is the successful way of completing the task. And we would show you the video here. You guys can download these videos so you can see it once it finishes generating on your computer. But because of time, we're just going to move on with the presentation. So finally, we're just going to recap what we learned today. We kind of talked about 3 major branches of artificial intelligence. The first is neural networks. The second is natural language processing. And the third is reinforcement learning. And in each of these areas, we kind of talked about how it relates to the brain. Next, I want to talk to you guys about how we can move forward in this area. So one important thing to realize is that AI and neuroscience are literally driving each other forward. Advancements in one area is allowing us to make advancements in the other area, as this Nature title literally, kind of says it perfectly. One recent paper, which was pretty interesting, was they found that by taking unsupervised learning problems and inserting some noise representing a time for the AI to sleep during training, it was actually able to stabilize better. So that kind of shows how these advancements improve each other. And finally, you can see a new field called computational neuroscience, which is sort of built around this idea of how do we combine AI and neuroscience, which is a really interesting area if you're looking into, if you potentially want to make this your career even. Now, lastly, we want to talk about how you can sort of get involved in this area. 2 important resources are the DeepMind blog and the OpenAI blog. DeepMind and OpenAI are kind of leaders in this field. They're kind of respectively owned by bigger companies like Google and Tesla and those companies. But they've made a lot of the advancements that we kind of worked on in our workshops. And now, lastly, we're going to show you a few just super cool examples of what is the cutting edge of AI today. It's fine, we can go a bit over. So one of these examples right here, I can play this. If you like Bruno Mars, you'll love this example. But if you remember this famous song from Bruno Mars where he did this dance, they were actually able to teach an AI to convert a human video to represent that same dance. So these people here, the only video they took was of them doing this action here, and the AI actually converted it into the dance. And over here, when we talked about music earlier, here's an example of an AI-generated Bruno Mars song. Bruno Mars is one of my favorite artists, so that's why both of the examples are his. But this is the song Uptown Funk here. And at first, this is just the normal song. So the AI was fed this portion of the song.
And then after a few seconds, it starts to generate by itself.
Right here. So as you can see, the song isn't totally perfect, but it's pretty amazing that the AI was able to come up with its own hook to this song through these ideas of natural language processing. And there's kind of this famous quote about how computers became a bicycle for the mind for humans, that it allowed us to take our own capabilities to the next level. And we kind of believe that AI will be this bicycle as well for students and for for humanity as a whole. So we think it's incredibly important for youth to get involved in this area. And our sort of vision and Samic Science Society's vision of doing this is by combining these two principles of curiosity and experimental learning. Today we focused on some of the, technology aspects of AI, but we really wanted to give you guys a level of curiosity in this area. So that way you may be influenced to explore this on your own. And we did this through kind of like a hands-on approach and experimental learning. And we believe that through this approach, we can kind of motivate youth because, as they famously said, one Einstein was able to cause so much change. Imagine if we could have a generation with hundreds of thousands of Einsteins who are all interested in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So with that, we want to thank you guys for being here. Thanks for attending this presentation. It was really fun for us. We hope you guys learned a little bit as well. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. So I think that we're pretty much out of time, but we'll throw it back to our the Neurocon representatives. And if you want to connect with us, feel free to connect on our social medias here or go to our website. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. It was very interesting and connected all different aspects of neuroscience. So now Skylar will take another picture of the session. So you can feel free to unshare your screen.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you guys so much for presenting an amazing workshop about your perspectives on this. So
thank you.
We can have everyone just turn on their camera if you'd like to be featured on the social media account of Simply Neuroscience. And I'm just going to take a quick picture, 2 versions, and then I'm also going to take a quick video, just like with a cute music clip and stuff like that. So yeah, so we'll just like wait for everyone to turn. Oh my God, I love the background with the yeah, if anyone has like a neuroscience related background, then you can definitely feel free to put that on. Okay. Imagine we should make like an SN background so we all have it and like send it to everyone. So maybe in the future, but stop. I can't. Okay. All right. Anyone got a neuroscience background? No. Okay, maybe next workshop we'll send you guys one. So, okay, well, we're going to like lead into the next meeting. So let's just take a picture right now. So if you guys want to just do like any face, like smile or like silly face, funny face, whatever you want. So ready, 3, 2, 1. All right, awesome. So now we can just let's just all do a peace sign. We did like hearts before, so now I'll just go like this. All right, ready, 3, 2, 1. Awesome. So now I'm just going to play a quick clip of music and then we'll just wave when I say to wave. Okay. You may or may not hear this. So
you're worth more than every single chain. It ain't gonna work if you don't want it to. Best drink I take is when I'm sipping you. You know where I go when we're dancing. Handshakes in the Hamptons and getting drunk in the mansions with you. And you look so classy.
Awesome. Thank you.
You know that I'm not the smack.
Okay, perfect. So that's it for this workshop, the pictures. So let's get started on the next one.
Yeah. Thank you guys, Rishabh and Aditya. We really enjoyed your presentation. And now we'll move on to the next one. Okay. So our next presentation is from Breaking the Stigma, Ciara and Crystal. So a brief introduction on each of them. Ciara is a sophomore from New York City. She founded Each Mind because of her personal experiences with mental illness and her observation of obstacles to treatment in her community. She is passionate about dismantling the stigma around mental health and ensuring equal access to care. In addition to mental health advocacy, Ciara is interested in biology, neuroscience, and psychology. In her free time, Ciara enjoys reading literature, hiking, and running. And Crystal is also the co-founder of Breaking the Stigma. And Crystal is a sophomore in Los Angeles, California. After going through mental health struggles and seeing her friends go through worse, she educated herself about the stigmatization of mental illness. She now volunteers for an online mental health emotional hotline and advocates for mental health in and outside her school. Some of her hobbies include reading, politics, journalism, high school debate, philosophy, and bullet journaling. We are excited to welcome Crystal and Ciara to present about breaking the stigma and mental health advocacy.
Hi, can I screen share?
Yeah, you should have permission.
Awesome. Okay, give me a second, sorry. Okay. Share? Oh, not that share, present.
Yeah.
My bad, sorry.
All good.
Right. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so hey, I'm Ciara, and I am the founder of Each Mind. So we're really excited, Crystal and I, to present about breaking the stigma. This is something that we've talked about a lot and we see as a real problem and somewhere where youth can make a lot of change. So I'll let Crystal introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Crystal. I'm the writing editor for Each Mind. Thank you for the lovely introduction, but Ciara definitely found Each Mind on her own, and she's one of my biggest inspirations, and we're really excited to talk about breaking the stigma and also a lot of intersectionality between stigma and current day issues. So just to set a little agenda for today, we're going to talk about what even is stigma, because often the term mental health stigma gets thrown around a lot on Instagram and on social media, but we had a feeling that not everyone really understood what stigma meant and how stigma really affects our daily lives. So we're going to talk about what even is stigma in mental health. We're going to talk about how socialization affects mental health stigma and how people are often shaped by their identity, shaped by their stories, or the stories they're told, and shaped by their access to mental health care and how that all relates to stigma. And we're going to talk about a really deep problem of criminalization of mental illness that stigma sort of perpetuates. And we're going to talk about what you can do to help with this really big societal issue and different forms of activism. And lastly, we're going to talk about what Each Mind is and how we're trying to break the stigma. And in the end, if you guys have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat, and we have a little Q&A at the end. So just to start, what even is stigma, right? Like I said before, this seems to be sort of an issue that sort of a term that gets thrown around often, but we often don't exactly know what it means. So the definition of stigma itself is defined as a mark of disgrace associated with a particular circumstance, quality, or a person. So often it's basically just shame, right? So that's the definition of stigma itself. But when you apply to mental health stigma, it's the shame of talking about mental health, having a mental health issue, or having a diagnosed mental illness, and the general perception of the mental health of others and ourselves from a societal point of view. And stigma is really common in our everyday life, a lot more common than everyone thinks. Since this is mostly for teenagers, we have a few examples of really simple ways that stigma kind of shows up everywhere. So for example, if anyone has ever heard oh, don't date her because she's depressed, as if we can't really care for and support people who either have symptoms of depression or are diagnosed with depression, or other examples of don't befriend him because he only talks about self-harming because he's an attention hog. And this is these are both examples of stigma, of how we really push people who are suffering into this corner of isolation and make them ashamed of really true issues that people deal with on a daily basis. And often stigma is bad, and the effects of stigma, particularly with teens and just everyone, is the fear of reaching out for help and fear of being shamed for what they're dealing with. And this is so understandable, right? If you think about it, if all you hear is people shaming others around their mental health issues, or hearing other people shame you or shame your friends, it's really easy to just be afraid of reaching out for help. And this is really bad because not being able to talk about this so openly often means that people who do have really serious issues that are developing into more serious mental illnesses are often not able to reach out for therapy or reach out for medication. And stigma is also really intersectional in how it affects people living with a mental illness and how they're perceived, like during a job application, or during how they're just perceived like walking down the street by strangers if they have more serious mental illnesses, and how they're treated by members in society.
Yeah, so this really ties into kind of our framework for understanding stigma. And we kind of thought about it as socialization that impacts stigma, and kind of intertwines with the ways that we think about the world and how society perceives us. So to define socialization a bit, socialization is the process of learning societal rules and norms, and it has a connection to developmental psychology in the way that our cognitive processes work. And kind of the main agents of socialization, there's a lot, is family, friends, religion, school, politics, media, cultural background, economic system, language, and media. So this kind of has a framework in kind of how we understand the world around us. And for our purposes, we're going to separate mental health stigma in three main roots of the cause of why it's so pervasive. So, and kind of how it affects intersectional identities based on race, on gender, and all these things. It's kind of defined by identity, which we'll talk about first. Then we'll talk about access to care, and we'll also talk about the stories that we're So kind of the main point was how society interacts with our identity through racial, ethnic, and gender identifiers and sexual orientation. So the way we think about this is basically mental health can be perpetuated by negative experiences, discrimination, that often gets tied to our identity. And then in addition, we can internalize that in ourselves, but also as a larger community, as a race, as a region, that can result in preventing access to treatment and all these other things that are really identifiers. So first we're going to talk about racial trauma. And racial trauma refers to the negative experiences that BIPOC people face, and it's kind of defined as three main points of racism. So individual racism means like physical, online, and verbal attacks that are based on someone's physical or personality that is tied to their race. So this causes police brutality against Black and brown people, also slurs and phrases that are meant to attack and alienate people of different cultural or have different languages that they speak. Then systemic racism is the economic and social disenfranchisement through policies that discriminate on the basis of race. So this results in a lot of what we see in the criminal justice system, and sentencing resulting in high prison populations, also segregation based on education and economic opportunities. And then lastly is historical racism, which is defined as kind of the past struggles of a person's racial group that really gets transfixed on the next generation because of kind of that traumatic experience. So kind of some examples are chattel slavery and dehumanization of Black people, and also for Native Americans, the removal of tribal land. The kind of other forms of of integration that was like through schools, and that kind of stripped cultural identity. So next is kind of how this results in stigma. So a lot of the main mechanisms for stigma is because of kind of how these racial groups get perceived and how this results in their own internal view of themselves. So kind of because they face so much discrimination, it can result in a kind of defense mechanism to prevent like being seen as mentally weak. And this can be really dangerous for mental health. So kind of these are some statistics around that. 63% of African Americans believe that a mental health condition is a personal sign of weakness. And then the model minority myth that affects Asian Americans results in kind of a perception of not being able to also be seen as weak or be seen as needing help or support. And this means that Asian Americans are 3 times less likely to seek help. Then another factor is kind of the racial biases and the lack of outreach in the healthcare system, which results in distrust on taking medications, on seeking help. There's also a lot of provider biases that can result in misdiagnosis, especially for more serious mental illnesses. So this is seen in diagnosis for schizophrenia in Black males, which is higher, even though a lot of times these are misdiagnoses, and the result of this perception that Black men are violent. And this is really a problem, and it needs to be fixed by better education for mental health providers and kind of having the next generation be aware of these racial biases. So then is LGBTQ plus people, and the barriers they face are kind of homophobia and transphobia, which results in violent and discriminatory acts, which is really triggering for fear, distrust, and it can result in really negative mental health outcomes. In the Trevor Project does great work in reporting this, and they found very negative effects on youth. 71% had experienced 2 weeks of depression over the past year when they conducted this report. And this shows how really the barriers and the discrimination that LGBTQ plus people face is really harmful for mental health, especially in youth. Another factor is kind of the way people that are LGBTQ plus are treated, and kind of conversion therapy, which isn't really based on any science and is really bad for mental health. And it also can result in people not being taken seriously for having a mental illness if they are in the LGBTQ plus community, because they are seen as having having like a issue because of their identity rather than the result of depression.
Yeah, and I want to add, I want to add real quick, because I am part of like the LGBTQ plus community, and this is really true. A lot of teenagers are often not really taken seriously for saying that like, oh, I'm like kind of feeling confused about my sexuality right now, and I really need to talk about this. And there's a lot of stigma around being not taken seriously and having this sort of like really internalized homophobia towards ourselves, and really preventing us from reaching out for help. And then especially in the trans community as well, like people who are trans are more likely to have experience of violence and abusive systems at home because of their identity, which is really bad. And trans women are more likely to face violent acts committed against them. And obviously we've seen around the news that Black trans women are often disproportionately harmed in society for really no reason at all besides their identity. So this is a really big issue that not just like stigma around mental health, but stigma around being LGBTQ plus. And it's really important to also emphasize that being trans or being like anything really isn't like a mental illness. If anyone doesn't know, being trans is the only real illness involved is gender dysphoria, which is the dysphoria or huge discomfort in how one feels about their gender identity. And the way we cure this dysphoria isn't by going to conversion therapy. It's by gender transitioning, which has scientifically shown empirical evidence that it works on trans people and they feel much better afterwards. So there's this intersectionality between being LGBTQ plus and mental health stigma, and the two stigmas often, unfortunately, like smash together and make a lot of people's lives a lot harder. And I just wanted to add that, but Kiara, go ahead, sorry.
No, that was awesome. It's really true, and kind of it affects youth as well. For if you can't come out and kind of be able to have that support network, it can really prevent you from having like kind of a comfort in yourself, which can really affect mental health. So thank you. And yeah, tying it back to trans women, this also intersects a lot with race. BIPOC trans women are killed, are murdered. Like there's very large murder rates. And so it's really important to take activism in this and see the stigma on being trans, on being gay or lesbian is really intersectional. This kind of ties to gender expectations and how kind of there's very rigid gender expectations, which can also affect mental health. So kind of women's perception as being one factor that ties into this is like beauty standards. There's also personality, which if you don't fit into those norms, it can be really difficult to kind of find an identity for yourself. And then it can also discourage men from speaking out because they're seen as emotional or show vulnerability if they accept mental health care or something. And it's really harmful gender expectations because it kind of perpetuates this binary system, which is what we talked about with LGBTQ plus as well, and kind of transforming both of those is really important to eliminating the stigma on mental health. So the next factor is kind of the storytelling. And this has to do with a lot of different belief systems and kind of how we understand them as people. So kind of some factors are religious and national or community belief systems, like, and how they perceive mental illness can really, as I said about socialization, can really transfer off on us. So the way that we mainly see this storytelling is through the media. So you might have seen some TV shows or some movies that perpetuate a negative stigma on mental health. And many times mental health conditions are misrepresented. So we have a little activity for you all. So can you guess the following TV shows and movies? How do they perpetuate stigma? So we'll be showing a few.
Yeah, Kiara, I can't see the chat, so do you mind taking over and like looking over the chat for me?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So if anyone wants to write like this movie in the chat box, and if anyone knows like why this movie is sort of like really bad for mental health stigma, they can explain to, and Kiara can read them out if you want to.
Yeah, so people got it right. They show It's Split, that's a movie, and it's multiple personality disorder, and it shows it as kind of being really violent, which is really dangerous because seeing people as violent because they have a mental illness can make people afraid to seek help, can make people afraid to admit they have a mental illness, and yeah, we'll talk about more about how it's dangerous later, but we have another one.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, it's like flat out wrong that people who have a mental illness are more violent. It's actually the opposite, that people who have a mental illness are more likely to have violence committed against them or are facing violence of an oppressive system. So yeah, split, not great because not true. This is our next one. I'm sure a lot of people know what this show is, and feel free to sort of explain like some of the bad ways it portrays mental health and suicide.
Okay, so we got a lot of 13 Reasons Why, which is correct. And that's true. It kind of negatively portrays depression and suicide, and it views suicide as kind of a revenge tactic, which is really dangerous. With the 13 like movie clips about explaining like why those people hurt her. Although being hurt about something is totally valid, having that as kind of, oh, I committed suicide as a revenge for what you did to me, perpetuates a negative narrative and can make people that are vulnerable or have had similar experiences commit suicide as well. Other things that people have said are very, very true, that it sexualizes depression, and that's something that's like dangerous as well by romanticizing it and seeing it as desirable or attractive, not including a trigger warning, which is something that shouldn't be done when talking about mental illness, and especially when for an audience for teens that may be more vulnerable. Also talks about mental illness as attention seeking. So this is also another perception that can be really dangerous, and it's held by many people that people who have a mental illness, it isn't actually something tangible, so they don't see it as real. They just see it as a way to get attention.
This is our last one.
Yeah. They can guess the movie and maybe say a little bit like about why it kind of perpetuates stigma. Great. Yeah, so The Joker is the movie. And yeah, it does definitely portray someone as violent and kind of unable to get help. This kind of ties to our point. If kind of the role of Harley Quinn, and like she was a therapist, and then she kind of got sucked in by him, and he didn't ever kind of accept help or receive help, and this kind of perpetuates a negative narrative about mental illness being permanent, and not being able to recover from that.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for participating in our little interactive thing. Just again to add like a small thing that I just saw. I'm sure a lot of people know the account generations, but I'm getting this things that to avoid when reporting on suicide, which in TV and media especially. So this is like a list of things to avoid when reporting on suicide designed by mental health professionals, and it includes describing or depicting the method or location of suicide, sharing the content of a suicide note, prescribing the personal details about the person who died, presenting suicide as a common or acceptable response to hardship, oversimplifying or speculating on the reason for suicide, sensationalizing details in the headline or story, or glamorizing or romanticizing suicide. And as we can see, I am messing up on clicking, but as we can see, 13 Reasons Why essentially breaks each and every one of these guidelines. So again, not great for mental health stigma, and just, stay safe when you're watching that show and these movies too.
Yeah, so building off of that point, kind of the ways we mainly see media perpetuating mental health stigma is by kind of having this narrative of being violent and a danger to society and themselves, that they can't, that people with a mental illness are unable to kind of function normally in society. And this is really not true. And also, it's as Crystal says, that people with a mental illness are usually more vulnerable to violence and are therefore usually victims. And seeing it as otherwise is kind of really damaging to people's ability to speak out about it, because we have this perception of violence. And this really differs for the type of mental health diagnosis. So kind of depression and anxiety are more common, and kind of the ones that are seen as violent more often are schizophrenia or dissociative personality disorder, and kind of grouping them all in a bucket as violent to society, although none of them inherently are, is really dangerous narrative and prevents people from seeking help. Another factor is the glorification of suicide and how like certain shows and in addition the news, when it reports on suicide, is kind of glorifies it. And this can be really dangerous because a lot of times there's a chain effect of celebrities, or when a TV show comes out, like 13 Reasons Why, that can affect teens especially, because of this glorification is seen as something, an acceptable response. The other factor is kind of the permanence of a mental health condition and the inability to recover or get better. And this is really damaging because it views mental health as something that is irrecoverable. And this a lot of times happens because mental health professionals are viewed as kind of like creepy, or I don't know, have some sort of like negative association with them. And having this in the media can prevent people from seeking therapy. Also, I'm just gonna read a few of the chats because I did see them coming in. So someone talked about BoJack Horseman. I didn't see that. Crystal, do you know about that show?
Did they say BoJack Horseman was like good or bad in any specific way?
Good at portraying mental health.
Good at portraying, yeah, that's good or bad?
Good, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I read about BoJack Horseman as well. I've only watched like one episode of the show, but some shows that I have like kind of read like good reviews on and often like critiqued, like contrasting that show, was BoJack Horseman versus 13 Reasons Why, and also the new show with Zendaya, I think. I'm not sure what it's called. I think it's called Euphoria. Yeah, Euphoria versus 13 Reasons Why. But those are two shows that I have in mind that are like a little bit better on portrayal of mental health.
Yeah, Amanda asked, there's a fine line between raising awareness, glorifying mental illness. When do you think media crosses the line? I think that's really true, and kind of the arguments are made about portraying mental health. I think, as someone said, having the facts about mental illness, not over dramatizing it, and straying away from kind of glorifying, portraying as violent, or not seeing a path to recovery is really dangerous. I think it's really important to portray mental health because there's kind of this silencing that occurs. And I think some ways that it can be positive is by kind of having this focus on recovery and having real stories get shared and having it not be dramatized, which is something a little bit about what Each Mind does, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah, and thank you everyone for the questions. We'll probably answer them like near the end, but that was like such a good question, and I want to add like a little bit before it's that like in the past I used to see 13 Reasons Why as like good intentions, right? Obviously like Selena Gomez and whoever was creating that really wanted to figure out like a way to portray suicide correctly, and it is a really tricky thing to do. Like, not gonna lie, I don't have directing experience, but I would have not like much of a clue of how to do that. But in the end, it's like what the actions come out and like the impact it makes versus like the good intentions behind it, if that makes sense. Yeah. Kira, were you on the next slide or are you on this slide?
Oh, the next slide.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. This is the last part. Oh, someone had a good comment that I think we should get through. I think that especially in immigrant families, that mental health is a huge taboo topic, and there needs to be systemic changes that need to be made in order to support immigrant families. At Crystal, as a POC, what do you recommend to foster positive conversations regarding mental health?
I would say I would definitely agree, coming from like for me, like a Taiwanese Chinese family, it was definitely and is still definitely quite the journey to like talk about your mental health issues, and it really just depends on like your family in general. Sometimes when it gets like really hard, therapist intervention is necessary, or sometimes it's just a lot of empathy, like as hard as it is, like channeling empathy to understand that like my grandparents didn't come from a place where it actually came from like a family that was way more taboo on mental health than my like family is, and to understand where they're coming from, but not necessarily like using their past experiences to justify any sort of like treatment towards you as like an individual. But yeah, general like talking out of a place of empathy, hey grandma, like I know you grew up in this sort of way, but right now mental health is looked upon as this, and like being assertive with your communication with like, this is what I'm feeling now, if that makes sense. But yeah, such a good question, and if anyone has like any more questions like that, feel free to drop them in the end of the presentation.
Yeah, we're just gonna tie it in with the next point about how socialization kind of shapes us, and this is about access. And the access stanza really is more about messaging, kind of about how mental health is viewed, what's viewed as important, and this is kind of defined as the resources and agency we're given in our community to have access to mental health care. So some of the factors that tie into this are kind of economic status. So kind of sometimes there's a less educational emphasis on it, mental health, especially in low-income schools. Another factor is kind of uninsured status, which makes it extremely costly to get mental health. And also there's, even if you have a public insurance plan, it can affect the quality or time for services. Like on these plans, it can be a really long time until you're slotted to get that therapy or medication. And this can kind of result in delays in treatment aren't good for crises with mental health. Another factor that's kind of overlooked, logistical factors like transportation, work hours, that may limit like regular appointments. The other factor is kind of where people live. So in low-income neighborhoods, there's often not enough government funding. So this can result in less mental health professionals in neighborhoods with clinics or in schools. And this is also related to race because, as it talked about before, systemic racism results in less economic opportunity a lot of times for minorities. So this can affect access to mental health care, and it results in not enough schooling staff for mental health professionals.
All right, so this is sort of like one of the sections that I'm covering, which is what stigma often results in. So I recently wrote an article about this, but it isn't published yet, about the intersectionality between the criminal justice system and mental health. And I think most people have noticed that we've talked a lot about really revolutionary, like current day events happening with like racism and more awareness around it, but also a thing that is coming to more people's attention is the criminal justice system. And yeah, so just to like get into it, this is like a really serious way that mental health stigma affects our society today. So according to NAMI, the National Alliance of Mental Illness, around 2 million people who experience a mental illness are sent to jail each year. 2 million people, just like let that sink in for a bit. And while people are incarcerated, U.S. jails and prisons often don't offer adequate treatment. There's been a lot of studies of how there's a policy change enacted in 2014 that basically was promised to help mental health, people with a mental health issue, but what happened was they made the qualifications to qualify as a person behind bars who needed mental health services, made those qualifications really hard, and that meant that a lot of people were basically being denied treatment, which was really bad. And besides being denied treatment, people behind bars are usually subject to really harsh treatment that is often inhumane, such as solitary confinement or overall effects of imprisonment that are really just terrible, like loud noises, a lot of like brutality from prison guards, and just the whole process of the criminal justice system is very punitive, which means that it's designed to punish, right? And when we send people that do live with a mental illness to the criminal justice system, whether it's jails or prisons, that leads to often exacerbating current mental illnesses or development of trauma, which is really bad. Continuing on, even when they are released from prison or jail, it serves as a really traumatic experience for them. What we see is that people who have a mental illness are already likely to face discrimination when they're trying to find a job, but people who have both that background of being in jail or being a past felon and also living with a mental illness or possibly substance abuse, it's making their lives so much harder and is destructive for their long-term life. And this points back to a deeper systemic problem in how the U.S. punishes individuals for having a mental illness instead of offering resources and instead of offering different forms of justice, instead of more of a punitive and punishment-based justice system. And all of this ties back to stigma, because stigma is just what is inherent in a lot of policies and is inherent in how we view people with a mental illness, right? Like how we view people who have committed a crime in the past. And often the criminal justice system is a form of punishment that is dehumanizing and affects how we see people who, in a very dehumanizing way. We often see people who have committed a crime as not human anymore, or we see people who have really serious mental illnesses as not a person anymore. And we need to remember that people are people first, and we'll talk about that more later. But any sort of mental illness or past crime that a person has committed doesn't mean they deserve to be treated in any other way that is the basic standard of being a human, if that makes sense. So I bet I'm not the only person who's sort of thinking about like how big of an issue this is and what we can do to help to break this stigma. And also, I know not everyone here is of the age to vote. Like Kiara and I are like 15. We can't really make policy change yet. There are a lot of ways we can do, a lot of things we can do and ways we can help break the stigma, which we're going to go into here. So the first thing, of course, is to really just prioritize your own mental health. I tell this to my friends all the time. Self-care is good activism. Make sure you're practicing self-care. Make sure you're allowing yourself to rest and take breaks. And just remember that like you deserve time for yourself. I think if you're in this convention, you're like a really hardworking student or a person, and spending your quarantine like learning about neuroscience is super rad, but make sure you're taking time to care about yourself and taking time to rest and everything else. Another way to like really break the stigma, if you're comfortable, is to really just like talk about your mental health struggles, seeking therapy, meds, professional help if you're able to, and if you're in a situation where you're able to afford it, talking about taking your medications and going to therapy if you're already doing so, like continuing to take those medications. Our next section is about not shaming other people for talking about their mental health. So like when others talk about their mental health, first like notice your initial reaction of how you feel, right? So remember that others aren't necessarily just wanting attention. Most of the time people are seeking for validation and support, and remember that all people do deserve support, including yourself. After that initial reaction, you want to like react when you're talking to a person, react with compassion and empathy, validate what they're going through to be true, which means that like if you heard the phrase like it's okay to feel this way, your feelings are valid, like your lived experiences are truly valid, and let other people know that if they're coming to you for help. Empathize with what they're feeling and support them by actively listening to what they're going through. So active listening, you can like look it up, but like to give a really, really brief rundown is one, really like listening, like good eye contact, not going like on your phone, and reflecting and validating. So when people are telling you things, you reflect them back. You reflect what they're telling you back. So like, oh, it sounds like you're going through a really hard time right now with staying at home with your family, and it's okay to feel this way. I completely understand where you're coming from, stuff like that. And also just asking good open-ended questions, and generally coming from a place of pure empathy or driving connection with other people. We're going to talk a little bit about like using the correct language when talking about mental health, which is really, really important, because I think this is something that not a lot of people know about. But we want to focus on person first language. These are like a few examples. I prefer not to read these out loud, but if you look at this really briefly, the second slide sort of like explains like why we should do this. So when you say, quote, you know, mentally ill, remember that a person is like way more than their mental illness. Same thing with the R word, a person is more than just their disability. This drives me crazy. Crazy can be really stigmatizing for stereotypical behavior of people who live with a really serious mental illness. Same thing with like schizophrenic or those words. Remember to put the person first. Tying back to what we said before about like suicide, the phrasing, quote, committed suicide is like used a lot, and I'm guilty of using it a lot, but the truth is when people do commit suicide, they're often not in like the right state of mind, and they're often really in like a panic state, and using the word commit suggests blame. So tying back to here, we often try to say died by suicide or lost by suicide, so that we're not really like putting the blame on that person, if that makes sense. And language is really important. I know that it takes like a few more seconds to say a person with mental illness versus like mentally ill, but the language we use is really important, because a lot of linguists and a lot of like researchers have like objectively stated that when we use this language, we're building more into the idea that so for example, if we use like mentally ill, we're building more into the idea that a person is just their mental illness, and we want to like edge away from that as like far as possible. So that's why it's really important. Other ways we can be part of the change is to like reallocate your money, like donating to national organizations or even your local organizations. But national organizations include NAMI, which is the National Alliance of Mental Illness, Mental Health America, which is MHA, and other hotlines also accept donations, I believe. If you're comfortable even volunteering at a crisis hotline, I know there are a lot of local crisis hotlines where near like respectively where people live, and be an advocate and hold yourself accountable for your language and other people's language, whether that's saying like briefly correcting someone like, oh, Kiara, like did you mean like a person who like died by suicide? Oh, and then like explaining it to them and having enough courage to do this, because it's really important. And yeah.
And being able to accept that as well if you use the incorrect language, being able to change it. So awesome. We have some awesome comments and questions. So I'm just going to give a brief introduction to Each Mind, what we do, and then we're going to answer questions. So basically, Each Mind is an organization I founded rather recently, I think it's 2 months now, in June, and it's about changing the mindset on mental health by enriching dialogue, advocating for policy reform, and making treatment call. So basically, to break that down a bit, the way I see it is that enriching the dialogue comes with creating positive media instead of the negative media that I kind of talked about and Crystal talked about as well. Creating a positive form of communication that young people can really utilize to drive change, express their own experiences. It's something that I saw personally affected me with the stigmatizing media, and kind of going through a mental health disorder made me really afraid to speak out and tell my friends about it, because I felt like I would be judged or I'd be labeled. And this affects a lot of other people besides me. So I felt like this is one way to do it. Kind of the other part of it is advocating for policy reform and really having a way to mobilize youth to kind of call their legislators or fundraise and have it in a centralized platform. So I couldn't have done this without my amazing team. Rachel, absolutely awesome and so passionate about this. So I'm excited to see what we do in the future besides these 2 months. And here's a page about staying updated with us. So kind of our Instagram is @h.mind, so follow that now if you can. And we also have other social medias on our website. I can type this in the chat after. So also we have applications open for being a designer or digital artist, producing a magazine on mental health, which is an article that Crystal wrote was about criminalization of mental illness, and I wrote about ADHD in this present hotline. You can also email us at communications@. So now for some questions, which I see a lot in the chat, and it's really interesting. So
Yeah, thank you guys for that presentation. I can read you the questions from the chat. And those watching on YouTube Live, you can obviously submit it on YouTube Live. So Khadija asks a few questions. Her first one is, what is your opinion on companies using mental health to bolster their platforms?
yeah, so I think that this is prevalent. It's kind of like saying it as, I mean, I think like it's important to raise awareness, but at the same time, they have to be taking genuine action and not just using it for profit of people. And yeah, Crystal, do you want to add that?
I agree completely. There's a difference between virtue signaling, like a lot of companies that use prison labor while screaming BLM on their little logos. There's like a huge difference between like actually making genuine action and just, just saying it for profit, like Kiara said.
Yeah, definitely important to consider whether it's genuine or just to get more profits as a company. So her next question is, what do you recommend people do to continue the conversation on mental health every day of the year and not just when it's popular? And she appreciates teens educating themselves on mental health and a huge advocate for mental health education and policies in her university. So she's essentially asking, what do you recommend people doing on a daily basis to help with this issue?
I think I said before, like, take care of yourself. I think that's like really underrated, that when we take care of ourselves, it's often like self-care is very radical. We live in like sort of a society that's like work, but when we take care of ourselves, it's better for us, and it makes us more like empowered to do more good. And I think to answer the question of like advocating for mental health every single day, it's hard, but it's probably, for me, it looks like reaching out to my friends and like asking if they need any support, if they need it, and stuff like that. But yeah, Kiara, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, kind of what Crystal said about also language. I think that's something that literally every one of us can do, is using the correct language. And another thing that Crystal does as well is volunteering at emotional hotline. That's a way to kind of get involved in this process. Advocating for policies is another aspect, kind of educating yourself on what's wrong with mental health in America or your country, and seeing ways that you can kind of advocate at the government level, and then in schools. A lot of us are probably in the education system, so you can have conversations with your teachers, principals about having more access to resources, having days for mental health. Really important.
And definitely. Also, not to self-promote here, but Simply Neuroscience also has a team working on expanding access to mental health therapy. We'll explain more about how you can apply in the closing ceremony, but that's just something to consider. There's several nonprofits, both run by students and run by adults, that are working to advocate to politicians to expand access to the therapy of mental health illnesses that people may suffer from. So yeah, if anyone has any other questions, just type them in the chat and I can say them out loud. Okay, it looks like Okay, yeah. So Khadija also asks, how did you get started with your organization?
Okay, awesome. So I kind of started, as I said, 2 months ago, and kind of promoting. I got people from kind of nationally, like Crystal's from LA. And so that way we have 50 people now, and we're working on a magazine. We're still in the early stages, but we're really excited for what we can do. And yeah, it's really gratifying to see so many people passionate about it, and kind of all collectively taking action.
Yeah. Any other questions does anyone have? Okay. So Erin asks, do you have any tips how to expand an organization?
Great. So I think kind of expanding an organization is really important to get that reach, and kind of have people passionate about your cause. I think the best way you can do is have a story, have a narrative. Why are you passionate about this? What's kind of the things you want to do? I mean, I think having like a good way to have a story, being able to story tell about your passions, about the problem and how you're going to fix it specifically, it's really important for people to believe your cause and believe that you're unique and can really change something. So that's one of my tips. Another one is just like more tactically, like using different forums and social media. I mean, and yes, and reaching out to people who you think will be interested as well.
I might not be like the founder, but I would say also like finding like intersectionality between your organization and other topics. So for example, like mental health is very intersectional in like social justice and in racism and in the criminal justice system, like finding different ways your topic relates to other topics and like, you know, bringing good change together through that.
Awesome. So Khadijah has a question about, well, I think she commented about the pre-med path and how that perpetuates mental health stereotypes. Yeah, you guys have some really great comments, and I think that's a discussion that has to keep on going. So you can always like talk to us. We want to have like more community events. And if this is something you're interested in speaking at a community event or something on mental illness and stigma, that is definitely something we want to foster.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, does anyone have any other questions? Okay, yeah. Seeing none, thank you guys for presenting my mental health. It's a very under-discussed topic, and I'm glad we had you present here to educate people more and raise awareness about the topic to destigmatize mental health illnesses. So again, thank you guys for speaking, and we enjoyed learning from you.
Thank you for having us. This was an awesome opportunity.
Okay, so to all the attendees, our next event is at 5 p.m. Eastern time. So we have about a bit over 2 minutes. And it's our International Youth Brainstorm Summit Top 10 project winners. 5 of the top 10 project winners are presenting right now. So you can hear from the top high school and college neuroscientists in the entire world. Okay, since we have a lot of presentations in this time period, I will get started by introducing them now itself. Okay, so first to tell you about International Youth Brainstorm Summit, the IYBS project competition conducted by Simply Neuroscience over 3 days at the end of July, so July 31st and August 1st and August 2nd. It was a neuroscience themed ideathon open to anyone ages 13 to 22. Participants competed by forming teams of 2 to 4 students of their choice in their own age bracket and picked one of 5 categories. And these were intended to inspire interdisciplinary exploration of neuroscience in the fields of ethics, engineering, neuroeconomics, health or public health, or research, each of which had specific challenges that we posed for the competitors. Students had approximately 72 hours to develop their project in order to propose and pitch their idea in response to the challenge prompts, and then present their solution via Zoom to a panel of judges composed of undergraduate students and experts and professionals in the field. And they were intended to demonstrate their interest and their expertise in STEM and humanities through their development of their projects, and demonstrate their interdisciplinary thinking, collaboration skills, and ability to develop a proposal for a project in a short period of time. In fact, we had over 600 participants from 42 countries submitting over 120 eligible project submissions. Thanks to our entire organizing team and 40 plus judges, it was a great success, with about 99% of the participants indicating they learned more and would like to participate in similar events in the future. So now it is my pleasure to welcome 5 of the top 10 project winners from the IYBS competition. This is Neurosensor, the best in the engineering category, by Advait, Vanessa, and Garanchi. Low Risk, High Reward, which was the best in the neuroeconomics category, by Prakriti, Chinhui, and Tiffany and Shrey. Aperio, second place in the 13 to 17 age category, by Hala, Wyatt, and Sophia. Nourishment, the second place in the 18 to 22 age category, by Alexis, Faith, Zainab, and Shruti. And finally, the third verdict, the best in the ethics category, by Lakita and Shinyi. So we will start with Neurosensor. So let me know who's sharing your screen, and I can give you sharing permissions, and we can get started with that. So Advait, Vanessa, or Garanchi, which one of you is sharing your screen?
You guys can like type in the chat, by the way, like whoever you can indicate. Just say like me in the chat if you're going to share your screen.
Okay, Garanchi, you should be able to share now.
Thank you.
So just to remind you about the format, similar to IYBS, so just 7 minutes for the presentation and 3 minutes for questions at the end.
Okay, got it. Okay. We're ready to start.
Yeah, you can begin when you're ready.
Okay.
Good. My name is Advait Ganguly.
I'm Vanessa Rigoloso.
I'm Garanchi Yadav, and we are Neurosensor.
People who suffer from anxiety disorder are often faced with panic attacks, one of the hardest aspects of the disorder to deal with. For many, these panic attacks come suddenly and feel unpredictable, which makes facing and foreseeing them challenging. The inability to predict or recognize when a panic attack will occur often makes those with anxiety feel helpless and vulnerable. I personally have suffered from severe anxiety with panic attacks for years, and I've had countless panic attacks. They're difficult to identify ahead of time, leading to treatment strategies being implemented too late. There are many others with experiences similar to mine and even worse than mine. So let's give those with anxiety hope. A 2011 study done by the Southern Methodist University published findings that suggest that these panic attacks aren't actually as sudden as they appear. Your body shows physiological changes for around an hour beforehand, but your brain rejects feeling these changes. The physical panic attack actually occurs at the end of the 60-minute period.
We've engineered a two-part solution to tackle these out-of-the-blue panic attacks. May I present to you the Neurosensor? Essentially, the Neurosensor is a pulse and body temperature tracking wristband that is connected via Bluetooth to a chest patch which tracks breathing. When physiological changes begin occurring before a panic attack, such as an increase in respiratory rate, an increase in heart rate, or an increase in body temperature, the wristband will release a cooling essential oil as well as prompt the user to breathe slowly. The essential oils are implemented as they are known as an effective alternative to medication in dealing with panic attacks, while the cooling effect of these oils will help regulate body temperature, which often rise before a panic attack. In an effort to receive feedback on the demand and feasibility of our product, we conducted a survey with over 100 participants. Some significant results from our survey are that almost 2/3 of participants suffer from undiagnosed or undiagnosed anxiety, while over half said they suffer from anxiety-induced panic attacks. A key takeaway from these two models is simply the fact that we have a fairly large target audience who would benefit from our product. In model 3, it is displayed that some of the most common symptoms of panic attacks are sudden sweating, which results from a rise in body temperature, hyperventilation, and an increased heart rate. These symptoms are all ones that are targeted and remedied by Neurosensor. Support and backing for our product is displayed in model 4, as more than 3/4 of the respondents said they would buy a device such as ours to help avoid panic attacks. One of the most common ways in which respondents dealt with their panic attacks was by taking deep or controlled breaths. Our product prompts a reminder to the user to focus on their breathing, which can be another contributor to avoiding panic attacks. Finally, over 1/4 of participants used essential oils for anxiety before, while over half used essential oils for other reasons. This high level of usage would likely make people feel more comfortable using essential oils to help with panic attacks, as many have already used them before and seen the beneficial effects.
So unfortunately, we didn't have all the available technology ready to design a real prototype, so instead we designed a blueprint. The baseline technology we use is similar to that of a Fitbit's. The screen only shows an alert to breathe when it recognizes that all the monitored senses are slowly going into overdrive. There are sensors on the top and the sides of the wrist for the most accurate screenings. And the cards are located on the insides of our wrist, since this is the most sensitive area to the cooling action that we'll provide. The patch on the chest works with accelerometers embedded in them, and it connects to the Bluetooth, it connects to the wristband and the app via Bluetooth. So we're also going to launch a corresponding Neurosensor app with the product, and it's going to be similar to the one of a Fitbit's. The homepage displays your summary statistics of your heart rate, your breathing rate, and your body temperature. It also monitors when all of your senses start becoming heightened. It also shows when the dropper mechanism was activated. So on the screen, it shows that it was activated at 5 p.m. But it does not send a notification to your phone because we feel that knowing you're entering a panic attack might actually cause a worse panic attack. So the next page allows you to see graph data of the senses. And then we also included a shopping tab where you can immediately order more oils for your convenience.
Not only does our feedback show we would have a demand for our product, but all technology is already available, including the groundbreaking respiratory rate patch. The patch does not yet have a price estimate, as it is a relatively new technology whose price fluctuates with demand. A similar product, however, has an estimate of about $100 to make. A Fitbit costs $17 to make. So our cost estimate to produce the Neurosensor would be about $117. We will sell our product for $500, which may seem expensive, but its benefits as an alternative to medicine outweighs the price.
In terms of the social impact of Neurosensor, it truly has the potential to revolutionize how anxiety is treated and offers people a different option to the medical route. In addition, people will be able to use one digital platform to cope with anxiety and heal together. Neurosensor is also a product that is more user-friendly to young people, which is important because students often suffer the most from environmentally induced anxiety due to school and work.
Our product will identify early panic attack signs and ultimately stop panic attacks in their tracks. It is a natural alternative to medication, and its price is affordable compared to the costs of daily medications, considering how much money you'll spend over time.
Additionally, the product will promote a happier and healthier lifestyle, improving lives everywhere.
Neurosensor successfully connects neuroscience, technology, and innovation to tackle one of the most ubiquitous mental disorders in the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys for that excellent presentation. Like IYBS, we are fascinated by Neurosensor and enjoyed sharing it to the participants. So Amanda asks, how can Neurosensor differentiate between a cardiovascular activity and an actual panic attack? For example, when running or dancing, does the device still activate, and how does it know when to activate?
So I can take that one. There will be a calibration period that you'll have to set in the beginning. So that includes calibration at rest and then calibration at exercise. You can also always turn it off, but we would recommend not doing that just in case you do feel something coming on during a workout. But anyway, your heart rate rises at your resting heart rate, at least different, rises at different percentages versus when you're exercising and when you're actually about to enter a panic attack. I believe when you're exercising, normally like an easy exercise, it goes to up to like 65% to 75% versus when you're about to enter a panic attack, it can actually go up to like 90% of your max resting heart rate. So yeah, those are just a few ways we would tackle that.
And that's very interesting. Does anyone else have any other questions? Type them in the chat. Okay, seeing none, thank you guys for sharing. And like IYBS, we enjoyed hearing about nervous sensor and wish you all the best with your future for this project.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have team low risk, high reward, which was the best in the neuroeconomics category. And the team members for this are Prakriti Kadekar, Chinghui Wang, Tiffany Mak, and Shrey Mehta.
Can I share my screen now?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. You can see the screen, right? Okay. Hello, everyone. Today we present you low risk, high reward.
My name is Prakriti Kadekar.
My name is Tiffany Mock.
I'm Amy Wang.
And I'm Shrey Mehta, and we presented on neuroeconomics.
So our prompt for the competition was to identify an instance where humans make poor financial decisions, explain why this might occur, and propose a means to avoid such instances.
So one instance where humans make poor decisions with money is in gambling, which is participating in a game during which one risks their own money in hopes for a greater prize. But the outcome is usually all down to chance. Poor decision is that gamblers delude themselves by believing luck is on their side, but that luck is very, very slim. This creates the dreaded domino effect. One initial jackpot or winning triggers an entire addiction or a lack of self-control. People start taking more and more money out of their bank accounts just to use for gambling, which usually involves some sort of secrecy. These people do not gain as much as they lose, and the addiction gets triggered. The main motivation here is obviously the big prize at the end for money, and the randomness in games allows gamblers to hope that the gains will overcome the losses. But here comes various negative impacts. A family with great financial foundation can be ruined by just one family member, and their overall mental health can weaken. Gamblers lose track of their jobs, loved ones, and daily routines.
So for our problem statement, due to the lack of self-control and excessive dopamine levels that occur in regions of the brain associated with gambling, it can hinder people's abilities to make good money choices. To solve this issue, we are calling for a mobile app that helps measure and prevent the urges.
So the lack of self-control in gambling is caused by the push and pull relationship between your prefrontal cortex that controls decision-making and the limbic system, which controls emotional processing. So these two areas have less activity when you're gambling. And when we think about the rewards of gambling, our limbic system gives us the urge to go and gamble. And dopamine is a neurotransmitter found within our bodies. So more of this means that the person wants more rewards of gambling. And gambling withdrawal occurs when there is a lack of dopamine. And insula, which is part of our cerebral cortex in the brain, it drives craving.
This is a visual of the brain which highlights the specific areas that are involved with gambling and the addiction. So we proposed the Gambling Liberty Mission. Breaking away from this gambling addiction can be extremely difficult and requires a lot of time and effort. Therefore, our solution is a coherent system, a phone app, which involves multiple stages and components.
So an important part of our solution is this app we designed, and there are multiple functions of the phone app. The first one is a diagnostic test that is designed based on the DSM-5 criteria for gambling disorder, as we want to provide an easy access to diagnostic tests to help people who thought himself or one of his family member might have the addiction. Other functions of the app will include monitoring the prescription assigned by the doctor, a budgeting section which could link to the patient's bank account, and as well as a chat function for the patient to connect with doctors whenever they have any questions. And for the last function, it will be location tracking that includes a map made based on the database of casino address, so the family member or the doctor can monitor whether the patient was gambling or not. So the first stage is to measure the dopamine levels in the brain.
The second stage is to take the medication.
And lastly, we have cognitive behavior therapy.
So this is the overall visual of the app, like how the app will look like on the phone. And this is several specific images that demonstrate the functions that will be included in the app. So the first step is to measure dopamine levels and have the user set up on the app. So doctors could measure the density of dopamine transporters that positively correlate with dopamine nerve cells. And once these results are done, the doctor would input these results into the app, make a profile for the patient, and also insert the person's health insurance information, which would be helpful to connect with other therapists.
So if needed, you'll receive medication. Antidepressants work to block the reuptake of serotonin, leading to mood regulation and less compulsive actions. Next, dopamine antagonist and various supplements block dopamine receptors, leading to more clarity in decision-making. And lastly, opioid treatments work to suppress the urge to long for something, in this case, gambling.
Finally, we have cognitive behavior therapy, which is direct communication with therapists or counselors. This type of therapy would be used to aid the prefrontal cortex and limbic system issues, which are issues involved with decision-making and emotional processing. This type of therapy is already used to improve various mental health problems, and therefore it can be used again to improve gamblers and reduce their urge to gamble. This type of therapy would make them aware of the poor decisions that they're making with their own money. So we've created an overall vision / implementation of our solution. First, the patient would go to the doctor and get their dopamine levels measured.
The doctor would then input these results into the app and tell the patient to download it.
The phone app is able to track the patient's search history too.
And if the patient goes on the gambling website and has gambled for more than 30 minutes, then the phone app will block the patient from gambling more.
There's also an option to connect with other therapists based on the person's health insurance info.
And there's a progress tracker for both the patient and the therapist to view over time.
So we sent out a Google form and found that 88% of the surveyors believe that a multi-stage solution to combat gambling habits is effective and beneficial to our world. 63% of people know someone who gambles, and on a 10-point scale, 8 was the average rating for how bad people think gambling is, making it clear that the issue is prevalent and known as risky. And now on to feasibility analysis. For technical feasibility, we will need to actually code the app and incorporate all of the design features in an accurate way. In order to operate properly, we have based our solution on proven scientific research and will do more extensive studies. We'll need costs to actually develop the app, advertise it, and reach it to partners. And lastly, for marketing, we are uniquely tailored to gamblers and anyone associated with them. With health apps becoming more in demand, we believe that taking actionable steps is greatly needed.
So $500 billion are lost each year due to gambling, and 23 million Americans go into debt because of it. So gambling causes a wide range of mental health issues, and it also affects relationships with their loved ones.
With the implementation of our app, an individual's life would change for the better. Family relationships would improve, and money would not be recklessly spent. Additionally, family members and loved ones could keep track of the patient's problems as well, so there would be less secrecy than before. Also, with easy ways to find therapists and a personalized plan, we think patients will be more likely to feel motivated to use the app and reduce their own problem. So in conclusion, gambling really is one of the poorest decisions a human can make with his money, because in one round of a casino, their financial stability can be turned upside down.
Breaking away from this addiction is difficult because people do anticipate the high rewards of gambling.
Gambling is a huge problem that affects many aspects of life for the gambler and anyone surrounding them too.
And as the solution, our app will help patients and their doctors to combat the gambling problems through its various function and personalization.
Here are the references we use. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, low risk, high reward. All of you did an excellent job on this project, and we enjoyed learning about your insights on neuroeconomics. So does anyone have any questions for this? Okay, so Amanda asks in the chat, so these people who are projected to use this app may not want to admit their gambling problem. So what incentive does this app offer to make the user quit? Also, like any other mental health problems, this gambling practice can relapse. So how would the app tailor to this? Yeah, anyone if you can answer.
I think we've formatted our app to have many different components and features so that it can appeal to just the family members and not just the patient. So the family members can use this app in their power to try to talk to the patient, get them to use the app, complete the first stages at least, and then we hope that that will motivate them to continue using the app and reduce their problem further.
Also, just to add on to that,
the parts used in the brain for gambling that have less activity are also the same parts that are used for like drug addictions. And a lot of people who are suffering from drug addictions go to these rehabilitation centers. So it is more likely that these people would keep on using the app in order to get rid of their problems. And like Shrey said, yeah, family members can also convince the patient to use this app as well.
Next, Erin asks in the chat, how do you deal with the potential privacy issue of the app having access to search histories?
Can you repeat the question again? I can't see the chat on my screen.
Erin asks, how would you deal with the potential privacy issue of the app having access to people's search histories?
We can program this feature to filter out only the search history related to like the gambling sites, the online casinos and games.
Yeah, and each person will have like their own profile on the app. So it's not like everyone has access to it. It's just like the therapist, the patient itself, and like other family members who want that info as well. So it's not going to be like the information wouldn't be told to like anyone else. It's just them.
And that's definitely interesting. Does anyone else have any other questions? Okay, so Khadija asks, how do you support HIPAA with this app? So basically patient privacy, and how do you maintain confidentiality with information?
The only person that has access to the medical side of this app would be their own doctor. And if they choose a different doctor, a different therapist, the app would be authenticated again so that only the login info is known to those two people, thus maintaining the sense of privacy.
Is there a potential for data breaches? Like, how are you protecting the data to make sure it doesn't get hacked and leaked out, for example? I mean, do you have an answer or any thoughts on that?
That's not something we exactly considered yet, but definitely something that we should consider. The security on our app would be definitely one of the highest priorities while making it, though.
Yeah, those are definitely interesting insights. Yeah, I think it has great potential, and definitely it can be further developed and further expanded upon. So yeah, thank you guys for presenting.
Thank you for having us present.
Okay, so our next group from IYBS is Aperio, which won the second place overall in the 13 to 17 age category. And we have Hala, Wyatt, and Sophia presenting.
Hello, okay. Wyatt, okay, awesome, we're all here. All right, hopefully you can see my screen. Okay, well, hello, my name is Sophia Pronita, and this is Hala Clossie and Wyatt Radzen. We were the second place winners in the 13 to 17 age category for our project addressing the neuroeconomics prompt as to why people make bad decisions with money. Today, we're excited to talk to you about money illusion and how to combat it with our app, Aperio. In textbook theory, economists follow the assumption of homo economicus, in that humans are rational beings. But humans aren't always rational. This is exemplified in an experiment conducted by Weber et al. Take a look at these two options. You could choose between a house with 23% appreciation and inflation of 25%, or a house with 1% depreciation and inflation of 1%. Which would you choose? According to Weber's questionnaire results, despite a 2% real loss for both options, most people were biased in choosing house one. This is due to the money illusion phenomenon, a cognitive bias where humans think of money in nominal rather than real terms.
One important tool against money illusion is financial literacy, an idea captured in a 2020 study by Darriot et al., which collected data on choices similar to the one discussed in the previous slide. As seen in Figure 1a, in general, those with a higher tendency to choose the higher nominal value, failing to consider inflation, were more likely to err. The notion that this trend can be attributed to financial literacy is corroborated by figure 1b, which demonstrates that in congruent situations in which a higher nominal value corresponds to a higher real value, those with disparate financial literacy levels tended to score similarly, while in non-congruent situations in which a higher nominal value did not correspond to a higher real value, those with high financial literacy rates strongly outperformed their less financially literate counterparts.
As seen in the previous experiment previously described by Weber et al., money illusion has a neurological impact on consumers that changes the way they consume goods and the framework in which they view currency. As such, neurological findings need to be taken into account when developing money theory to create policy that accurately addresses the needs of real people. Research on the neuroscience of money illusion has largely focused on both fMRI imaging and behavioral evidence. While a higher financial literacy dampens the money illusion effect, in a study by Schaefer et al., they found that most people prefer the nominal framework due to its salience and easiness to process in terms of their own lives. This can be visually seen in figure 2a and 2b, where, according to Weber et al., the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, or VMPFC, exhibited a stronger blood oxygen level marker in response to nominally higher incomes compared to the nominally lower incomes, despite an equal real value. This can also be seen in figure 2d, which shows that while VMPFC activity increased with income in both conditions, it was always higher in the high price setting compared to the low price setting. This imaging supports the idea of money illusion. In a similar study, Montague and Burns discovered the theory of common neural currency, or that the reward processing areas of the brain, including the VMPFC as well as the orbitofrontal and striatal circuits, which can be seen in figure 2c, react to stimuli such as food, social rewards, and money in similar ways. Both of these findings show the neurological backing for the theory of money illusion and support the theoretical idea that, according to Gay et al., money illusion is the interference of the emotional or symbolic value of money with its purely instrumental purpose.
While money illusion has a very clear personal downside, its effects are felt through the entire economy as well. Money illusion comes into conflict with the dependence of most economic thought on a false sense of human rationality. For instance, in the face of a recession, as pictured in figure 3a, a government may take the typical Keynesian route of enacting expansionary fiscal policy, hoping to raise aggregate demand and return to full output in doing so. But if the public responds irrationally, this fiscal response may not yield the same result as it would in a perfectly rational world, leaving the economy producing at an inefficient rate below the production possibilities curve, as pictured in 3b. One way of avoiding the macroeconomic consequences of money illusion has been attempted in Chile as a prototype of sorts, the Unidad de Fomento, or UF. While some prices are measured in physical pesos, others are expressed through the UF, an abstract value that has no corresponding monetary note. Used in investment-related purchases, it represents the cost of a sample basket of goods and thus acts in a manner that remains constant despite inflation. With a daily peso exchange rate, it can reflect inflationary changes while also promoting a sense of stability. That being said, such a solution is not necessarily feasible in the immediate term. The policy switch would require difficult political maneuvering and time to transition. In the meantime, therefore, we can work to combat money illusion by moving individuals to a state of higher financial literacy and numeracy through the use of technology.
This is exactly what the Apereo app serves to do. The Apereo app makes finance accessible by combating financial illiteracy and cognitive bias. It does so by first providing resources that teach users basic economic and financial concepts. Additionally, to mitigate money illusion, the user can also refer to Apereo the wizard in making rational financial decisions. The users first input their financial concerns, currency, and other relevant criteria into the Apereo wizard calculator. Next, utilizing the user's inputted data and an API connecting to trusted economic databases, Apereo then implements machine learning and an algorithm to give the user unbiased financial recommendations.
In order to gauge the reception of Apereo, we sent out a survey with the questions mentioned above to our target demographic, young adults. We chose young adults as they are likely to own smartphones, over 93% do, but are also most likely to be financially illiterate. Only 24% could demonstrate a foundational financial literacy. The empirical data above shows that, of the young adults we surveyed, the vast majority of them find value in Apereo. The Apereo app is accessible to a wide audience. This can be seen in the graph on the left, representing the amount of American adults possessing smartphones, which shows that 270 million adults have smartphone access. Looking to the right, we see that smartphone and internet access are common around the world. And while smartphone usage is steadily rising in developing nations, in-person seminars, a website, and other accessible options could be used to bridge any gaps.
The marriage between neuroscience and economics can benefit both individuals and society at large through the creation of informed theories and subsequent policy. By failing to acknowledge the impact human behavior has on economics, theorists are missing a crucial piece of the picture. Although cognitive bias will always play a part in financial decisions, Apereo will combat the money illusion effect, ultimately leading to better outcomes. Thank you, and we are now open for questions.
Yeah, thank you, Team Apereo. Does anyone have questions? If so, you can type them in the chat. I don't see any questions, so I'll ask some that I think might be relevant to the audience. So you might not know this, but how would someone pursue neuroeconomics if they're interested in the topic? Do you know of any opportunities or projects that they could get themselves involved in?
Like any opportunities for economic?
Any research you're aware of or any interesting fields they could explore in the field of neuroeconomics?
Well, behavioral economics as well as neuroeconomics, which often go hand in hand, are always crucial in many investment firms and such. I have, for instance, a lot of acquaintances who work at hedge funds or in the financial world. And a lot of times, you know, you have a bunch of developed algorithms, but yet you can't really adjust to actual human behavior. Because as we discussed before, you know, pure economics assumes that people are rational and will make decisions that are best for them, economically speaking. But as we've learned, there's a lot of neurological backing and evidence that supports the theory that humans aren't rational. And this needs to be taken into account when people are developing such algorithms and are working in the financial world.
So a very important question. So how does your app help those who might not be as financially literate? So for example, people in lower income brackets, communities with lower education standards, and other people who might not be as adept with finance.
Well, as I stated in one of the last slides, how smartphone access around the world has steadily been on the increase, even in low income communities and places with less resources. And because of this, that's why we decided to develop an app, because it has the ability for us to also provide a teaching option or more teaching resources. So as we discussed before, one of the main features of the app is our feature to teach users basic economic and financial concepts. So this would be in the style, as I see one of the questions, Khan Academy teaching styles. It would be similar to that, as in there would be questions, and then there would be a few short answers you could practice with, and various things to help you increase your financial literacy.
And the app has a sort of a dual purpose in that it can help you make decisions based off of data you give it. And it can also, kind of like Hala was alluding to before, teach you ways to do it yourself. So, you know, in the short term, it helps you by being the financially literate one. And in the long term, you can use it to become financially literate yourself.
So Erin asks, why did you decide to call your app Apereo?
So actually, Apereo is a Latin word meaning to reveal. So what we're hoping to do is to really reveal money illusion and have people have an unbiased perspective on the financial decisions that they're making. Additionally, as you can see, we have the IO part bolded. That's in reference to a typical computer science term, input-output, because the app works as easily as you input your financial concerns and a bunch of other relevant data and criteria, and then it outputs financial advice for you.
Nice. So Khadija also asks and brings up another important point. So how will your app be accessible for people in communities if they don't have smart devices, for example? And considering that many people don't have smartphones in developing countries and places like that, do you think your app will only be accessible to the middle class and upper class?
Well, another point which we tried to make in one of our slides was that while smartphone usage is increasing, as we stated before, we realize that there is this gap between people who don't have it and people who do. So we would want to create in-person seminars to help teach and increase financial literacy, a website, as sometimes people have access to computers or public computers but don't have access to their own phones, personal iPhones. So a website could help that as well. And we could also do more research to find more accessible options in order to bridge this resource gap.
And Ananya, how and why have you gained an interest in economics?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, I guess all three of us have had some sort of economic background. Wyatt and I, since freshman year, have participated in various other economic challenges, such as the Federal Reserve Challenge. I like economics because it bridges a lot of various fields. A lot of various fields in the world. For instance, you have financial aspects, but you also have a science aspect. You can see it as a science, or you could also see it as a subject in humanities. I think it really accurately describes the way that people think and make decisions, and that's prevalent really in any aspect of our lives. So that's why I think economics is a pretty cool field. And then neuroscience then provides evidence to it, like how people are actually making these decisions.
Yeah, that's an interesting field, both combining neuroscience, economics, and other disciplines. So those are all the questions we have. Thank you guys for presenting. And as always, we enjoyed your presentation and think that your app has a great potential to help people in this field.
Great, well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so next up we have Team Nourishment, won the second place overall in the 18 to 22 age category. And we have Alexis Nguyen, Faith Chadwick, Zainab Hussain, and Shruti Atreya presenting.
Hi everyone, I'm Alexis.
I'm Faith.
I'm Shruti.
I believe it's not letting one of our team members unmute themselves.
Okay, yeah.
Hi, I'm Phantom.
Okay. We're Team Nourishment. As the second place winners of the 18 to 22 age category in the International Youth Brainstem Summit, we are very excited to be here today to share our award-winning team solution. So, what if the future of medicine is not drugs, vaccines, or procedures, but a healthy diet? And what if the key to preventing neurological disease lies not in antibiotics, but in tiny intestinal flora? Today we will cover nutritional neuroscience, Alzheimer's disease, and the critical yet largely unknown link between the two that could revolutionize healthcare as we know it. You will also be introduced to the Nourishment app we created to address the lack of awareness about brain health among younger adults. Most of us associate the phrase, "you are what you eat," with our parents trying to force us to eat vegetables when we were young. However, modern science tells us that this might be more true than we realize. Our diets and food additives affect neurobiology, neurochemistry, behavior, and performance. And the gut plays such a vital role in our physical and psychological health that it actually holds the nickname the second brain. Eating food that empowers a diverse microbiome can actually change our brain chemistry and impact our risk for certain neurodegenerative diseases. It is believed there are 10 times the amount of microbial cells in the body than eukaryotic cells. However, other studies believe the ratio to be more equally balanced. This means we may be more bacteria than human. Regardless of the exact number, the sheer amount of bacteria in our body is a testament to the critical role the microbiome has. A wide diversity of microbiota creates a healthy balance. For instance, if someone with a healthy gut begins to eat foods only high in fat, such as ice cream or pizza, the microbes that digest oils and bread will outcompete the ones that digest vegetables and meat, leaving a skewed ratio as depicted by the picture on the right. This skewed ratio affects mental health, memory, and cognitive thinking, much like the natural process of aging. The gut-brain axis is a two-way communication system between the gastrointestinal tract and the CNS through biochemical signaling, and the vagus nerve is an information superhighway that connects the ENS to the CNS. And there are 4 possible pathways that this can be done: through immune cells, neuroactive molecules, metabolites,
and pre-existing brain bacteria, according to recent research. Your brain is structured to keep substances out via tight junctions in the blood-brain barrier. Unfortunately, this barrier is so effective that it often prevents life-saving drugs from being able to repair an injured or diseased brain. And that's where the gut microbiome steps in. Some microbes are small enough to cross the blood-brain barrier, while others release molecules, making it more or less permeable to outside substances, enabling two-way communication. And much like the mutualistic relationship between the mitochondria and the cell, the brain and gut need each other to survive. In one study on mice, researchers added an aggressive cage mate to a mouse's environment, which increased the initial mouse's stress and resulted in an increase in some microbes with a decrease in others. On the other hand, in another study, when researchers separately raised germ-free mice and mice colonized with natural indigenous microbes, the germ-free mice had lower levels of BDNF, which is a protein important for learning, memory, and higher order thinking. So as you can see by these two studies, the critical crosstalk between the ENS and CNS is the reason why the microbiome is so important in our daily lifestyle and why the things we eat can actually affect our brain health.
Alzheimer's, a progressive neurodegenerative disease, involves the loss of neurons and their connections. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services predicts the number of AD cases to reach approximately 107 million in just 30 years from now. Research has shown that malnutrition leads to rapid cognitive decline, so maintaining a healthy diet is very important, keeping both our bodies and our brains healthy. Food-derived signals actually influence energy metabolism and mood through neuronal function and synaptic plasticity. Our gut hormones influence the way we think. For instance, poor diets high in saturated fat reduce molecular substrates important for cognition, which increases our risk for neurological dysfunction. Here's a fun fact. Often nicknamed the happy brain chemical, serotonin is a neurotransmitter that helps mediate our moods. What's fascinating is that 95% of the serotonin in our bodies is produced in our gastrointestinal tract, which is lined with 100 million neurons. Foods related to these areas contain nutrients that eat away brain plaque and improve neuron structure by building membranes around brain cells and diminish cognitive decline. The translation of scientific research into public health action is extremely necessary. Because there's a lack of awareness surrounding nutritional neuroscience among younger adults, greater public health measures are crucial in promoting brain health awareness to increase early prevention efforts of Alzheimer's and similar neurodegenerative diseases. From a randomized study of 103 participants, 80% of our respondents have never seen a nutritionist or a dietitian, and 70% of our respondents eat food solely for taste rather than brain health. With that said, we introduce you to the Nourishment app, Better Nutrition, Better Cognition.
Most brain health apps that are available in the market, like Lumosity or MindMate, only offer cognitive challenge games or are geared towards older adults experiencing dementia. They also don't offer nutritional advice specific to brain health. Since individuals can experience Alzheimer's symptoms as early as the age of 30, our app aims to improve brain health awareness in younger adults.
So based on the survey results, 80% of the respondents said that they would like to use a nutrition app to network and learn about brain health. 63% of the respondents would commit to a nutrition plan with an accountability partner or group, and 80% would like to chat with nutrition experts as well.
In our app, we offer brain nutrition information and advice, diet plans, recipes, and consultation services from volunteer telenutritionists. We also include the ability to track brain nutrient intake and a positive reinforcement reward system in order to help users be accountable and motivated.
Additionally, our diets make a huge difference in our risk of cognitive decline and dementia, including Alzheimer's disease. Certain foods we eat can diminish brain aging by 7.5 years and decrease our risk of Alzheimer's.
Nourishment also encourages cross-cultural learning and reduces barriers by including people from different cultural, culinary, and linguistic backgrounds. For instance, one can view their app in the Spanish language and discover the neurological benefits of what is typically on a Mediterranean meal plate.
Most young adults are not aware of how important it is to act now in preventing future neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's. Also, social interaction can improve one's mental health, and as social networking is very popular among younger adults, our app will allow them to stay connected via food. Users can create health packs and video chat with friends to stay motivated.
So here's a video of the prototype of our app. Our app can also be promoted in educational settings to increase brain health and nutrition awareness. When so many of us make the effort to nourish our body, why not do the same to nourish our brain? After all, better nutrition is better cognition. Thank you all for your time and the opportunity to present. We hope you enjoyed our presentation, and we're open to questions now.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. We really enjoyed hearing about your project. So Amanda asks, she first compliments your project. It's so eye-opening and inclusive. I agree with that. And she asks, are you guys actually looking to put this on the market? And if so, how are you planning to do so?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the four of us are definitely planning to design this app and launch it. We do need some more time though, since we're gonna need people with extensive experience in coding and designing apps. So we're looking to partner up with some other people and actually create this app and then launch it.
Any other questions, any of the participants? Okay, so Erin asks, how did you go about researching this topic for your app?
So basically, the beginning of this was just nutritional neuroscience. That was a topic that is very recent that people are looking into, and it's something that a lot of people don't know about. And a lot of us are very interested in holistic medicine and how, nutrition and research and brain chemistry, how can those three things be combined? And so stemming from that idea, we were thinking about Alzheimer's disease. Is there a way for younger individuals to start now in their early prevention? Is there anything that they can do to supplement exercising and just a lifestyle pattern? And we looked into different articles, research articles, talking about, first of all, what nutritional neuroscience is and the interaction between, the gut-brain axis, how the microbiome influences the blood-brain barrier. And from then on, we were researching how different foods affect our memory or our thinking. And then from there, we looked at, Mediterranean diet, which is kind of exalted for its abilities and just how good it is for the body and how people who have that diet normally tend to live longer. And we decided to pull all these resources together and culminate with them and come up with an app that could show people these are the foods you need to eat to improve your brain health. And on top of that, why don't we connect you with a telenutritionist who can, look at what you've been logging and eating the past week or the past month, talk to you about what changes you might need to make in your diet, where you're going wrong, or how you can improve. So we kind of wanted to, use that data, use that information, along with the information of having an expert and telehealth to create something that would really amalgamate all those passions in different areas and really help people, especially younger adults, in a way that current research doesn't allow.
So Alina raises an important point. So she asks that there are many people who live in food deserts, which are places that fresh and healthy food is hard to find, which is not only in developing countries, but also in many areas of the US. So how do you plan to address the fact that we have these food deserts?
So that is actually a great point. Thank you for bringing that up. So a lot of people not only live in food deserts where like the nearest grocery store might be like 10 to 20 miles away from their house, but a lot of people also live in food swamps in areas of the US and many other developing countries where there's only junk food available nearby, like say McDonald's or, KFC or some fast food place like that. However, a lot of communities are trying to come up with new solutions for food deserts. And the one that I've heard is most common is community gardens where they invite people from the local community to come and plant foods so that they can sustain themselves. And so if this app was implemented alongside a community garden, it could actually help guide what is being grown in the garden and help guide the people in, supporting their brain health and their nutrition even more.
So Khadija brings up another important point. So she asks, how do you promote body positivity and acceptance while making sure you stick with the nutritional or scientific recommendations? And how will you make sure you prevent the development of issues such as bulimia, body dysphoria, and all these other issues that might arise?
Yeah, so in terms of body positivity and acceptance, I think something that's very unique about our app is it's more about how the food you eat can fuel your brain, not really about how, eating certain foods make your body look or having a goal or target like weight you need to get to. There's a lot of apps out there that say, how many pounds are you looking to lose this week? And based off of that, we will give you a plan. Or how many pounds are you trying to gain? And we really want to move away from that because everybody's body is different, and no one plan or meal diet can really work for everyone. So I think that in that sort of goal itself, I think that does promote body positivity. And because if you have a consultation with a telenutritionist, it will be personalized. You can bring up, if you have any pre-existing conditions or what you're looking for. But yeah, I mean, we also are looking to, have little motivation sayings on the app, just really positive vibes. Like I said before, I mean, we don't want this app to be something where it's like you need to do this to be healthy. It's more of just add these foods into your diet and try to prevent, the neurological diseases that could hinder your lifespan later. So yeah, that's what I would say for that.
To add on to that, actually, I like that you brought up the aspect of mental health issues as well, because a lot of foods are actually tied to our mental health and moods. And so through this app, when people are able to come up with their own diet plans or consult with telenutritionists, they will be able to eat foods or at least incorporate those foods into their diet in order to help improve their mood and improve their mental health. And alongside that, since we do have the social networking option, people are able to connect with some of their other positive friends and, help be motivated that way and encouraged and everything like that. And like Faith said, we do have a positive reinforcement reward system built within our app. And so that would encourage them to keep going and keep improving.
Yeah, thank you guys for presenting about your topic. Nourishment is definitely one of the most interesting projects we saw throughout IYBS, and we're glad that you had the opportunity to present here as well. So yeah, good job on your project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And lastly, we have Team The Third Verdict by Likita Aluru and Shinyi Ding, which was the winner of the ethics category.
One moment, I will be presenting my screen. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Likita Aluru.
And I am Shinyi Ding.
And today our presentation is The Third Verdict, Free Will and the Justice System. So first, let's talk about free will. Free will is simply the ability to make decisions and act according to one's own volition. And determinism is an opposite ideology. It states instead that all your actions are caused by external factors. And this doctrine is, as it says, the opposite of free will. It states that there is no such thing as free will. A lot of recent neuroscience breakthroughs have been seen as a threat, perceived as a threat to the ideology of free will due to their more deterministic nature. For example, let's take a look at neural firing and action potentials and how it's a more chain reaction-like event. But we can say overall that free will as an ideology can still be preserved because it's more abstract and holistic, and it doesn't focus simply at the cellular or systemic levels.
So our current justice system actually does test for free will in court, but it varies greatly from state to state. So the first is the Manhattan Rule, which deals with whether the defendant knew the nature of the crime or could distinguish between right and wrong. In the irresistible impulse test, the burden of proof is on the defendant to prove that first, there is a mental illness present, and second, that their mental illness resulted in a lack of control. And finally, the Durham rule deals with whether the act was committed under the influence of a mental defect. And here that definition is very broad and doesn't require a medical diagnosis. It's also important to note the difference between insanity defense and diminished capacity defense. So while insanity defense results in a not guilty by reason of insanity verdict, diminished capacity only negates intent. So we have to wonder, is the system fair for individuals with mental health issues or in situations in which their free will would be compromised?
Sorry, I was unmuted. I was muted. Let me go back a slide. There we go. Okay. There we go. Sorry. So we decided to do a case study to focus on our general question, and we decided to discuss criminals with antisocial personality disorder, ASPD. So what is ASPD? Well, I mean, it's developed at a young age, and it's characterized by a variety of atypical behaviors. It's linked to genetic predisposition and environmental factors that may include, but are not limited to, sustained child abuse and lifestyle instabilities. Some of the common traits of a patient with ASPD include an inability to form relationships and to empathize, a tendency for violent behavior, and a general lack of feelings of guilt or regard for others and themselves. So due to these unusual traits, patients with ASPD are largely colloquially known as psychopaths. So also, according to a Dartmouth undergrad journal of science, it's estimated that more than 35% of prison inmates have ASPD. And we can say we chose this particular disorder to focus our case study on for two main reasons. First, it is an extreme disorder, even classified as a psychopathic disorder, colloquially, of course. And second of all, it is very prevalent in our target population of criminals. So we come to a more specific question now. Does the deviant sense of morality of a person with antisocial personality disorder pardon them from the moral responsibility of their actions? And we can say, we believe no, the moral responsibility of the crime cannot be pardoned. Instead, we advocate for a separate pipeline for criminals with mental health issues that account for their mental health issues, but also take into account that the crime was in fact committed. And why do we do this? Well, let's go back to the idea of free will that we discussed earlier. Free will is dictated by three main principles: the ability to do otherwise, the ability to reason, and the ability to control your choices. For criminals with ASPD and for criminals with general mental health issues, the ability to reason is largely limited. And for that reason, we can say they must be treated differently in a legal lens.
Our solution to address mental illness in sentencing is the Third Verdict Act. So this would consist of standardizing the guilty but insane verdict across all US states and territories. Receiving this verdict would be dependent on a psychological evaluation and social work assessment that is completed by a government employed individual. Anyone who is declared guilty but insane would be given mental health treatment in an institution. And this solution is adopting a stance that recognizes both admission of guilt and restricted free will. The duration of sentence would be determined by the severity of the crime, the severity of the mental illness, and also any progress made while institutionalized. There would be no prison labor or other common prison practices. The following federal agencies would be responsible for oversight: the Bureau of Prisons, the Bureau of Justice Statistics, the Office of Privacy and Civil Liberties, and the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration.
So in order to gain a little bit more feedback on our particular bill, we decided to talk to Missouri Public Defender Sugar Chapati, our expert. So one of the first questions we asked was, why is mental health largely unaddressed in the US justice system? And we said for three main reasons. Well, there's a stigma around mental illnesses and criminal activity. There's a prioritization of punishment over treatment, and there's a general lack of awareness about restricted free will. So a quote that really summarizes these 3 points is, society think mental illness is a joke. They think everyone has free will and can overcome problems. During jury selection, if you ask people that, they will tell you exactly that. So from this, we can see that there's a large lack of understanding, lack of awareness around free will and also generally mental health. And that's also seen in the practice in which an insanity plea or a mental health defense is only used when death penalties or life sentences are on the table for the defendant. So we spoke to our expert as well, and we decided that a law like the third verdict would need both bipartisan support and the general normalization of mental illness in the public sphere. It would require public education about mental health issues to gain support for our bill. And lastly, to start discussing the impact of our bill on society, we spoke to our expert and he said, if you got people the mental health treatment they needed, you might save yourself money in the long run on incarceration and also save society on the cost of the crime.
Going more into impact, we are expecting possible pushback from supporters of the war on crime, but also we would have a lot of support amongst prison reform advocates. And just like our experts said, if we stop the repeat offenses, we can lower the cost faced by society. And finally, our solution will normalize mental health care and provide the public with more government-supported facilities that treat mental health. In any further applications, for example, for crimes committed under drug influence, it's important to recognize the balance between free will and degree of accountability in all trials. In conclusion, a guilty but insane verdict that is made standard in all US states and territories, in combination with getting people the proper mental health care that they need from a government institution, is the way that we can properly consider free will in criminal proceedings. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys. That was an interesting perspective on the intersection between ethics and neuroscience. And now we'll take a few questions. We have a few 1 or 2 minutes left. So Amanda asks, what do you guys think of those with restricted free will who continuously commit crimes even after they get treatment?
Well, currently we spoke to our expert and we realized that there's a lack of understanding of mental health in our current justice system. And so for most people where restricted free will is involved, and that's related to mental health in that case, they aren't being regarded as patients, and they're rather regarded as criminals. And the idea of restricted free will in a lot of states, in fact, isn't even considered as a part of the crime. It's either it's simply mental health. If you want an insanity plea, you can issue that, or you'll be treated like a normal criminal. And that's seen in drug influence and mental health and in various other spheres where we see a restriction of free will.
We'll take one last question. So Erin asks, how would you combat bias on the part of the employee conducting the test?
I think for combating bias, part of what we were trying to do was making it a government employed individual, which would be definitely much less biased than if it was from the private sector. But in other ways, we could also do rigorous background checks and interviews to make sure that the people conducting the test see the defendant as a patient first and get them the treatment that they need.
And Khadija asks one question, which I think we should address. So she asks, did you guys look into systemic racism in the justice system and drug abuse in specific minority groups? And how did this affect the creation of your idea or your project?
We did not particularly look at systemic racism and drug abuse and specific minority groups. We focused overall on general, how the justice system has treated drug abuse patients and general prisoners, but we could say definitely that a lot of these issues are affecting underrepresented communities in not unequally, and so we can say this problem is very prevalent, and the idea of recognizing restricted free will and recognizing mental health issues and drug influence would be very vital in first combating this systemic racism built into our system. So we can say that although we didn't research it particularly, a solution and in the intertwining of mental health and restricted free will could promote perhaps a better justice system for minorities.
Definitely an interesting perspective. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have, but thank you guys for presenting and we enjoyed hearing about your project. So first I'll turn it over to Skylar to take a picture of the attendees, and then I'll transfer to Chinmay to introduce the next panel.
Yeah, of course. Thank you all for those amazing presentations. So if you guys would like to turn on your camera so we can take a quick group picture that we'll be posting, I love that background, Amanda, on our social media. And yeah, just putting it all over our event reports and things like that. So you just like wait for people to come on, and then basically I'll be playing a quick song as well and just taking a quick video to put on my Instagram story for Simply Neuroscience as well. So I'm just gonna wait, maybe if we can get everyone in the grid to fill up. If not, so close, so close. see how many more. We got me 7 more. 7 more, pull through. Oh my god, 6 more, guys, 6 more. How much more time do we have? Okay, so I might as well just wrap it up. Maybe if we get that one more person on that like column. Okay, I think that's sufficient. So all right, so I'm just gonna quickly take a picture. You could stop typing the chat just for now. All right, so you can do whatever you want, silly face, smiley face. All right, 3, 2, 1. Awesome, thank you so much. So now we can do maybe, let's do a heart, I guess. I don't know what other poses to do. Just like just do the heart, I guess. All right. All right, 3, 2. Oh wait, no, the chat. Okay, no. Oh my god, interesting profile picture. 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you. So now I'm just gonna quickly go and take a video and put the music on. So when I say wave, just like wave, and then can get started into the next workshop. So give me a second. Sound, yeah, Estelle, we about to get down. Who the hottest in the world right now? Just touched down in London town. Okay. But they give me a pound. Tell them put the money in my hand right now. Got a promoter, we need more seats. We just sold out all the floor seats. Take me on a trip, I'd like to go someday. Take me to New York, I'd love to see LA. I really want to. Notice how they said take me to New York and not New Jersey. I'm just saying. Okay, anyways, next workshop.
Yeah, so I'll transfer it over to Chinmay now, who will introduce the next panelists.
Thanks, Arvind. I am super excited to introduce Columbia Synapse, which is an organization that I'm also a team member of. So for a quick rundown of Columbia Synapse, it's a chapter of Synapse National, and it is a New York City-based service organization that is guided by principles of neuroscience, community, and advocacy for the community of individuals with brain injury in New York City and beyond. The group draws from a very wide network of resources from New York City's hospital systems to organize a diverse cohort of programs that cultivate community for the individuals with acquired brain injury and a greater understanding of brain injury for Columbia University and beyond to New York City. And I'd also like to quickly introduce my 2 colleagues and dear friends here with me today, Sharik Jumani. Sharik, if you want to wave to the crowd. There's Sharik. Sharik is the founder and president of Columbia Synapse. He's a senior and science research fellow in Columbia College, majoring in neuroscience and behavior on the pre-medicine track and minoring in business management. On campus, he serves on the executive board of the Muslim Students Association and is a pro bono consultant in 180 Degrees Consulting. He's greatly engaged in advocacy community organizing and serves as a research assistant at the Lab of Intergroup Relations and the Social Mind, where his current project studies the psychological effects of identity concealment for individuals with disabilities. Outside of school, he greatly enjoys music festivals, visiting New York City's amazing cat cafes, and sampling the city's cultural offerings. That's all about Sharik. And we also have our teammate Isra here today. Isra, you want to wave? There's Isra. Isra is the vice president of Columbia Synapse's Peer Buddy program. She's currently a rising junior in Columbia College, majoring in neuroscience and behavior. In the past, she's been involved with various community service and volunteer experiences, including volunteering at the ER of Bergen Regional Medical Center and at a local elementary school. She enjoys playing basketball with her friends, taking spontaneous trips downtown, spending time with her family in New Jersey, and picking up new hobbies and interests almost every 2 weeks. Last me, I am one of the vice president of events for Columbia Synapse and a Simply Neuroscience team member and one of the organizers for the Neurocon. And with that, Arvind, do you mind exiting out, and I will share our slides. Now I'm gonna pass it over to Sharik to get us started.
Sorry, yeah, should I just share my slides?
I can share, Sharik, no worries.
Perfect, great, thank you.
Can everyone see the screen?
Great. Hi, hello, everyone. Really excited to present. Thank you for joining the conference. So with that, we can begin right away. So next slide. Chinmay, you can go to the next slide. All right, great, perfect. Great, yeah, Chinmay kind of like gave a snapshot of what the organization does. It's so like she talked about, it's a New York-based group governed by principles of community building and advocacy. And you'll hear more about this from Isra like a little bit later into the presentation. But the main element of this is that we do cultivate a network to raise awareness about what brain injury manifests as, but like also looking at it from a neuroscientific point of view to like kind of galvanize interest in the really important field of research. So next slide. Yeah, so some advisors, just like very briefly, very privileged to have the perspective and advising capacity of Dr. Kirk Lurcher, who's the director of the Brain Injury Rehab Program at Mount Sinai and the Brain Injury Research Center there. And of course, at Columbia, we have 2 faculty advisors who are at the core leadership of the team. And that's the director of the Neuroscience and Behavior Department and also a professor and researcher at Columbia. So just traveling a bit back into time, and Chinmay, you can go to the community needs assessment is something that I began a little over 2 years ago now. And essentially I was mapping out the landscape of what resources exist in the city for people with brain injury from like a social perspective, but also organizations that we could possibly collaborate with. So that involved a lot of like presentations and meetings to stakeholders that included medical professionals, researchers across the city's hospital networks, including NYU Langone, Weill Cornell, NYU Presbyterian, which is within the Columbia University Medical Center network, and also Mount Sinai. And some organizations we are currently collaborating with include Pink Concussions, which investigates the niche intersection of gender and TBI, which is traumatic brain injury, and the New York City Mayor's Office of Disabilities. And just like kind of consolidating. So the initial goal of the organization was to kind of really consolidate those potential contacts in a spreadsheet. And this is a standing document that we cultivate all the time and constantly are cultivating this and adding to this document for future collaborations. So moving on. Yeah, so like Chinmay mentioned earlier, we are pinnacle on 3 principles of neuroscience, community, and advocacy. So I won't really get into details of these because like I will hand it over to Isra very soon, and she will speak about these and how we conduct programming within each of these 3 categories. But neuroscience involves, and Isra will speak about this, neuroscience involves a lot of lectures from physicians and researchers on the latest advances in the field of research. And community essentially is how we socially engage with the community of people with brain injury and facilitate a peer buddy program and a peer support group, which Isra will speak a bit more about. And advocacy seems to be at the helm of like everything we do, because we do want to cultivate a greater understanding of what brain injury manifests as and how it can be really diverse. And we hope to do this not just at the level of Columbia University, but also New York City. So I'll hand it over to Isra now. Next slide. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So one of the best parts about being part of Synapse is that it's not just a learning experience for all the motivated and passionate students involved, but it's also a very practical way to participate in advocating for and giving back to the brain injury community. And one way that we do that is narrative storytelling. And narrative storytelling is an incredibly meaningful and compelling way to spread awareness and to share people's experiences with brain injury and other disabilities. And on one end, we collaborate and build relationship with a lot of medical professionals who come in and give us all the latest research on brain injury, let us know what is being studied and what is left to be investigated, and what kind of resources are in place for people with brain injury. And that's to keep everyone up to date and also to cultivate an understanding on campus and beyond, because most of our programming is open to anyone in New York City. And on the other end, we also focus a lot on the intersectional issues with brain injury and some of the social causes. And one way we do that, just recently with the COVID-19 epidemic, we started Narrate, which is a disability in quarantine narrative series that documents the experiences and challenges of people with disabilities or people with similar challenges and experiences. And this is part of our effort to recognize the link between the voice, identity, and community. And we emphasize that through our Humans of ABI programming. Humans of ABI is a series where we interview individuals with brain injury and we document their stories and we share those experiences, those firsthand stories. And it's extremely inspiring to hear the kind of process individuals with brain injury have to go to get to their recovery, and also their relationships with individuals in their life, the resources they had access to, the resources they did not have access to. And it's a way to spread awareness, but it's also a way to advocate for the community because it amplifies the voices of the people in the community. Yeah, next slide. And one thing I mentioned is that we try to link voice, identity, and community. And it's really amazing that we get to interact one-on-one with these individuals and establish meaningful relationships with them through one of our most consistent programming, which is the peer support group. And the peer support group is a confidential space, and it's a safe space for individuals with brain injuries to come and share their stories, meet people who had similar experiences to them. And it's really great because brain injury can manifest in so many different ways and there's so many different types of brain injury. So you have a community of people with different experiences helping each other, sharing their experience with brain injury and with the resources that helped, what didn't. And we do this bi-monthly. So every Saturday bi-monthly from 2 to 3. And we try to choose themes for these peer support groups. So such as conflict resolution, friendship, family, successes, failures, resources and recovery. And it's really great to connect individuals. And another way that we do that is through the buddy program. So the buddy program, we partner and create student buddy pairings with people with brain injury. So this allows for intimate relationships to cultivate between individuals with brain injury and the students at Columbia. And it's a great experience because it's an extra means of support for the brain injury community, but it also spreads awareness within the Columbia community about brain injury. And all of these different ways, we keep everyone connected through monthly newsletters, and it consolidates all our activities and programming, and if we post any social events or mixers that I believe Sharik will be speaking about shortly. And yeah, this is just an overview of our programming.
Yeah, thank you so much, Esther, for that great introduction to kind of how our programming really hinges on the social aspect of things, but also network building, which is a perfect segue into the slide. So as a group, as an organization that is very rooted in a social cause, network building and collaborating is a very, very important facet to the success of such a group. So networking exists on 2 levels. We have intra-Columbia networking. So Brady Bunch Socials essentially just creates a space of people who are interested in neuroscience and want to come together to talk about research or just are generally really interested in things about the brain. And then our external networking includes, as I spoke about earlier, our relationships with different stakeholders at different healthcare professionals and throughout the city, but also organizations such as Pink Concussions and the Mayor's Office of People with Disabilities of New York City. And you can see some other logos on the slide. There's Regeneron Pharmaceuticals, who the CSO of is Dr. Youngopoulos, who was going to be a keynote speaker at a conference. So building and establishing these relationships with big corporate entities and also public service entities establishes our network in the city and helps us really dispense the resources at the greatest scale possible. So yeah, next slide. Yeah, just like kind of carrying on from the idea of scale and impact. So our social media presence is built on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and we have a dedicated website which shares resources, but also like talks about the programming that we have had in the past. And we are very fortunate to like be featured in the New York Times, which is a very brief article. And this is something we just share as a matter of sharing that we are trying to fill a niche in the community on college campuses, where such a group such as Columbia Synapse is able to cultivate a greater understanding of brain injury, given the existence and the prevalence of brain injuries such as concussions in the student bodies, but like even outside of that. Next slide.
There we go. Great.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to be detailing a little bit about our more neuroscience perspective to Synapse's work. So as Sharik and I briefly touched upon before, we are very much also focused on promoting neuroscience understanding on the Columbia campus and our wider community as well, both in terms of advancements in neuroscience as well as how neuroscience is really contributing to helping the traumatic brain injury and acquired brain injury community through various means. So a couple of photos we have here were from our research landscape panel called The Resilient Brain that was held in the fall of 2020 when things were still in person. And this involved great presentations from researchers and public health professionals speaking from different lenses about their work from the wider Columbia affiliate community. And this greatly served to honestly map the brain injury research landscape, as we call it, and definitely brought together many individuals from the wider brain injury community who themselves were diagnosed with the brain injury, and also many graduate researchers as well. So coming together in this very unique panel. And this is just one of the many events that we host throughout the year. Sharik mentioned the Brainy Bunch Social that we host specifically geared towards Columbia undergrads to once again bring together the wider neuroscience community. And in March of this year, we were on track to release our wonderful first New York City conference. And unfortunately, it had to be shifted due to COVID-19, but it was a great, honestly, 2-day event filled with speakers coming from multiple branches of work and lenses together to share about how we can bridge the brain injury community. So this conference was titled The Social Brain. And as Sharik also mentioned, our keynote speaker was set to be Dr. George Yankopoulos, and as well as Dr. Margetis from the Mount Sinai Network. So with that, it was an honor to be able to share about Columbia Synapse's work with you all. And now, we've been talking about traumatic brain injury and acquired brain injury, and we really want to break down what we mean by defining these terms. So first, we want to start off with talking about acquired brain injury. So this is brain injury that is caused by events after birth, and it's not necessarily something that an individual may be born with as a genetic or a congenital disorder, such as fetal alcohol syndrome or perinatal hypoxia, perinatal illness. And so some causes of acquired brain injury can include traumatic brain injury, and we'll speak about the distinction of TBI later. It can also include stroke, brain tumor, infection, hypoxia, substance abuse and poisoning, as are listed on here. So very much there is a very strong link to neuroscience, obviously, in terms of understanding what happens in the brain when we experience brain injury. Now I want to detail traumatic brain injury, which is a subset in the acquired brain injury, how we categorize things. So traumatic brain injury is a structural injury. It's a disruption of brain function, basically, that comes from an external force. And this is often diagnosed by one of these following clinical signs that may come up when an individual goes into a hospital setting, for instance, that they may be diagnosed with these certain clinical signs. So these can include a loss or a decreased level of consciousness. At times, individuals may also go into coma resulting from a brain injury. There may also be loss of memory from before or immediately after the injury, alteration in mental state, deficits in neurological function, and such like that. And some of the causes of traumatic brain injury, just to visualize exactly what we are talking about, these can include falls, which are the most common, with 47% accounting for falls and traumatic brain injury, being struck by or against an object, motor vehicle accidents as well, and also instances of violence, gunshot wounds, domestic violence, and child abuse even can result in traumatic brain injury, because it's basically whenever the skull, the brain is rocked by an external force. Sports injuries are also very common. I mean, we commonly talk about concussion, right? Especially in football and heavy contact sports. And this is also a form of traumatic brain injury. In the military as well, combat injuries can result from explosive blasts, for instance, and this is also another form of traumatic brain injury. So it is a very widely overlapping categorization of an injury, and it really can involve many different instances and different settings as well. So before I pass it on, this here is a really useful graphic that demonstrates how traumatic brain injury and acquired brain injury fit together. Traumatic brain injury fits into the overall category of acquired brain injury. We tend to talk about traumatic brain injury a lot more, especially concussion, and kind of more everyday mainstream language is something that we refer to very often. So hopefully that gives you a little bit more clarity about what we are talking about when we refer to traumatic and acquired brain injury. I'm going to pass it on to Sharik.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mai, for that was a great introduction. But like just moving on into care pathways. So like how is traumatic brain injury treated? Next slide. So just like very briefly talking about like what traumatic brain injury, how it's classified. So it's classified using a scale of severity. And I won't get into detail like what that scale of severity is, because that's technical medical detail, which might not be relevant to everyone on this presentation. But you can like at the lowest impact, you have mild TBIs, which are also called concussions, which is like very common vernacular that we hear of. And then you have loss of consciousness, and you see the visuals of people on this slide of like how those TBIs would manifest as. But with that, like I just want to add a disclaimer that every TBI is unique, and doesn't matter, even within like moderate and severe TBIs, there's a segmentation of like level of like injury depending on which area of the brain is damaged. So next slide. I think I'm handing it over to Isra now.
Yeah, so going off on what was already discussed, in no way this is a comprehensive overview about concussions, but it is a general overview for an understanding of what concussions are. So some common symptoms of concussions include confusion and amnesia, loss of consciousness, headache, dizziness, poor balance, noise and light sensitivity, sleep disturbances, and mood swings. Notice that a lot of these symptoms are subjective, and they do rely on the patients themselves reporting these symptoms. So a lot of times concussions can go undiagnosed, and even when diagnosed or when the symptoms are reported, doctors can often be dismissive of patients who come in with these kinds of symptoms because of how common they are. And even when diagnosed, most doctors aren't really trained in concussion management. And when patients do receive treatment, it's often inadequate, or they receive inappropriate counseling. And many times people don't even know when they have a concussion. They experience self-doubt, and they're not sure exactly what the symptoms they're feeling are a result of. But concussions don't just last. Often they can last a short amount of time, or they can last a really long time. And post-concussion syndrome affects 10% of concussion patients. And so patients can experience headaches, dizziness, depression, cognitive impairment from weeks to years. Even though we hear concussions so often, they're actually really serious, and a lot of people do struggle with concussions. Patient journey does vary depending on the situation itself. So one way a patient can be treated is from an athletic trainer to a primary care provider as a follow-up, or they can go through the paramedic emergency department, then a primary care provider, or a more comprehensive treatment would go from an athletic trainer to a primary care provider to a concussion specialist, a neuropsychologist, physical therapist, and alternative medicine, including acupuncture and chiropractor. So it really does depend on the kind of concussion and how severe it is. And so for more moderate and severe concussions, There are some neuro defects that deficits that you may experience, such as weakness, sensory loss, loss of balance, vision changes. So you might need more help in that. So a team could include a physical therapist, an occupational therapist, a recreational therapist, a neuropsychologist, a vision therapist, speech pathologist, and so on. And that is given through rehabilitation programs. It's really interesting because we get a lot of experience with professionals from rehabilitation through our networking with Synapse, and we get to understand this process a lot more from people who have been through it and from professionals who do help people go through it. So this is just an overview of the patient journey for more severe TBI or concussion, such as you could go through a paramedic, the emergency department, a neurosurgeon, and a long-term team that helps you recover from a TBI. Notice that this is a pretty big team, so there's a lot of barriers for people who experience TBI. May be like financial barriers or other barriers that may come in between this treatment. So not everybody gets to experience this, and that's important to know. Okay. Yeah, and brain injury does come with some long-term effects. Again, it varies from individual to individual. Every brain injury is unique, and sometimes there are other variables that can lead to quicker recoveries or slower recoveries depending on the environment and the situation the individual may be in. So here are some long-term effects that are listed, such as anxiety and depression, motor deficits, sensory deficits, sleep problems, fatigue, cognitive deficits, mood swings, and so on. And the reason it's really important that we note these, especially for people who participate in Synapse, is because you can go to the next slide. A lot of our work is involved with interacting with people with brain injury. And that means we need to understand the proper etiquette when we interact with individuals with brain injury, such as being patient and understanding and making sure, like, even something as simple as like making sure our flyers are accessible, that our fonts are big enough, the colors that we use are not too flashy, and being persistent, being proactive, being respectful and kind. And these are all things that we learn. It's a learning experience, but we're also actively mindful of it and trying to create safe spaces for people with brain injury through this proper etiquette. Oftentimes, this is primarily for peer support groups who may encounter difficult situations, such as individuals offering incorrect medical advice to one another. And as facilitators of these peer support groups, we often have to be mindful and careful with the kind of medical advice that's given, and we have to create these disclaimers and make sure everyone understands that no one in the room is medical professionals and that anything that's given is simply from experience. Individuals with very slow processing speed, individuals frustrated with other group members or themselves, individuals who repeatedly monopolize the conversation or make inappropriate comments, or individuals who express suicidal thoughts. So we have to be prepared for any situation. This is not common, but oftentimes too, we have individuals who become emotional, tears and crying, and we have to understand how to interact with these individuals and make sure that the space is comfortable for them to vocalize their emotions at that time.
Thanks, sister. That was great. Thank you for going over like the etiquette of interacting with people with brain injury, and also the realization that every brain injury is different, and a lot of like factors like affect like the etiology of a brain injury. So with that, I think we're coming to an end of our presentation. But like having said that, like as I shared earlier, we have a wide social media presence. Please feel free to visit us on our Facebook, or you can email us if you have any questions, or if you're interested in collaborating or volunteering for the organization for Columbia Synapse. And you can visit us on our website to check out some of our programs and like our blog, which has some of our Humans of ABI stories. And last slide. And yeah, if you wish so, you are able to join our mailing list to receive some information about upcoming events we do have. And the advantage of doing so is that all events are virtual right now. So like with us adapting to a virtual modality, that does mean like our events are accessible to people across the country, across the world. And we will share information about those events, which include like people such as neuroscience researchers and professional medical professionals coming to give lectures on various topics. And we have a quarterly newsletter, and we will share that with you too if you join our news list. So you can join our news list using this tiny URL if you wish to do so. Thank you.
Thank you guys for presenting, Chinmay, Sharik, and Isra. You are all excellent presenters, and I'm sure this opportunity is interesting for anyone that is going to Columbia or will go to Columbia in the future. So does anyone have any questions for these presenters? You can just type them in the chat if you have any. Anything at all? Maybe anything about Columbia, about pursuing medicine, pre-med? Okay, so seeing none.
Sorry, I was gonna say just to like motivate some questions. I do want to like make clear like you don't have to like have intentions of coming to Columbia, or necessarily like even like in that direction. Medical professions, like what we touch upon is a very like unique intersection of like social causes, disability advocacy, and brain injury from a neuroscience perspective. So if you have interests like kind of live within any of those domains, you can volunteer to be a part of the organization or interact with the organization. So this is open, like the URL that I shared earlier, that's open to even people in high school right now who are like going to be rising freshmen. You are free to join the news list as well.
Tavleen asks in the chat, do volunteers from New York?
They do not have to be. That's the beautiful thing about having a virtual modality. They can be across the country.
In the chat, Simone asks, do you know if there's a lot of TBI or neurodegenerative research going on at Columbia?
There is. So like our research panel, which is like an inaugural event, is now last November, we had two researchers from Columbia, Dr. Kearney and Dr. Noble, who are actually researching, Dr. Noble's researching concussions more in particular and like investigating return to play procedure for athletes. And Dr. Kearney is trying to like investigate biological markers for severe TBIs. So there is research going on, and that's why like we're kind of using the infrastructure to our advantage to really integrate neuroscience into our mission.
So next, Khadija asks, how did you get to the position you are at now? So I'm not sure if she's asking about you personally or Columbia Synapse, but I guess you can touch upon both.
Sure, yeah. So like, yeah, Columbia Synapse. So I founded it a little over closer to 2 years ago now. And I had the opportunity because there was no current chapter of Synapse National in New York City. And since then, like I've like worked really hard and have had an amazing team, two of whom are like Chinmay and Isra, like who are on the team right now, who have like helped us scale our events and programming to New York City and really establish our presence and our network. So it was fortunate, but like there was like an application procedure to start the Synapse chapter. And like, of course, if you want to start a chapter in your individual town, you can look at the Synapse National website to see if there's already an existing chapter close to you.
Khadija also asks, what is the most common brain injury you come across?
Concussions. So that's most common within athletes, but like also like people in the military, victims of domestic violence, which is actually interesting because there's been a surge of like victims of domestic violence since quarantine procedure, like stay at home protocol, etc. So there's been a surge of concussions and brain injury in the past few months.
Yeah. So next we have a question from Sasha. So she asks, you talked a little bit about how Columbia Synapse is to create safe spaces for individuals with brain injuries. So how do you go about starting that discussion for members who are unfamiliar with the topic? Do you have any tips for how to do so?
Yeah, so for like members, you're free to join the organization as a volunteer or as a general body member, but we do hope to hold workshops, and that's typically like what the training protocol has been for for existing members. We do have a manual that we share with all members, but like largely it's an interactive workshop where we talk about certain situations that which, for example, Isra talked about, and like when she was talking about proper etiquette when interacting with people with brain injury. And in the process of like talking about interactive procedures, we are able to share some details about how to interact properly with the person with the brain injury.
So next, Alina asks, how did you first reach out to members of the New York City community that have brain injuries? Do you have any advice for starting these relationships with community members?
Yeah, that's a great question. So that kind of like strikes the core of community building. So of course, like at a high level, we had to build relationships with large stakeholders, like large hospital networks. So social workers tend to be the ones who interact the most with patients and maintain relationships with them long after they're discharged from hospitals. So we really asked to we shared flyers with them, and they shared it with their mailing list. And after that, we just fielded a lot of calls and just like interacted with people who would like reach out to us via email or like who noticed us on social media.
Next, we have a question from Jennifer. So she asks, how has your academic experience at Columbia influenced your ability to come up with this organization?
Yeah, does anyone else want to take the question? I'm sorry, I feel like I've been taking all the questions. Chinmay and Isra.
Yeah, sure. I mean, more than just our academic experience, of course, we're all studying neuroscience, and this is something we're passionate about. And we interact with a lot of professors and researchers in this field. But more than that, I think just like the community in Columbia, whenever there is, they see like that there's a change that could be made on campus. There wasn't a club like this before, and there's a lot of there's a long way to go before we establish a space for not just people with brain injury, but also for people with disabilities. So this opportunity kind of come from seeing an opportunity to make a change and to bring something on campus that wasn't there yet. And also just like, it was a collaborative effort between the students in Columbia as well. Of course, Sharik founded it, and we came together because we were motivated to address a problem that was in our campus community and kind of scale it throughout New York City as well. Yeah.
Just wanted to add on really quick. I think because I came in this year as a first-year student, and so Synapse was honestly one of the first, or maybe the first, organizations that I joined on campus. And what really is wonderful about Synapse's work, and I'm totally not biased, right, is that it's really about using neuroscience beyond the classroom to actually help the community in a way. And that is just a very valuable perspective to have going into neuroscience in college, because in high school, I mean, we're so limited by just trying to grab as much neuroscience info as we can and just learn and develop. But to actually be able to apply neuroscience in a way that actually makes a difference in someone's life is something that really speaks to the mission of Synapse and many other, traumatic brain injury awareness and advocacy groups as well, is making that actual change from an academic perspective as well as a social impact perspective.
Yeah, that was great. No, I'm just gonna add on just to cap off this question, because I don't want to I want to answer other questions too. But personally, what motivated me to start Synapse in the beginning, and since then been extremely fortunate. Columbia Synapse has been fortunate to have had such a great team of people who have really just helped expand our programming and exist at the scale of New York City. So personally, I experienced a brain injury, and that was at a time when I was pre-medicine, and also I was a neuroscience major. So it seemed like a very cyclical thing for me to experience such a traumatic event in my personal life. But then I was able to really leverage that perspective into taking care of the community, because I had the academic background where I was really motivated to supplement my recovery, but I was also working to create this community space. And I had wonderful allies like Isra and Chinmay, who were just two of them, who came together to create the space and really helped advocate for the brain injury population and raise more awareness about it. So that's kind of how we thought about using our academic backgrounds to create this organization. Great.
So our next question asks, are the majority of people who join your organization as patients adults, or do you also interact with children and or babies? What are some common brain injuries that happen pre-birth? Yeah,
I can answer the first part of this question. And the majority of people who do join our organization are independent adults. So those are people like who remain in contact with social workers or who are actually engaging with children. We have not had interactions as much. And that's also to do with the fact that the brain injury population is bivariate. So we have a lot of people who are young. So like people like in their early 20s or like late teens, and people who are older, like people who suffer traumatic brain injuries as a result of falls, etc. But having said that, though, there is a culture of stigma surrounding brain injury, and most people don't want to talk about it because, or don't want to classify it as a disability. And of course, everyone's recovery is very different and varies according to like what their pre-morbid functioning was and what social like capital that not social capital, but social relationships that they had at the time of recovery, which helped them really nurture their own recoveries too. So that is kind of like what those are the kind of reasons like why our population of patients is mostly adults.
To add on to that, we did try to explore more on the pediatric and children's side of things with Dr. Kearney's presentation, since he is a pediatric neurologist at the medical center, and he does research with adolescents. So it's definitely something that's really interesting and worth exploring. In terms of the second part of the question, I personally don't know too much about it, but I do know that brain damage, neonatal brain damage can cause from any kind of trauma or like lack of oxygen flow to the baby's brain during the time of birth or before the time of birth. So it's usually lack of oxygen flow to a certain part of the brain.
Within Columbia Synapse, what proportion of students are not studying neuroscience, and how important is it to be studying neuro to be part of the Synapse? So I guess to add on to this also, how much do you cultivate the interdisciplinary study of neuroscience within Columbia Synapse?
That's a great question. Yeah, go ahead, Chinmay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Off the top of my head, I'm thinking of our teammate Bertina, who is not a neuroscience major. She's in the economics track with a bit of psychology as well. So it's definitely not a requirement at all to be a neuroscience major to get involved in Synapse's work. It's honestly, if you're passionate about the cause and want to make an impact, then this is a great community to be involved in. Also, you don't necessarily have to have a background in TBI or ABI to get involved. Personally speaking, I had very minimal exposure to learning about concussion or brain injury in high school. And so coming into Synapse and really learning about how to be a better supporter, advocate, and a science student in general when it comes to talking about traumatic and acquired brain injury was something that came along the way, and definitely was fostered by Sharik, Esther, and other team members as well, who really made sure to walk younger students and individuals with less experience through the steps. So I would say that kind of covers a bit of you don't need to necessarily be a neuroscience expert or a brain injury expert in any way to get involved in a cause. I'll lightly touch on the interdisciplinary aspect before passing it on, but obviously I think Synapse's work is obviously interdisciplinary at its core, and I don't think it necessarily needs to be qualified or quantified in some ways, as in we fit into these categories. In our work at every step of the way, I mean, we're involved with medical experts, with research experts. Sharik was talking about social workers, for instance. Those are all individuals from very distinct branches in neuromedicine and beyond. Mental health, for instance, stigma, mental health tied in there. We work with Active Minds on campus as well, which is a mental health awareness organization. So it's very much, I think, in the process of actually going from Synapse's work when we have meetings in a conference room to actually making an impact on every day to day. It's difficult to piece apart every single thing since it comes together so well.
That was great, Chinmay. Thank you so much for sharing. And like I just want to stress the fact that like at the helm of like our mission is like social advocacy. So anyone like who's passionate about like social advocacy or like social activism of any sort has a place in the club, and we kind of value like diverse skill sets. Like you mentioned, Bertina, who's like on economics and psychology track. She's really passionate about mental health, and she's really integrated that really well into like the fold of our mission. And that's like what we do value. Just an example of like intersectionality, like is our collaboration with Pink Concussions, which investigates a very niche angle, which is gender and traumatic brain injuries. So like addresses issues of domestic violence, women in military who experience traumatic brain injury and don't receive benefit from like standardized support systems. So like we are gradually expanding to diversify our programming more and more. So that's like kind of like in service of intersectionality.
Yeah, just to reiterate as well, not everyone in Synapse is also going into the medical field. So a lot of people who, and the basis of Synapse is community building. And a lot of people who are just passionate about community and passionate about supporting individuals and working together and having that team effort to advocate for people with brain injury come and join Synapse just for that, rather than for, not everyone's planning a career in medicine.
So you touched upon this before, but is everyone in your organization a pre-med student? So I know you said the answer is no, but how will you leverage the experience that you have in Columbia Synapse, whatever field you go into, even if it's not medicine?
So I can briefly touch upon that. So that's a really interesting, I have a really interesting perspective on that. So currently I am pre-medicine, yes. I do not plan to go to med school right now, but I think there are many valuable skills you gain as a result of like being a leader in an organization like this that are transferable like into whatever domain you do end up entering. So currently I'm recruiting for consulting, and like skills that have become really important are just like word leadership, advocacy, people management. That's a really important skill, relationship management. Things are really transferable to like business domains in which you're interacting with clients, etc. So that's just a perspective I wanted to share on like people like who don't necessarily have to enter medicine. Like after like being part of Synapse, you would just be able to transfer those skills into like any role you do like end up taking.
Just to add on quickly, one of the main things we do in Synapse is interact with a lot of professionals from various fields, and we learn a lot of skills. And like marketing is one of the biggest things, like trying and outreach is one of the biggest things, and trying and actually learning to have those conversations, how to advocate for your own organization, and how to leverage those contacts and how to create those relationships with people. Sometimes people, like I'm talking from my experience, I was really intimidated coming in because we were talking with people like professionals from so many different fields who are higher up, have been in their field for 30 plus years. So learning how to manage those conversations, learning how to use your skills and talk about what you bring to the table in those settings.
So next, one of our participants, Jennifer, wants to ask, could we hear about your planned career paths and how neuro might fit into that, even if you might not be going into medicine or neuroscience? So yeah, I guess we can start with Chinmay.
I can start off. Are we on? I can't hear you.
You can go.
Okay. Okay, should I go? Great. Sorry, my internet connection is unstable, so I was not sure if I could not hear people. But anyway, yeah, I'll start off. Just like kind of like so how do our planned career paths and how's neuro as organization fit into it? So like it's like it kind of goes off like the previous question. The skills that we gain as like a part of this organization, they really help us be professionals in various domains. For example, like my planned career path at this very moment is to be a consultant. Like right after I graduate, I'm taking a year or two off where I can like really just like enter the professional world and like gain some experience. So like that is just like a segment of like how like the skills that we get to this organization. That's a segment of like how that prepares us for like our planned career paths. And neuroscience, that is something like I will forever remain passionate about, and that also equips us to like have those conversations with the various stakeholders that we do interact with, researchers, medical professionals, and being an informed presenter. Those are all things that are really really important when you want to have successful like negotiation. I really like inviting someone to like present at an event. Having that background is really valuable. So that's kind of like how I see the value of Synapse to my professional journey.
Mr. Chinmay, do you want to talk about your career paths?
I should go? Okay. So I'm going into my junior year right now of college, and there's a lot of things to consider. Even into your junior year, there's a lot of uncertainty, but at the same time, all the experiences that I've participated in have impacted the direction that I want to take my future career into. And so Synapse is one of the major things that I'm involved in. But I also work really closely with children, and that's something I'm very passionate about. And I've done a lot of work with ADHD and other disruptive behaviors. I've also worked a lot with cancer patients and underrepresented communities through a program in the Bronx. So, and then also like all the work that you do in research and you realize, oh, this is the kind of research that I like to do. Or maybe you learn, oh, okay, I like working more with people and I prefer to do that than to work in a lab, or I prefer psychology research over more biology focused research. So every little thing that you do, every little thing that you participate in has its impact, has a stamp. Even if you start something and you don't like it very much, at least you know you don't like it. And so that's where I'm at right now. I'm everything that I'm passionate about. I'm trying to take a part in it and participate and contribute as much as I can in my college years. I'm currently a neuroscience major and I'm in the pre-med track as of now. And I honestly, there are many things that I'm passionate about, including teaching. And as I said, working with children, clinical psychology, school psychology, all things that I've had some experience with. And I hope that by the end of college, by the end of my senior year, that I feel really concrete. As of right now, I do plan to go into medical school. That can change at any point. But again, every experience is valuable. Every experience builds you up in some way.
Yeah. That was really well said, super insightful. Definitely, I mean, I'm a rising sophomore and Synapse is something that I hope to be involved with for the rest of my undergrad career. Definitely agree, and you guys covered it so well already. I'll just echo, I think that the skills that Synapse has taught us, both in not just the work that we're doing, but also the interactions and just the mindset of we're going beyond going into class, coming out of class with our textbooks and actually making sense of what these textbooks can really have an impact on our lives. That kind of a mindset has really opened up my eyes to even career choices in general. I mean, I'm a hopeful pre-med. We'll see how that goes in the next few years, but definitely graduate school or medical school, I've definitely shifted my perspective on it. It's not just something that, you know, I got a science degree, I'm going to go to med school, get another degree and do good in the community, but my perspective on how exactly I'm going to go about trying to, you know, make change in my local communities on a grassroots level has definitely shifted. And it's hard to describe that change in perspective because it has been a gradual, you know, personal growth over the year and hopefully many more too. But I would definitely say that this has further solidified my interest in taking science from a, you know, very jargony research lab perspective and making that more accessible to the public, especially when we're looking at, I'm thinking back to our interactions with neuroscience undergrads, fellow neuroscience folks on the Columbia campus even, when we share about our work with brain injury and really bring light to this whole dimension of very crucial, you know, neuroscience research and things that are not necessarily addressed in the typical mainstream neuro curriculum. It's you can see that people, it changes their thinking as well. So really being able to utilize your own skills of science communication and see that effect on individuals in your life is something that I definitely want to integrate into my future career. So, you know, whether that shifts my avenue in graduate school or beyond, we'll see. But definitely, I think that, you know, any organization that you really are passionate about, neuro or non-neuro related, there are many concrete skills that you will come across. You know, when you're through the experience, you will have so many solid skills. And at times it's difficult to sit down and pinpoint exactly what those are. But I think in general, you're obviously, Chinmay from a year ago is not Chinmay from currently because of, synapse experiences as well. So I think overall at the end of the day, really value your personal growth. And, as you're making an impact on community through advocacy, also think about how you're impacting yourself as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think there are lots of concepts from neuroscience that you can generalize to a lot of fields, like the scientific method, thinking about how to connect different fields. So yeah, I agree with all your perspectives. So next question we have is, so when interacting with people in the brain injury community, have you witnessed any stigma surrounding their disorders, especially if they have visible effects of the disorders? And if so, how does the Synapse address these?
Yeah, I kind of like mentioned earlier, and I think Isra can speak to you about this as well because she attends the peer support group. But like with more visible neurobehavioral effects, like there is inevitable stigma associated with them, and stigma sadly is very infused in culture, and that's difficult to change overnight, and that's something that gradually changes. But what we do and what we ensure is creating a safe space where we have an accepting, reinforce like people certain attitudes where people are accepting, not judgmental, and patient with each other. And if someone decides to make a remark that is not so friendly, we try to diffuse that remark, diffuse the tension by just interjecting and trying to like split up the conversation and try to move on to a different topic, and then addressing that with that individual individually, because the idea is not to really chastise anyone but to help them learn, so like that they don't make a similar mistake in the future where they are being judgmental towards their peers.
So next, so how do we use the knowledge of neuroscience to lead our brains to make the right decision? Any tricks on making good decisions? Making in general?
I can share a really small tidbit. So there's an area of the brain called the prefrontal cortex, which I'm sure you guys know about. So the prefrontal cortex is the part of the brain that's responsible for like higher level executive function and decision making. And this is like probably like very conventional knowledge at this point because like there's so many articles about it. But it's like not fully developed until like you're around 23, until you're an adult. So your decision-making skills are slightly impaired until you are at that point. Does that excuse you or abdicate you from like responsibility? No, it doesn't. But the understanding and the awareness of the fact that like, yeah, you might like have like some difficulty in making the best decision possible can like help you, can prevent you from making bad decisions. That is also very influenced by your social environment and like people around you, and there are like many social stressors like environmental economic conditions at home, stuff like that influence like your development. So like getting to like the development of the brain is like a whole black box, and there's like a lot to go into there, so I want to get into that, but like that was a small tidbit I want to share for you with you.
Anyone else want to add to that? Okay, yeah, so that brings us to the end of our questions. Thank you all so much for presenting about Columbia Synapse, about all the opportunities and initiatives that you've engaged in, and I'm sure people are more interested to help out with your mission now. So yeah, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So to all participants, our next presentation is at 7:30, so we actually, or 7:30 Eastern time. So we have a half an hour break, so depending on where you are, eat dinner, lunch, whatever. So yeah, take a half an hour break and you can come back at 7:30.
On August 31st, worry becomes wonder. Anxiety turns to awe. And the mundane.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Simply Neurocon Day 1. I hope you had a good experience so far, and this is our penultimate session for today. So I'm pleased to introduce Daisy Zhao. So Daisy Zhao is a student aspiring to become a leading scientist in the academic field of neuroscience. Her main interests are cognitive degeneration and aging, with the goal of improving and potentially saving the lives of 131.5 million Alzheimer's disease-affected seniors by 2050. She was inspired to pursue neuroscience by seeing the hopelessness of family members afflicted and the desire to improve patient outcomes for others. This led her to read several textbooks, including Neuroscience, Exploring the Brain, and winning biology competitions such as the Gold Crest Awards. She attended the Harvard course on electrophysiology, neuronal networks, and functions of the brain, and first place in the Southwest Brain Bee, and is attending the national round in London. She appreciates the academic foundation provided by IB Chemistry and Biology, which has allowed her to adeptly explore neuroscience and the entirety of the field. She is also the co-founder of the Neuroscience Society and executive marketing manager at the Brain Bee, which is due to her goal of spreading awareness and neuroscience education. In addition, she is published in the Journal of Psychosocial Rehabilitation and attended the International Conference on Health and Medicine in Oxford. She ultimately seeks to explore a broad study of neuroscience and biology while an undergraduate in order to develop a broad framework and robust framework of understanding that will allow her to investigate and answer the most pressing research questions in the field of neuroscience. I'm pleased to now turn it over to Daisy Zhao to present on her mental disorder research.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Your video.
Okay.
Your video is off.
Hi everyone. My name is Daisy, and I'll share my content now. Just wait for a few minutes. Okay, I'll share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Wait, let me try again. How about now?
Yeah, we can see it now.
Okay. So, my name is Yuan, and you can also call me Daisy in English. So today I'll be presenting a review on the effects of normal and abnormal aging in language, which is recently a research paper that I did and will be published in a few days or a few weeks. So as a review research paper, it basically generalizes and summarizes a lot of the recent research updates on neuroscience and especially cognitive aging on my paper. So today I'll be just basically focus on what is the paper about and also share with you about some latest research results on aging and neuroscience. So aging is the time-related deterioration of physiological functions necessary for survival and fertility. And language is a communication system that involves using organizing words by systematic rules to transmit information from one individual to another. The gradual progression of normal aging brings various impacts on different aspects of language. So such as language reception and production, while semantic language abilities, for example, like vocabulary increases as one ages, the sensory and cognitive processing of language may decline and thus compensate for the benefit of aging and in language ability. Dementia and Alzheimer's disease, or AD, on the other end of the spectrum of healthy aging, and they drastically impair communication as patients demonstrate, among other signs and symptoms, word finding problems or anomia, sentence comprehension deficits, and a lack of cohesion in discourse in the context of multiple cognitive impairments. So there are nearly about 15 million AD patients worldwide, and this number will continue to double every 20 years, reaching around 82 million in 2030 and 152 million in 2050. So the incidence of dementia AD is increasing in the aging population, and no effective medical treatments are really available to reverse AD or even stop AD. Therefore, the understanding of the deterioration of language and communication becomes crucial for both academic research as well as the well-being of the future aging population. So this paper provides a general review on the effects of both normal and abnormal aging on the sensory reception and cognitive production of language, as well as providing some insights towards new research directions and experiments for future scientific pursuits in neurolinguistics. So this paper gives an overview of the effects of physical and psychological declines in normal abnormal aging and language production and processing. Firstly, it outlines two fundamental aspects of decline in elderly, which affects language. So sensory and cognitive deficits, as I mentioned before, and also age-related sensory deficits such as presbycusis and presbyopia often lead to a lack of language understanding, especially in noisy environments, and an increased reading speed. So the cognitive declines in aging, such as decreased processing and deteriorated memory, decreases speaking speed and increases tip of tongue experiences. Moreover, changes in the anatomical structures and physiology that are involved in language, such as changes in hormonal levels during menopause, and altered vocal cord may change to lead to presbyphonia or aging voice. So then I'll be talking about the genetics of language, which is also identified to lead to language disorders and aging. And apart from normal aging, declines in language comprehension, cognition, and Alzheimer's patients are more severe than those of normal elderly people. So the differences in language cognition production between those two groups will be compared. And lastly, the factors that increase the chance of healthy aging and reduce the impact on language impairments, such as healthy aging, such as healthy diet, exercise, bilingualism, as explained and advice on maintaining healthy aging will be given. So that's my basic research discussion outline. So now let's move to the content. So aging in adults manifests a general decline in both visual and auditory perception, and these deficits are consistent with effortfulness hypothesis in age-related language studies. This hypothesis basically proposes that older adults have greater difficulty in sentence comprehension with increased difficulty in the decoding of auditory and visual stimuli than younger adults, possibly due to a general decline in sensory sensitivity, such as age-related hearing loss and visual acuity loss. So the auditory deficits in aging. The capacity to understand speech is dependent on the ability to receive auditory information. Age-related hearing loss, or presbycusis, is mainly caused by a gradual loss of hair cells in the inner ear due to a prolonged exposure to daily noises, which is estimated to affect approximately 45% of adults aged from age 60 to 70, and around 68% of adults above 70 years old. With presbycusis, sounds often are sensed less clearly and lower in volume, which contributes to a worsened spoken language understanding and in turn effective response in language. Therefore, presbycusis negatively affects the perceptual understanding of speech and in turn its comprehension during aging. Also, the phenomenon of mumble speech can cause difficulty in language understanding in the presence of background noises. which can be due to damages of inner ear nerve connections. And in turn, nerve damages lead to a decreased ability in spatial processing and language as well, which is the ability to selectively attend to a certain speech by suppressing other irrelevant sound. So on the left-hand side of the figure, so you can see there's an anatomical display of the auditory sensory organ or the ear. So basically the hair cell is labeled on the diagram as well. So a loss of hair cell will lead to a decreased ability of auditory perception. And then on figure 4, you can see a summary on the neuroanatomical changes in central presbycusis. So basically there are two types of, or two aspects of presbycusis. For nearly most people is a loss of the physical inner hair cell due to the exposure of noises as mentioned before. But on the other hand, there's also a central nervous system element to presbycusis as well. So for example, the singular opercular cortex, which is a network involving speech comprehension, may atrophy in presbycusis elderly who often had also other cognitive problems such as episodic memory dysfunctions, which is linked to an impaired Papez circuit, which is involved in memory, or reduced gray matter volume in the auditory cortex can lead to presbycusis as well, and also shrinkage of the total brain volume, and specifically the right temporal lobe. And also reduced language processing pathway in the primary auditory pathways can lead to an increased compensatory language activity in other neocortical areas. So we can see that for auditory deficits in aging, it is not only about the physical loss of ear cell, physical loss of hair cell in the inner ear, but also an impaired brain circuits in auditory processing, which is often lead to other cognitive functions. So normally for an aging elderly, you can try to examine their auditory deficits by looking at their cognition as well. So which is sometimes a little bit unexpected, I would say, because normally we only associate auditory deficits with hearing, but it in fact can relate to functions like memory problems. And then we can see that hearing loss can be examined and diagnosed by using audiometric tests, which measures a person's ability to hear different sounds and variable pitches and frequencies. So the main correct speech recognition score declines with age. For example, in the phonetically balanced word test, the mean score dropped by 13.7%, and the synthetic sentence identification test dropped by around 31.9 from age group of 50 to 65 to age group of 76 to 90 years old, as you can see in table 1. A large variations observed in this study implies that there are other factors besides aging, such as long-term exposure to high-frequency noises, which may affect sensory deficits as well. And the age-related auditory deficits are also assessed to address several questions. So for example, whether the decline in language reception is particularly because of aging or damages in the ear that affect both younger and older adults equally. Some studies reported that a minimal difference between the perceptual difficulty between young and old adults with hearing loss, which reflected that the effects of auditory sensitivity on language comprehension, but not necessarily aging. However, as other studies pointed out that this notable difference manifests only in tasks with simple stimuli. So on other differences is pointed out, other evidence is pointing out a greater understanding compensation in elderly with hearing loss, as they were disproportionately affected by increasing speaking speed than younger adults with the same condition. Therefore, different research studies have produced different results in the relation between auditory deficits and different age groups. So it is quite difficult to attribute language impairment solely based on auditory deficits. So regardless of whether adults suffer more from sensory deficits than younger adults, it is important to understand that the decline in auditory perception does indeed affect language reception and understanding, and the difficulty in language comprehension understanding under the presence of noises may be one of the most incapacitating and frustrating elements, giving the possibility to lead to feelings of isolation in aging. And now let's move on to the visual deficits in aging. So the capacity to understand any written information and therefore language is dependent on the ability to recognize visual information. So age-related decline in visual accommodation, or presbyopia, refers to the inability to focus on near objects that can affect the perceptual understanding of written language and reading. It was estimated that presbyopia affects about 1.8 billion people worldwide, and there are two reasons for it. First, so there are two causes for presbyopia. So firstly, the lens of the eyes hardens gradually in aging, and the ciliary muscles that control the thickness of the lens gradually lose their flexibility. Both contribute to the effect that light focuses behind the retina and in turn blur vision. So on figure 7, you can see a comparison between a person with and without presbyopia. So you can see that an elderly person who has presbyopia is unable to focus on writings on books or letters or newspapers because it's hardened lens that causes the retina to the lens to be unable to focus the image right on the retina, like a healthy young person. So which creates really blurry vision that can affect language comprehension. And also, aging is related to increased difficulty in seeing under low illumination and decreased sensitivity to spatial frequencies under illuminated environment. Therefore, such age-related factors all contribute to poor perception of display language, and in turn, its comprehension contributing to communication difficulties among elderly. So some experiments suggest that older adults manifest greater reading ability, reading difficulty than younger people. So for example, there's an association between an increase in age and increased reading speed when written text changes from atypical to atypical font style. A possible reason for this correlation could be associated with the coordination between visual ability and motor skills that move the eyes to upcoming words in the text, and thereby processing of sentence comprehension based on visual cues. So the experimental data show that older individuals read sentences in a slower, longer fixation time with more frequency of eye fixations and regressions. It is also clearly shown that the reading comprehension level of older adults is more affected by the change into an unfamiliar font than younger adults. For example, the reading times has increased by around 29.4%, whereas in younger adults are only affected by 15.4% in medium range words, and also the numbers of fixations have increased by about 14.2, whereas younger adults have increased by 6.5, as you can see in table 2. So the results of this experiment can lead to possible social implications in the information presentation of society. As the global population is aging, advertisement agencies governments, social media, and other communication channels could adapt themselves to the demands of changing population, for example, by using more easily font type rather than atypical font styles in public displays. So here you can see on figure 9, a diagram illustrating the considerations and advice of sensory deficits and language impairment to elderly. So the FM system is a wireless assistive hearing device that enhances the use of hearing aids and also cochlear implants, and also assist people who are hard to hear over distance in noisy environments without having hearing aids. So you can see that there are different methods to try to alleviate the deficits in sensory functions and language impairment in aging population. For example, we can have top-down methods like some compensatory strategies like enhance communication. For example, we can implement multi-sensory reinforcement and also visual capture of language to guide elderly people in a improve and better language recognition and perception. And also we can implement counseling by stabilizing communication between elderly people and younger people through, And also eye protection is quite important, as I mentioned before. Presbyopia affects about 1.6 billion people worldwide. So wearing protective sunglasses and a good lighting in daily life is quite important to decrease the chance and severity of presbyopia. And also the bottom-up methods can be increased signal with hearing aids, the FM system as defined just now, and also the binaural stimulation, which involves improved signal-noise ratio, so decreases noise in the environment, which can affect language perception, and also the amplification of volume and also words, and also avoid frequency amplitude compression, which means so a disturbance between the noise and signal basically. And also promoting an acoustic environment by reducing competitive noise source and reduce reverberation time, which is like echo time, and also increase direct sound field. So we can also implement both types of methods to try to alleviate this issue by an integrated cognitive auditory training and also lifestyle modification like health, diet, exercise, and mental stimulation, which are shown to be improving the health span of aging population. And I'll be expanding on that later. Okay, so after we've been talking about some basic auditory and also visual deficits in aging, let's talk about aging and language cognition on a cognitive neuroscience perspective. So numerous studies have shown that older adults demonstrate language-related cognitive declines. For example, older adults tend to have a steady decline in mental processing speed, reasoning, spatial visualization, and memory, which all contribute to a decline in language comprehension and word retrieval. However, language ability such as vocabulary knowledge actually peaks around the age of 60 and then slowly decreases due to a compensation of memory decline. So as you can see, the graph on figure 10, so the effect of chronological age on Z-score, which is a combination of the vocabulary, reasoning, spatial visualization, memory, and processing speed values in arbitrary units. So you can see that as the chronological age of one person increases, most of the cognitive abilities are declining except vocabulary knowledge, because our daily acquisition of new vocabulary over time. So a general language processing pathway in older and younger adults exists. There is an association between age, perceptual speed, and motor speed, which consequently influence decision accuracy and decision time. So as perceptual speed decreases over time, language processing should manifest similar correlations. Language is under the scope of cognition. So in the figure on the right, there's a path diagram demonstrating all the interrelationships between different aspects of cognitive processing in aging adults. So you can see that aging is related to motor speed, to perceptual speed, to study time and decision time, which all influences the decision accuracy and overall. So other studies have demonstrated a decreased capacity in long-term memory in older than younger adults. So this phenomenon influences linguistic ability of older adults. There might be unable to retrieve appropriate words whenever required, and this inability of recalling words immediately when there is a sense of familiarity of words is referred to as tip of tongue experience, or TOT. So the TOTs occurs more often in older adults than younger adults by related and unrelated priming, and knowing responses occur less often in the older population than younger population, as you can see in figure 12. So in the experiment, the participants were asked to recollect words from visual stimuli after the exposure of related and unrelated priming. If they could effectively retrieve the correct vocabulary, it was a no response. And if not, it is a TOT response. So older adults had lower likelihood of knowing the response by 7 trials and 14 trials from related and unrelated priming experiments, respectively. In addition, there's a higher likelihood that older adults have TOTs than younger adults by 2 trials and 8 trials in related and unrelated priming experiments, respectively. And on figure 13, there's also a recent discovery on the neuroanatomical processing change in language between elderly and younger adults. So as you can see on this diagram, so basically this figure shows a comparison between younger and older adults' brain anatomy. And you can see that so basically in the experiment, 2 groups of people, one in younger age groups and the other of older age group, were asked to pronounce different phonetics. And then what the PET scan results has shown is that there is a decreased lateralization of language in older population. And what does it mean is that in our language processing system, it is normally lateralized, which means that in our brain when our brain processes language, most of the people use only left side of the brain rather than both sides of the brain. And because the Broca's area and Wernicke's area, which are involved in language production and comprehension in our brain, are all located normally on our left side, left hemisphere of the brain. But then as one ages, it is shown that actually in the aging population, the elderly seniors have shown increased use of other brain areas when processing language, which means there's a decreased lateralization in language processing than younger adults. Okay. So now let's talk about aging and language production. So how is aging affecting language production ability? So in addition to language reception, language production is also affected by aging, as experimental research has shown a negative correlation between aging and effective word retrieval, correct spelling, and a change in vocal shift. And basically, there are several reasons for it. As you can see on the figure 14, there's an anatomical diagram of the human vocal tract and a lateral view of the pharynx and a detailed cross-section of the larynx. So this is basically the anatomical regions in our body that are used in language production. And human speech involves the coordination of over 100 muscles, ranging from those controlling the lungs to larynx and mouth, which are controlled by the motor cortex in the frontal lobe. Sounds are produced by vibrations in tightened vocal folds, and then it is modified in the vocal tract in positions of the tongue, lips, and soft palate. So presbyphonia, or aging voice, is a vocal change common in the elderly that have a significant influence on daily communication. Changes in the vocal tract of the elderly occur as nose falls, teeth may be missing, weight gain, and accumulation of fat in the neck and parapharyngeal space, which may lead to presbyphonia. Also, sex hormones influence the aging voice, as it is a secondary sexual characteristic. In the postmenopausal woman, a drop in estrogen level and an increase in androgen levels lead to an increased thickness of vocal cords, which leads to a deepened tone of voice. So on figure 15, you can see a change in the levels of sex hormones in aging, male and female compared in blood. And you can see that male testosterone is declining in since the age 45, and then female estrogen is also decreasing around the time. And these decreased levels of male and female hormones can affect the, can lead to feminization of language production in male. And yeah. And besides these two different factors that are affecting aging and language production, there's also another anatomical change occurring in the larynx specifically. So the changes in the histological morphology of the vocal cord, mainly induced by maculae flavae, play a vital role in the advancement of presbyopia. So the activity of the fibroblasts in the maculae flavae decreases, and the production of hyaluronic acid, or HA, reduces in aging. The elastic fibers in the structure incline to atrophy gradually, and the collagens tend to increase in density. The stiffness of the vocal ligaments increases, and the concentration of collagen reduces the viscoelastic property of the mucosa. These functional and structural differences keep the vocal folds stretched and contribute to normal muscular coordination in language elderly people. And now let's talk about the genetics of language. So language has a genetic basis. Several genes are actually involved in language, has been identified by tracing genetic mutations in dyslexics and patients of other language disabilities. And on this table, you can see a summary of language genes and their related functions. For example, the most famous one is FOXP2 gene, which has a function of regulating the expression of other genes in development. It is expressed in the cortex, basal ganglia, thalamus, and cerebellum. And this gene has a specific role in vocal motor function and also orofacial motor coordination of tongue, lips, jaw, and palate, which contribute to lingual articulation and non-lingual sound production. So the impact of mutation or damage of the gene can be huge because it is really closely involved in vocal and motor function and production of language. So the mutations can cause severe deficits in language comprehension and expression, which resembles apraxis speech and orofacial praxis deficits, including simultaneous and sequential movements. Also, there are other genes related to language. So the CNT and AP2 gene, which encodes a neurexin protein involved in cell adhesion and is highly expressed in language-associated circuits in the brain. So there is a RS 7794745 variant, which is associated with syntactic and semantic processing of language. So it is related to impaired speech development, which involve also in other symptoms such as intellectual disability to language regression and delay in acquisition. And also there are CMIP and KIA0319 genes, which are all related to reading skill and short-term memory, language acquisition, and non-word repetition, which are related to language production. And these may lead to dyslexic symptoms, which is like reading difficulty, and also difficulties in speaking and mathematics. So the impact of dementia on language. So Alzheimer's disease is a leading dementia syndrome that affects 50 million people worldwide. So 80 patients often have abnormal deterioration of language function that is much more severe than healthy aging people and occur in the context of multiple cognitive impairments. So patients with dementia demonstrate, among other signs, difficulty in word finding or anomia, sentence comprehension deficits, and a lack of logic in speech. So you can see in this table, it shows 4 different language functions that are related to both normal aging and also Alzheimer's disease. So in the phonetics and phonology aspect of language, in normal aging, there's a lower speech rate than younger adults, but the speed is relatively normal. And the language fluency is still maintained, and there is an accurate phonetic paraphrase. However, in AD patient, there is a lower speech rate in spontaneous speech and a higher hesitation ratio when speaking. Also, there's language fluency is undermined rather than maintained in normal aging. And they also manifest phonetic paraphasia, which is an inaccurate phonetic paraphrase. In lexicons and semantics of language, in normal aging, there is an increased vocabulary level, as I mentioned before, and the length of speech production is noticeably changed, to sometimes become much shorter. But there's no difficulty in general in language comprehension. There might be slower naming and higher TOT experience due to the lower processing and language decline, as I mentioned before. However, in AD patients, they normally produce much shorter texts, and they're harder to associate vocabulary in the same semantic field, which means that, for example, if someone asks you to outline a list of animals, then it is much harder for them to associate a related vocabulary. And also there's difficulty in speech comprehension, naming, and object recognition, and semantic paraphasia. In the syntactic aspect of language, There is less syntactic errors and no agrammatism in normal aging, whereas in AD patient, there is a reduced syntactic complexity in moderate and severe AD especially, and grammaticism. In the pragmatics of language, normal aging is able to relate to, but not deviate from the topic of discourse, and the productive speech processing is able to respond to speech quickly. However, in AD patient, there is a reduction in productive or receptive discourse level processing. So the impact of dimensional language. So in AD, language and memory functions are closely related since the linguistic functioning requires memory functions. The initial phasic presentation in AD patients can be related with primary progressive aphasia or PPA syndrome, which is the functional language impairment with relative preservation of other cognitive functions. And PPA patients usually preserve the memory of recent events, although memory scores obtained on verbally delivered tests may be abnormal. This selectivity of language deficit is matched by asymmetric and selective atrophy of the language area in the dominant hemisphere, which is usually left in people. However, many autopsies have shown that PPA patients to have amyloid plaques and neurofibrillary tangles, which are key biomarkers for AD. Furthermore, hemispheric asymmetries of damage similar to PPA have shown in AD patients as well. So as you can see in this figure on the screen, there are different biomarkers of AD. So the first one is neurofibrillary tangles, which is basically the misfolded tau proteins in the cytoskeleton of neurons, which may be triggered by beta amyloid plaque. So in figure B, on the right side, you can see dense beta amyloid plaques, which are insoluble protein clumps between neurons that can affect and damage neuronal transmission in the brain. So in the last little figure below, you can see a comparison between AD brain on the left and also a normal aging brain on the right. So you can see severe atrophy of brain tissue, which are contributing to all of the cognitive and linguistic symptoms of AD patients. So in this section, we'll be talking about the factors affecting aging and language. So there are three main factors that promote healthy aging and enhance cognitive functions are exercise, diet, and cognitive stimulation. Studies have shown that exercise may prevent age-related deterioration of cognitive and brain function and reduce age-related brain atrophy. In rodents, running also increases neurogenesis in the hippocampal dentate gyrus and induces angiogenesis in the cortex and other brain regions, thereby improving oxygen and glucose delivery to the brain. Higher cardiorespiratory fitness levels in cognitively normal adults are associated with better performance on language tasks and greater volume in the hippocampus, which may help to reduce TOT experience due to memory decline and more efficient recognition memory. As the hippocampus system is one of the first sites of attack by amyloid plaques and neurofibrillary tangles in AD, exercise may reduce the risk of AD and delay cognitive, especially language decline in older adults. People with a healthy diet, such as the Mediterraneans, who have a diet rich in fruits, vegetables, fish, nuts, and olive oil, have shown to have lower incidence of AD. Adult hippocampal neurogenesis can also be promoted by omega-3 intake in age rodents, with concurrent improvements in cognitive functions, which can benefit memory and language processing. And the last factor is cognitive stimulation. So studies have also suggested that people who are engaged in more cognitively stimulating hobbies, social jobs are often at a lower risk of cognitive decline. This means that elderly can retain their so basically there are some like examples of cognitive stimulations, such as recalling lists actively, names, places, and phone numbers, and also habits such as map and book reading, and also bilingualism, which I will expand later. So there is an increased resilience of existing neural network, and higher availability of the compensatory networks are induced from lifelong cognitive stimulation, which means that the elderly can retain their semantic memory of vocabulary for a longer time before it starts to decline, which may facilitate more effective communication with each other. So the effects of bilingualism on dementia is actually dramatic. Bilingualism is one form of cognitive stimulation which has been shown to delay the onset of dementia symptoms in patients by 4 to 5 years relative to monolingual patients due to its profound impact on the anatomy of the brain. So bilingual activity triggers the formation of neural connections to respond to the demands of managing multiple elements of various language systems, such as phonology, semantics, syntax, and grammar, and preserves gray matter's density. The utilization of multiple languages also promotes synaptogenesis, the formation of new synapses, to strengthen the efficiency of neural connections, especially in the Broca's and verticus areas, which protects, and also it protects the white matter integrity in general. So on figure 19, you can see different benefits of bilingualism on synapses, neurons, white matter, and gray matters in the brain, as I mentioned just now. And on table 5, you can see a comparison between the bilingual and monolingual AD patients in different tests. And you can see on the first row, the age of diagnosis in years, that bilinguals normally have an average of diagnosis age on 77 years old, whereas monolinguals only have a diagnosed age at 71 years old. So this is really the benefits of bilingualism on dementia. Okay, so after journeying through like different sensory, cognitive, genetics, and language production declines in aging, we're moving on to our future perspectives and conclusion. So language is one of the quintessential aspects that render us human beings. It allows us to communicate and collaborate with each other so we can survive and thrive as a species. As aging population increases gradually, the impact of aging of language becomes increasingly important, as these effects have shown to be hindering communication among the elderly, as well as between elderly people and younger people. Overall, sensory, cognitive, and physiological changes in aging do affect the efficacy of language communication in the elderly population. A lack of effective communication and mutual understanding of language impairments in aging may reduce the quality and happiness of life in older adults. Regarding to neurolinguistic studies previously mentioned, several implications in social policies can be made based on the decline of language processing and retrieval. For instance, More funding on hearing aids development and research is required to reduce the impact of poor communication in the elderly population because most hearing aids cannot block out background noises and cannot really separate speech and noise in noisy environments. Also, presbyopia treatments apart from glasses should be developed, such as contact lenses or surgical methods, because glasses may be inconvenient. And alternative driving tests should be created and implemented to ensure that presbyopic people can drive safely. Furthermore, self-driving cars may be used to help elderly people with their sensory deficits. Moreover, charities and other non-profitable organizations should actively raise funds to support the local elderly population by establishing language courses in local communities to raise awareness for the sensory language decline to older adults, improving language counseling and training to delay the decline of language communication. Additionally, language therapy may be offered to the elderly on a monthly basis to train brachyphonia and age-related language impairments. Besides, cognitive tests should be conducted regularly in elderly inspection to track their cognitive conditions and to make diagnosis of potential abnormal aging as early as possible. Lastly, physically and cognitively combined programs for retired elderly can be established in community centers, charities, or governmental institutes to promote overall cognitive well-being. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Daisy. We really enjoyed hearing about your excellent research, and it's quite remarkable that you've done such intricate and advanced work already at a young age. So thank you for presenting. And does anyone have any questions for Daisy? Okay.
Can I just speak something? Because I will be having another like schedule later. So is it possible that we just end the presentation now? So without the Q&A section?
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we have any questions anyway. So yeah, thank you so much for presenting, and thank you for coming to Simply Neurocon.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So next, we have Simply Neurocon Kahoot and a game night. So this is just to get some bonding activities, get to know each other a bit more, because the whole day you've sat in presentations and learned more about neuroscience, but now is the time to get to know each other a bit more through games and activities. So I'll turn it over to Skylar, who will be hosting this session.
Yeah, of course. So I'm really excited to host this session with you guys because we've actually been working on a lot of brain resource creation materials. But I'm just going to quickly get the password to the Kahoot for a second so that we can get started, because the prizes are actually going to be really fun. I'll show you guys the prizes actually. So while I get this Kahoot thing going, I'm actually going to bring out a bag of all the prizes that I have. So give me a second. I just need to get the password because I know I had, yeah, I'm gonna log into Jed's account. Okay, give me a second here. And then, yeah, and then we'll get started because there's a lot of stickers that we're offering, and I'm also gonna go crazy a bit and handwrite you some notes if you guys win. So give me a second and go into these Kahoots, please. I hope it's there. I hope Jed pulled through the Kahoot. Thank God it's there. Okay, hold up. Let me show the prizes first because I think it's gonna be pretty interesting. Speaker view. Where is this? Nope. Let me just pin my video. Okay. I'm just gonna get my whole like box of stuff, and then I'll show you guys quickly what the prize selection is. So we just, yeah, so we're going to have this Kahoot game night because I figured we wanted it to be a little bit more interactive with you guys. But definitely we can send you some movie recommendations in the future. But let me just really quickly get my prizes. Oh, how convenient. It's already here. So basically, for the prizes, by the way, just to give some context, I recently held the Beam Community Conference, which some of you guys may or may not have attended. And basically, we were able to get some Beam stickers. And this is one of the organizations that's actually sponsoring Simply Neurocon for the sticker selection prizes. So we have that. We have this like cute parrot. Yeah, it's a shiny, like holographic. Yeah, I know. You got this cute parrot. You got, let's see, where is the Black Lives Matter sticker that I was looking for? Because we also, in addition to that, we have this Black Lives Matter. Yeah, exactly. So we think it's the best way to make it better for networking, things like that, rather than a movie night, which you can always, honestly. Emily, the COO of Beam, designed it. She's really great at it. Overleaf sticker. Teen Hacks LA was really kind enough to send us some stickers. So we have this. We have this sticker here. We have this Coca-Cola sticker from Hack Club. And this cute Stranger Hacks sticker. So basically, in that light, what sticker are you guys most excited for? Do you like this? This one? I don't know. Just like, or like this, the Black Lives Matter, the parrot, or the shiny one. I don't know. Which sticker do you guys want? If the parrot, yeah, everyone likes a parrot because it's like actually one of the emojis that you can use in the Slack. I don't know if it's installed within our Slack workspace, but it's one of those, Stranger Hacks. I love the Stranger Hacks one. I just love Stranger Things. So anyways, let's get straight into it. I'm actually going to share my screen so that we can start off with a Kahoot. So let me do, I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but basically there's this neuroscience competition known as the Brain Bee. And a main portion of the Brain Bee is Brain Facts, which is the book that you have to memorize chapter by chapter so that you can be ready for one of the quizzes involved within the competition. So to prepare you guys very early, it's very early, like usually like February, these competitions are held locally. But yeah, I'm really excited that you guys are interested in winning these stickers. So sorry for like all the tabs. I'm like crazy today. So I'm basically just going to play this. So get your phone out or whatever you want, but just literally, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, as long as you try to make it your name. So if your name is things like Parmesan, I'm gonna kick you out because I want to identify you like from your real name. So make sure it's like your actual name because I'm going to just kick out the people who are not putting in their real names because it just, I need to identify you to send you the stickers. So like don't initial it because I won't know. So make sure it's like your actual, your physical name. So okay, pretty solid. I'm gonna wait for like 1 more minute and then we can get started. Okay, I don't see my name. Sandra, yeah, I don't see your name in here either. Maybe you can type in the code and stuff so we can get started with that. Okay, so how many people? There's like 35 people. I'm gonna start in like 30 seconds. And if anything, just take a screenshot of this code. The code I'll type in the chat, but the code is 101398. So I'm gonna start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So It's chapter 2. 3, 2, 1. All right. Olfaction is, and here's a pin. It's 101398 if you need to join this game. So I'm just gonna keep on retyping it. What is this Kahoot noise? I thought, oh, there we go. I was like kind of confused. I was like, so sense of smell, sense of taste, sense of hearing. Okay, this is way too much time. I'm gonna skip it because it's like, yeah. So it's kind of self-explanatory. Like if you didn't, yeah. And if you have any questions, just like feel free to leave in the chat, and we'll definitely answer them or make some resources based off of that, so we can help, you know, simplify your experience within studying for the Brain Bee and other neuroscience competitions. The protective transparent membrane over the eye is the Alright, so I'm gonna stop it at like 15 seconds or when more people answer. Alright, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Awesome, cornea, yep. Okay, look at that, beta topping the charts. So crustacean is, so sense of hearing, sense of sight, sense of smell, sense of taste. Sense of taste. Awesome. Wow, all of you got that right. So that's great. Okay, these are pretty easy, honestly, so you should be able to get. An area of the brain in which tastes are categorized is all right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Angela. Look at that, Veda. She must be a Brain Bee winner. Like, I don't know if you've done the Brain Bee before, but should. The stapes is also known as the hammer, anvil, stirrup, incus. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, skipping. Stirrup, okay. I'm honestly just gonna count like 10 seconds just because like I know you can easily look this up, so I want to just see what you know on the spot. Oh, look at that, Joan Gabrielle, okay. The incus is also known as 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. The anvil. Alright. Ooh, look at the switch. The switch in places. Catherine is a highest climber. A fluid-filled, snail-shaped structure in the inner ear is known as the 5. Wait, no, I don't even know. I lost count, so I'll give you guys this one. Take it as long as you want. I think it's most people answer right, so skip it. Ooh, look at that. Most of you got it right, so y'all are brain nerds. Okay. The part of the brain that interprets heard language is... Alright, I'm gonna wait till like 15 seconds and then we can get started. The next question. 2, 1, and skip. Perfect. This one, I'll give you 10 seconds to answer this one. Ready? What do people do with, I'm not even gonna pronounce it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just answer, don't answer. Depth perception. Awesome. Yeah, this is pretty intense, you know. If you enjoy things like this, you should probably enter the Brain Bee. Wow, so Veda's really defending her reign right there. So, last one. what does the receptive field surround the eye? So I'll give you however long you want, however long until the title, just until the timer runs out. So all right, let's see who's topping the charts here. Who do you think won? All right, guys, this is the final reveal. So third place will get 1 sticker of their choice. Second place will get 2 stickers, and then first place will get 3 stickers of their choice. So, and then I'll DM you guys after.